Peace, peace, peace. What's happening, people? We meet again. What's cracking? Where's everybody at so we can start with this? Tonight we're going to discuss everything, man. From those who are burning the Quran to those who call themselves quote unquote ex-Muslims and to the latest religion that has really extreme devotees these days. Atheism. Yeah, we're prepared to discuss all of that today. So, class is in session. Where's the... Alright, first person here. Peace, peace, peace. Who we got today? Who is it, man? We're not going to entertain one person, bloody hell. Where they at? Where's the so-called ex-Muslim crew, man? Those are the people I really want today. Where you at? Are you scared? I'll send you the link. Provide your argument today. Why don't you? Yay, the one person I was watching is gone. Good. Bounce. Still loaded. Peace, peace, peace. We want ex-Muslims today, man. Where you at? So-called ex-Muslims. We need to have a conversation. You've been going all over YouTube talking about you're a quote ex-Muslim, so let's have this convo, innit? Who's the viewers? Any of the regulars here? Where the regulars at? State your name. I'll send the link in it. If you're an atheist, if you're a Sunni, if you're a quote unquote ex-Muslim, I'll send you the link. Just ask for it. So who's watching? Do we have the regulars? Who's watching, yo? AJ, what's happening, my bro? What are you saying? Let me send you the link. Yo, AJ, we need to discuss the Hajj, bro. I can't believe how easy it is, man. I really can't believe how easy it is. And people been ignoring it. That's how crazy it is, man. I want ex-Muslims and atheists, man. Where they at? Those are the people I really want. But they're too shook to come on. Where's everyone at tonight, man? What the hell? No worries. I was watching this, what's it called? This channel called Haris Sultan or whatever. And he was interviewing this girl who claims to be an ex-Muslim. And her reasoning for supposedly becoming an ex-Muslim is all to do with her upbringing, her family, her community, and rare. Now, I'm up to here with these people because why are they blaming Islam for their upbringing and how their community behave? Like, they never actually cite the Quran for their problems. Like, what is the reason you left Islam? Okay, because of this verse and because of that verse, never comes out of their mouth. So it's always to do with their upbringing and their community and blah, blah, blah. Every single time. Like, what the hell is that about? What's happening, my bro? What you saying, fam? Jump on, man. I'm not a narcissist, bro. I don't like hearing myself. Jump on. But seriously though, like, my Sunni people, we're gonna have to, like, we're gonna have to come to some sort of an agreement, because there are two things that are happening that I'm sure they're not too proud of themselves. One is, number one, the Quran being burnt. The Quran getting burnt and all of that stuff. People talking ill about the Quran and all of that. All of them, like, all of them, all the people that claim to have a problem with Islam or claim to have a problem with the Quran, or even worse, the people burning the Quran, they all have a problem with the Hadiths. Like, none of them actually have any issues with the content in the Quran itself. And if they do, it's because of how it's been interpreted in the light of Hadiths. So the Quran is getting attacked, is getting burnt because of Hadiths. Like, surely they can't be cool with that. Surely they're not, surely they don't want that. I mean, why would they want that? Why? I'm confused. Why should the Quran get burned because of what Abu Huraira and co said? Like, why should they be comfortable with that? So that's number one. Number two is these alleged ex-Muslims. Yes, I agree. They were never Muslims in the first place, etc. Because, they should have been informed about the Quran and etc. I agree. But nonetheless, they all have problems with the Hadiths, and they're assuming that Islam is, the Hadiths pretty much, because they're not citing the Quran for their issues. And there's a third group as well. The third group is the amount of monotheists there are in this world. There's plenty of people who have come to the conclusion that there must be one God. Plenty of people have come to that conclusion. And they would have easily accepted the Quran. But they're all under the impression that Islam comes as a package. You must have the Quran and the Hadiths, or none at all. So my Sunni brothers, why would they be cool with those three positions? Like, why is those three positions fine? The Quran getting burned, alleged ex-Muslims, and also preventing people from accepting the Quran. Why would Sunnis be cool with that? That's insane. No, seriously, someone said it to me. Like, why would that be okay? So I mean, you can still keep your Sunni concept, but you've got to make some difference between the Quran and the Hadiths. Because if you don't make some difference between the two, then the result is the three that we just talked about. The Quran getting burned, people leaving Islam, and people not accepting Islam. Because you're refusing to make some distinction between the Quran and the Sunnah. The moment you make that distinction, that problem goes away. So why are you not prepared to make some distinction? Like, meet man somewhere. I know they feel like they have numbers, but the problem is, look, I'm really trying to negotiate with them now. I'm not trying to get at them. There's no point getting at them. We're not gonna get far that way. But my issue is the three that I just talked about now. One is the Quran getting banned, and two, the alleged ex-Muslims. At least just, like, learn what the message of the Quran is. Then you couldn't even say you're an ex-Muslim. You either believed in a creator or you never have. You don't believe there's a God and then go, oh, you know what? There is no God actually. There has to be a reason. Like, you looked around in this universe and you came to the conclusion that this universe must have a creator. You can't just look in the same universe and all of a sudden go, oh, you know what? I don't think there is a creator after all. You see what I'm saying? So, see, this considering hadith to be a second revelation is a huge problem. Like, there's got to be... It's a huge problem, wallahi, because that's precisely what causes... Look, if you call it a second revelation, then fine. Then the Quran gets burned because of what's in the hadiths. People leave Islam because of what's in the hadiths. And people refuse to accept Islam because of what's in the hadiths. That's what happens the moment you call it a second revelation. And besides, to be honest with you, like, if you've read the Quran, it's not really possible to come to that conclusion. But hey, what do I know? But you lot, jump on, man. What is this? The link is there. Jump on. Why will they not accept hadiths as history? Why does it have to be revelation? That's what I don't understand. The moment they just say hadiths is history, and history could be true, could be not, could be false. There's nothing huge about that. It can't be used against you. Then you can even have your method of whatever hadith goes in line with the Quran. So whatever history goes in line with the Quran, you could claim that then. But you don't need it to be revelation. Why do you need it to be quote unquote revelation? Like, why? Do you know what it is? Yeah, I don't think people understand what shirk is. I really don't think people understand what shirk is. Like, if we say, for instance, if we talk about the last prophet now, the people from his community, those that committed shirk. Absolutely, bro. But I'm trying to meet them halfway now. I'm kind of past the point of trying to prove to them that hadith is not revelation. I'm past that point. I'm trying to meet them somewhere now. I'm trying to get them to acknowledge that there is some difference between the Quran and the hadiths, just so that people can look at the Quran differently. So I'm just trying to get them to meet me there. They won't even do that. But let me address this, yeah. You see this term shirk? This term shirk, yeah. Okay. This term shirk, as it pertains to the last prophet's community, what is it exactly that they practiced? What shirk did they do? See, so now I'm going to ask you, quote unquote, Quranists that are watching, what shirk did the people of the prophet's time, prophet's community, what shirk did they commit? Peace, 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 my brother.
Peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brother.
Peace, bro. How are you?
Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. How you doing, Aki?
Praise be to God, bro. I can't complain. Praise be to God.
That's what's up.
Nice
That's
to
what's
meet
up.
you.
Nice to meet you too, brother. Well, brother, you asked a question. What type of shirk did they commit in the time of the prophet? Are you referring to when he was alive, or are you referring to after he passed away?
I think I know this voice. I know this voice pretty well. Um, what's it called? I'm talking about the time that he was alive. Go for it.
Um, well, they worship multiple different gods, but there was a common thing that they did. Uh, they invented their own laws. Even before the prophet had came, they had their own laws that they had invented and following the traditions of their ancestors.
Well said. So they invented their own laws. Okay, cool. That is true. But you said something else. You said they worship different gods. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Well, in the Quran, it mentions Alat, Uzza, and Manat that they worship.
Were they gods?
A combination of gods and goddesses.
Are you sure about that? Let me tell you why I'm
Hello?
asking. Yeah, can you hear me?
Hold on, let me see. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Can you hear me?
Okay. Oh no, my volume went low. Hold on.
Your mic just went low. Man. All right. The brother will probably be back in a second. But for those of you listening, I definitely agree with him on the part of that they invented laws and they attributed those laws to God. We know that. So that's number one. But in terms of Lat, Manat, I think those names were, you guys know the names I'm talking about, whether they were gods. He's back. Yo, Maroon.
Yes, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Can you hear me?
Good. Good, good, good. Okay, yes indeed, brother.
All right. I was asking, I agree with you with the fact that they invented laws and they attributed those laws to God. So I agree
Yes.
with you. They did do that. So that's shirk number one. We agree with you. But the second part about Lat and Manat, were they gods or were they angels? Because the reason I'm asking that is because I remember there's verses in the Quran where it talks about them claiming that the angels of God are females.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, they could have been. They could have been because you know the word Malaika that just means sovereign beings. In the English terminology, they translate it as angels. But like in the Hebrew, Maluk, what I'm saying, Malaka, that can also mean messengers. We know inside the
No,
Quran it mentions that the angels are messengers with wings. So,
no.
um,
The point I was trying to say is whether the angels are male or female is not the issue.
right,
The,
right, right,
the issue is they used to claim that the angels are all female, but
right,
they had no authority to claim so. They used to
right,
claim it without authority. You understand?
hmm
And
right,
what made it bad is because if they had daughters, then they would consider it like a bad luck.
right,
They would consider it like a something horrible has happened to them.
right.
So they consider females something horrible happening to them. However, they have no problem attributing females to God. That's the issue.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that
Like
that right.
the
That's
fact
that's what
that
I was
they find.
pointing out.
Hmm?
That's what I was trying to get to point out is that I was just going on the definition of the word Malika,
Hmm.
because um like you said, they did attribute um them as females, right? And then when you look at Alat and Uzzah and Manat, you see they're females. So I
Yeah.
understand where you're going. I was just defining the term for Malika. But
Right.
yeah, it's very possible that they're one and the same.
Right. So the point I'm noticing there is that they did two things. So they would attribute random attributes to God,
Hmm.
and they would attribute random laws to God.
Yes.
So that is the reason they are called mushrikeen. They are
Mushrikeen.
associating themselves as partners with God.
Yes, indeed.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, indeed.
Now, where I'm taking this is precisely what the Sunnis and the Shias are doing,
Right.
because they're literally attributing laws without warrant to God.
Exactly.
Precisely what the Mushrikeen did.
They just changed the names around.
They just changed the names around, exactly. But the beautiful thing about this is this actually deals with all religions, because
Hmm.
all religions literally make up laws and then attribute it to God.
Right.
So it literally deals with all organized religion.
Hmm.
So really and
So
truly,
so what
you,
would you say about a person or people who make up their own laws, but they don't attribute to uh Allah? Would you say that that in itself is a form of shirk or not?
no, if you're not attributing it to God, then it's not a shirk. It's not a form of shirk at all. However, if it goes against the laws of God, then you're going against the laws of God. It's not
Uh-huh.
shirk, but you're going against the laws of God.
So you know how it says, do you
But
see the
actually, if
one
it
who
goes against the laws of God, it could somewhat be shirk, because then you're
semi
like,
be shirk? Right,
yeah.
right. Yeah,
But
that's
if it
good.
doesn't go against the laws of God, then it's all good.
Right.
But let's remember though, the laws of God are pretty simple. But the point is this. The point is this. The point is the community of the Prophet, they basically created an organized religion without warrant from God.
Right.
That is what is called shirk.
Yes, I believe that's true.
So it's all organized religion, because they're all, they're just attributing all kinds of fairies to God, aren't they?
Mm.
Yeah.
So would you say the aim like when you read Surah 6, ayah 151 to 153, would you say the aim of the whole deen is to bring us to the Surat al-Mustaqim, the straight path?
That's it.
Yes, yes. So I put this up a while ago where it talks about like in Surah 1, ayat 6 to 7, where it says Adina Surat al-Mustaqim, show us the straight path,
That's
right?
it.
And then when we see in Surah 7, ayat 16 and 17, you see that Shaitan, he threatened that he was going to send us astray from the straight path. He was going to lie on wait on the straight path and come to us from our right or left, behind us, in front of us, and between our hands, right? So, and that's in Surah 7, ayat 16 to 17.
The whole Quran is about Sirat al-Mustaqim. It's about the straight
Yes.
path.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'll
Really,
read the.
if you think about it, starting from Adam.
Mhm.
Now, Adam started off in a great place. He only had to not do one thing. He had one command.
One command.
Yeah, to not do. Now, obviously, as human beings, we have to be trained, if you like, to recognize right from wrong, or to recognize certain things. Now, Adam erred. Now, if you really deep it, Adam erring is pretty normal, because it's as he hasn't understood the relationship between him and God yet. So if you really think about it, Earth is like training for us to understand that relationship. See what I mean?
Yes.
So after Adam did that, he was sent to Earth, and Allah said that he would send him messages, and those that follow will be forgiven. So we're in this planet as a form of training to make us worthy of being in paradise. So it's always been about commands. There's never been a quote unquote religion.
Right. The life of this world is a test. That's basically the life of this world's a test. You're gonna have trials. You're gonna have to test
Tribulations.
to test your iman, and to test how much you submit to Allah.
Basically, don't give up. Just be grateful.
Right. And if you make a mistake, do tawbah. Just like Adam, he did tawbah. He turned back to Allah. Whereas Shaitan, he didn't turn back to Allah. He just sort of figured, well, I did wrong, and I'm going to continue to do wrong, and just take everybody else with me.
But do you notice that even Shaitan got his wish fulfilled by God?
Mm-hmm.
Even Shaitan, because when Satan refused to submit to Adam, and God said that he would damn him, Satan said, "Can you, what's it called?
Give me respite to the day they're resurrected."
That's his dua.
Yeah.
That's a dua. You know that, right?
I never looked at it like that, but yeah, that would be classified as a dua. Yeah.
It's a dua. That's a prayer. What's a prayer at the end of the day? It's anything you ask God, right?
Right. You reach out. Yeah. You speak out to Allah. Yeah.
Isn't that what he's doing?
Yes, he is.
There you go. Furthermore, he's asking God for a favor. Is he not?
Yes, he is.
Isn't that a dua?
He's saying, give me a chance.
Yeah.
Give me time until the day they're resurrected.
Look how stupid he is. He could have asked for anything, and he asked for that.
He would have got whatever he asked for. He would have got it. He would have got it, and that's what he asked for.
Right. Hey, that's what jealousy and hatred would do. It'll blind you to what's the most rational decisions you should make that's good for you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, hey, let me read this off real quick. Because I just want to read these real quick. In Surah 6, 150, Surah 6, I 151 and 153. So it it says, say, come, let me tell you what your Lord is forbidding you. That you, number one, that you associate nothing with him. 2, that you honor your parents. 3, that you do not kill your children because of poverty. We provide for you and for them. That you do not approach indecencies, whether outwardly, well, it's called fawahish, but indecencies, whether outwardly or inward, and that you do not kill the soul which Allah has sanctified, except in the pursuit of justice. All this he has enjoined upon you so that you may understand. It says, and do not approach the orphan's property except with the best intentions until he reaches maturity. And give full weight and measure, balance with equity. We never burden a soul beyond its capacity. And when you speak, be fair, even regarding a relative, and fulfill your pledge to Allah. All this he has enjoined upon you so that you may be mindful. Then he says, this is my straight path. This is my Siratul Mustaqim. So follow it and do not follow other paths lest they divert you from his path. So my whole point I want to read that is to point out that literally Allah tells us outside the Quran these rules are Siratul Mustaqim, and these rules obviously are inside the Quran itself. So what else do we need other than the straight path?
And notice it's all universal.
Exactly, all universal. And so you know how Ahlul Sunnah and the Shia, they say that Muhammad came and that he said that we are to follow the Quran and Sunnah. But what we notice here is, where is it at? Okay, right here in Surah 42, ayah 52, it tells you what the job of the prophet to do, what he's supposed to bring us or lead us to. And it says, and thus we reveal to you, O Muhammad Princes, an inspiration by our command. Not did you know what the book was, Al-Kitab, and not the faith, but we have made it a light. We guide with it whom we will of our slaves, and indeed you surely guide to the straight path. So that was the aim, and the prophet himself was just simply to bring people back to the straight path by the will of Allah. And we see in Surah 6, ayah 151 to 153 exactly what the rules of the straight path are, or what the straight path is. So his aim was just merely to bring us the book, and we know the book came down to him and he gave it out in sections and parts and ayahs as time went on. So we know that certain parts of the book can be called hikmah, certain parts of the book can be called Siratul Mustaqim, straight path, etc., etc., etc.
1 second, let me help out this brother here. Fantastic news. He said, what about hadiths?
Oh, I can't even see a chat.
I don't know how much this brother knows, but there's only two kinds of hadiths that the Quran recognizes. One is Ahsan al-Hadith, and that is the Quran, which means the best hadith.
Yep.
And the other one is Lahu al-Hadith.
Lahu al-Hadith.
And that one is what do you call it? Baseless.
Yeah, baseless hadith. Vain hadith.
Vain hadith. So those are the only two hadiths that the Quran recognizes. There is no other kinds of hadiths. And you said, don't they tell you how to do things? I think you're referring to rituals when you say how to do things, and the Quran's not about rituals.
Who's see, I can't see chat.
There are no five quote unquote prayers according to the Quran.
Man, like, I don't see. That's weird. I don't see nothing.
You know what? Yeah, let me try and break down Salah for everyone watching without actually translating the word. I'm
And
just gonna give you all a couple of verses that you can all look up yourselves, read the verses, and then you will understand.
I go
That's
down.
all it takes. Y'all ready?
All right. Hey, okay. Okay, hold on for a second. Assalamu alaikum. Hey, brother.
Yeah,
I will have to get at you later.
no
And
problem.
I appreciate you having me on here. Alhamdulillah. And
No problem.
keep up the good work, brother.
Inshallah, no problem,
Inshallah.
brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace, peace.
Hey,
You know what? That Saudi prince, they're just gonna ignore him. I feel like they're just gonna ignore him. All right, check this out. Yeah, is inshallah in the Quran. Yeah, it is actually. If God wills, it's all over the Quran, B. Oh, yeah. That's just crazy. That's just insane. Look at what this guy said. He said, free will can't exist because we are slaves to our desires. We are not free to choose our wants. Yo, IMG Guru, you have to jump on, bro. You're the guy I need in this show, bro. Jump on. You have to jump on. Actually, there's another thing we need to discuss, lads, yeah? And that is the so-called predestination. The idea that there's, everything's been predestined. So therefore, how can we have free will? That is a major argument against theism in general, usually. And apparently, people believe that also applies to Islam. However, that may apply according to the Hadiths, but that does not apply to the Quran at all. The concept of predestination is nowhere to be found in the Quran. The concept of predestination is nowhere to be found in the Quran. As a matter of fact, there's a very simple reason why the concept of predestination is nowhere to be found in the Quran. And that is for two reasons. Number one, there is no such thing as future. Everything is sustained by Allah. He allows everything to happen. So therefore, there is no such thing as future. Like, time is not just on some sort of play and then God just sits there and watches it. So, like, you might will something, but what you will does not come into fruition unless God wills it to come into fruition. So therefore, there is no such thing as future, number one. Number two, God says he knows what you reveal and what you conceal. So therefore, he always knows whatever you're thinking. So there is no room for predestination in that concept. Number one, he knows what you conceal and what you reveal. And number two, what you will only comes into fruition if he wills it to come into fruition. So therefore, there is no such thing as future either. Everything is sustained by God. So predestination cannot fit in that concept. ING, my brother, what's happening?
Bro, how's it going, man?
Alhamdulillah,
Good
Baba, how are you?
morning, good night, good evening, everyone. Man, Swear, man. Yesterday was crazy. I was chatting with this dude, yeah, Sunni guy. Apparently, there's a new argument that I never came across for using hadiths. It's similar. It's similar to one that we've heard before, you know. So let me show you the verse which the guy gave me. Yeah? Chapter 4, verse 77.
Oh wow,
I,
that's a new one.
I swear, it's so funny, bro.
That's a new one. I'm shocked. There's one that I haven't heard.
Yeah, and I admit,
You know what
like,
the
I
funny
was,
thing is?
yeah, I was impressed for a second when the guy gave me, but yeah, go on.
It only lasted for a second, yeah.
Yeah. All right, this verse.
Uh,
So, quote unquote, have you not seen those who were told, restrain your hands and establish salah and give the zakah? But then, when fighting was ordained for them, at once a party of them feared men as they fear God, or with greater fear. They said, our Lord, why have you decreed upon us fighting? If only you had postponed us for a short time. So say to them, the enjoyment of this world is little, and the hereafter is better for he who fears Allah, God, and injustice will not be done to you as much as a date seed, a thread. So this is the argument. He's like, so he asked me, where did God in the Quran order them restrain your hands from fighting?
huh?
So see, apparently there's an order been given before, yeah. Like now, God is telling them to start fighting in the cause of God, but before He told them to not to fight people.
Hmm.
So his question to me was, where did God give this command in the Quran?
Wow. Wow, that's pretty slick.
It is like, yeah, but okay. I went back and forth with him, for a bit. I was like, he's giving the command right here in this verse, and like, why do you need this command? Like, is it necessary for your salvation? You're like, no, but okay, but still, so you don't have. I'm like, okay, fine. After a while, I found this verse, chapter 2, verse 190.
IMG, bro. Let me address this guy, bro,
Yeah, yeah,
before he
yeah.
leaves.
Go,
This
go.
guy said the only reason you do quote unquote good is because you want the reward of endless pleasure. But why do you want this pleasure? Because you are a slave to your desires. You know what? I'm not even gonna dismiss him there. I'm not even gonna dismiss him there because he does have some point.
Sorry, I don't understand what he means. Like,
Okay. Basically,
we don't do good because of doing good itself. We do it because we want something out of it.
pretty much, but
Okay.
that's secondary to what he was saying earlier, which is basically we don't have free will because we always go after our wants, basically. You see what I'm saying? We're slaves to our desires. Hold on, let me read what he said.
Isn't
You
it?
don't have free will. You are a slave of your wants. Okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna dismiss him there. But here's the thing: he does have a point to a degree, but he's assuming that we're claiming. See, this is people mix the Quran with all these other religions, and they think all religions are quote unquote the same. Now he's assuming that we're claiming to do good because we are quote unquote good people. No, that ain't it at all. As a matter of fact, the Quran says, "Do and quote, do good for so that you become righteous." So, and the reason it's called righteous is because you're doing right. You're doing what's right.
Yeah. Good
And
point.
I'm not denying, and the reason it's right is because obviously is because you're doing it for the sake of God. He is the one that dictates morality, and therefore it is right. Now, as for us being a slave of our wants, okay, no problem. However, we can control our wants.
there's nothing wrong with having wants. It's just channeling your wants in the right way and making sure that your wants are obviously not wrong. If your wants are wrong, then you're wronging. You understand?
Yes.
So there's nothing wrong with, like, I'm not going to deny to you for a moment. I'm not claiming for a moment that I'm a good person, etc., etc. What I'm saying to you is I'm trying to do right for the sake of God, so that yes, I do indeed get the reward of endless pleasure. But that is not my only motive. As a matter of fact, that's secondary. My primary motive is to get the approval of God, the validation of the Almighty Himself. You understand? Because I appreciate Him. I know you struggle to understand that if you're not a theist, but those who are theists, I'm sure, can understand that. So it's about appreciation. Secondary comes the wants. So yeah, there's no denying that. But it's simply about channeling your wants and making sure that your wants are not wrong things. Yeah, Muslims don't know the Quran, but the people we call Muslims really and truly are Sunnis, though, isn't it?
Yeah. They may do Muslim stuff, but that's because they have the fitrah in them, not because they were.
Okay, now he says, why do you continue to be a slave to your desire even in heaven? Because I'm a human being. What do you take human beings for? Like, what is a human being without desire? Play the devil's advocate, bro. I swear some of these atheists really, really amaze me. ING, play the devil's advocate, bro. What is a human being without desire? What's left?
You need, otherwise you're just a rock. You're just
Exactly. What are you?
You're a stone, bro.
It's like they want to be God.
The desire to be ambitious, to be successful, to be happy. Come on, man.
Exactly. Desire is literally what makes us human. It's part of what makes us human. Word actually said it very well. He said, desire actually opens the door to free will. If we didn't have desire, we wouldn't have will. Without it, we would just be robots. We would be without will. Exactly. Couldn't put any better for that.
Escaping the desire to live is liberation, bro. This guy is trolling, man. He's having fun.
No, he's really not. He's really not, bro. This is what happens with atheists, bro. They literally lose the plot. The other day I was listening to some guy going on about, and as a matter of fact, this is like the hardest argument for atheists now, apparently. The hardest argument for atheists now is the argument of, if there is a God, why is there suffering? Apparently, that's the hardest argument. And here's my thing. Here's my analysis on that. So let's separate the suffering into three parts. So we say one is, let's say, because of natural disasters, and two, let's say, sickness and diseases, and three, let's say, war and harm caused by other human beings. Yeah. So those are the three kinds that I can think of. Can you think of any more?
No, pretty much covers everything.
Okay.
Accidents, maybe. Accidents by people.
Okay, accidents, number 4.
Unintentional
Accidents, number 4. Yeah?
Yeah.
So those are the 4. So let's start with number 1. Starting with quote unquote natural disasters. Okay. Before I open that up, let's remove, is death a suffering itself, or do these people accept death?
Yeah, they're gonna have to answer that.
They're gonna have to answer that. So let's just assume that death is. Let's just assume they're okay with death, and unless they are, I don't know, insisting that people should live forever. But let's assume they accept that.
They're trying their best through science to make people live longer now.
All right, let's deal with the first one now.
Yeah.
Nature, natural disasters. Okay, number one, natural disasters. Do people have to live in the areas where natural disasters happen?
Do people have to live? Do you mean?
Yeah.
No, they can live in other places. They can move, right?
And if they can't live in other places, what's stopping them? It's other people, isn't it?
It could be difficulties moving, logistics, you know.
Okay. If it's okay, I'll accept that. If it's logistics, then
Like, I mean, the place where they're already living is like abundant in agriculture, you know, like it's a good place to live, rich in resources.
human beings, if we wanted today, we could make sure that everyone lives in places where natural disasters are not known to be.
Yeah, of course you can.
We could make sure that
Theoretically,
happens.
yeah, you can.
If we got together, we could make that happen, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Okay, so we could remove it. We can remove that that question out of the way. As a matter of fact, before we do, what we call natural disasters are actually good for the ecosystem, is it not?
Yes. Balance.
Balance, exactly. I forgot. I remember reading about volcanoes and the benefits that they have. But anyway, all of them, all of the so-called natural disasters are actually they actually balance out the ecosystem or whatever. They're necessary.
Mm.
So one, they're necessary. Two, human beings, we could make it so that human beings do not reside in those areas. Yeah.
Mm.
So that's number one. Number two, sicknesses and diseases. Sicknesses and diseases don't happen for no reason, right?
Sure.
They happen for a reason.
Sure.
So we can educate ourselves and remove the reason.
Yes.
And at the same time, we could develop medicines and stuff to deal with the issue.
Yes. Like, or the other way to say this is like, so most diseases are actually made by humans because of humans.
Exactly.
Hepatitis B. I was reading up on hepatitis B because I have to vaccinate my son. Yeah.
Mm.
It's bullshit. It's like people. It's for people who share needles and it's transferred through gay sex. Apparently,
Exactly.
I don't know why my babies need it, but yeah, just an example.
Yeah. So it's either created by man or it happens because of our negligence.
Yeah.
And these so-called diseases, etc., it allows us to develop our skills as intelligent human beings to know what to prevent ourselves from, and B, know how to deal with such an issue. It allows us to develop medicines and stuff. So there's actual. So I don't know. Do we call it suffering, or do we call it that suffering allows us to evolve?
Or you could call it progress in science. You know, that's what helps science move forward.
It allows us to progress. It allows
What
us to
about
use our
oppression?
skills as human beings. I mean, if human beings, if we have no problems to solve, what the hell are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. What about oppression?
All right.
Oppressors.
So now we have the third one. Actually, before we go to the third one, let's deal with the fourth one: accidents. Accidents, it simply it gives us an opportunity to learn to, be better attentive. So it's not much. Again, it gives us an opportunity to progress again. It's an opportunity to learn.
Yo.
You see what I mean? So now we're gonna go to the final one. Oppression, wars, and stuff like that. That one, it's very simple actually. All it takes for evil to prosper is for what?
Is people, evil people?
All it takes for evil to prosper is for good men to do nothing.
Yeah.
That's it. So that's all four for you.
Easy.
Easy. What people want is they're just unbelievably entitled. They want paradise now.
Yeah, Lamborghinis now.
Lamborghinis now. Eternity now. You know what I'm saying? Health and wealth for eternity now. For what? For nothing.
You gotta put in the shift.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like they wouldn't expect to get paid from work if they didn't turn up.
Bro, there's a whole fucking separate conversation going on in the chat. Like, why don't these guys come online? Come on the stream. I'll go off if someone wants to come on.
They're dealing with Director of Chaos is saying, I want to have no wants. See, I'm telling you, it's these Buddhists and whatnot, you know, the ones, they lose the plot, bro. I'm telling you, Islam is the only thing that makes sense.
You can go be a monk, man. You can go like being a monk doesn't mean you can't believe in God. Yeah.
What does I want to have no wants even mean? What does
That's
that
a
even
want.
mean?
That's a want in itself.
That's a want in itself, exactly.
They're so funny, man. Like there are no absolute truths. Is that an absolute truth? Oh,
Bro, I would love to have a conversation with these people. They just,
yeah, man. I swear these guys will never come on. Like
they would
I'm
never
not a,
come on, bro.
I'm not a fucking eloquent motherfucker, you know, who knows so much shit, you know. I
Yeah.
just know a little bit and I come on and I try to have a conversation and maybe some other information comes my way and I give information the other way. And that's how it happens, you know. Anyway, bro, I've gotta run. I'll probably be back in a while.
Say no
So-
more, bro.
Keep going, man.
Say no more. I'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah.
Peace, my bro. Oh, you guys, you're gonna have to jump on, man. What is this? All of you on the chats and things. Oh, is that Vegeta? Please tell me that's Vegeta.
Yeah, what's up,
Tell
bro?
me.
Assalamu alaikum.
That's Vegeta. That's not Vegeta.
It's Vegeta, bro.
Oh shit, Vegeta. My brother.
Salam.
What's happening, my brother?
Don't know, bro. Just what?
Peace, man. How you doing, fam?
Alhamdulillah.
What's cracking?
Chilling, bro. You orthodox.
Salam.
What's going on, bro? Salam.
Assalamu alaikum, Aki.
Alaikum assalam.
Brother Moore in the house. What's happening, B?
All is well, man. All is well. Hey, apparently I'm a mushrik, you know what I'm saying? Apparently I'm a mushrik according to Quran versus Hadith, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, how are you a mushrik, bro? How do you formulate that?
Because I believe Surah Al-Fatiha is a surah in the Quran and not a dua made by a Jew. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life, bro. You can go check out his last video. It's a long comment thread, bro.
No, but you could both be right though. I mean, it's a surah.
Sure.
It's a surah in the Quran, and it could have been recited by the people of the book previously.
I'm with it. I just asked him for a Quranic reference to it being a dua made by a Jew, and what Jew?
To be honest with you, actually, look up 1580.
Got you. Let's do it. But I know this is probably
No,
from.
no. I got the number wrong.
Okay.
Someone remind me, man. Someone remind me, guys.
What verse is it? What kind of verse is it?
It's I'll tell you the verse. It's we've sent you
the 7 often recited verses. 1587. There you go. There you go. All right, there you go. 1587.
Okay, what about it?
Okay, so we've given you the 7 pairs and the Great Quran.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a separation between the Quran and that which is referred to as the 7 pairs.
Okay.
Now, the only thing that these 7 pairs could refer to is Fatiha. Now, the interesting thing about Fatiha is that Fatiha is the surah where is the only surah where people are asking for guidance.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the Quran says this is the guidance. You see what I'm saying? So the Quran seems to be a response to the recitation of Fatiha.
I can logically accept what you just said. It seems to be a response. Well, no issue with that concept, right? However, the brother made the argument that in Surah 2, you get this concept of produce another surah like this, and that's how you know that Al-Fatiha is the dua of a Jew. And so I was like, all right, break that. Like, how does that work? I was like, so because in Surah 11, you get the challenge of produce 10 surahs like it.
Huh?
So like, is Surah 10 another dua of a Jew, or what's going on?
No, I'm not sure I follow you, bro.
So there's like, okay, so the brother that said I was a mushrik, right? He was making the claim. So I asked him for reiteration in the Quran about Surah or Al-Fatiha being the dua of a Jew specifically, because that was the claim he was making. It's the dua.
Well, I think the point he's trying to make is the fact that this is a dua, and this dua could not have been uttered by the Prophet's community, because the Prophet's community were Gentiles. So the only people who had knowledge of Scripture and knowledge of the one God and all of that would have been the people of the book. I wouldn't personally limit it just to the Jews. I would say also the Christians. But that would be the logic. The logic is simply this dua can only have been made by people who would have been informed about this concept. And that could only have been the people of the book. And possibly the Prophet as well.
So let me ask you a quick question, because this is what he was saying in his discourse. So if you ask Allah for guidance and understanding the Quran, are you a mushrik?
If you ask Allah for guidance and understanding the Quran, are you a mushrik? No, that wouldn't be no, not at all.
That was your man's case.
I don't know. I can't get involved with you.
It was a funny thing for me, bro.
I'm just talking about this particular logic here. That's all.
I got you.
Because this particular logic was also Hamza Abdul Malik. This was his take.
You would agree, though, if you're going to make a affirmative claim that this is definitely what something is, that you would at least need reiteration from the Quran itself. You can't just get like a one-off and then like expect someone to take your own tafsir off the thing, right?
No.
So if I say like this is definitely the dua of a Jew, I gotta give some reiteration somewhere in the Quran for that, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Vegeta, what's up with you? All right. How you been, fam?
Chilling, man, just chilling.
Yo, I'm gonna get at Vegeta now. I'm gonna get at
All right,
Vegeta.
bro.
All as well, man. Can't complain.
Vegeta.
Proceed, blood.
So what you saying, bro?
What you saying, man? I'm just saying
Who,
what's up.
who telling you?
Huh?
Who telling you, Vegeta?
I'm just saying what's up, then, bro. What's going on?
Who you say, bro? Have you stopped the games?
What games, bro? I see you doing the flipping dance moves, bro. I see you doing the dance moves, bro. You know, golden buzzer performances, blood. That's
Okay,
you, bro.
no, but on the level though, Vegeta, on the level though, like, cause this is huge, bro. So we saying, like, have you dropped the? It's all about the Quran, innit?
It's always been about the Quran, bro.
I mean, alone.
You say that, bro, but you say Quran, but then you do some dance moves as well, bro. So,
Like what?
bro, that the black and white thread.
That was what dance move did I do?
You did the crip walk there, bro. You did
How
some
you
next moves,
mean?
bro. Huh?
You're the one who changed black and white to day and night, bro.
You did the Michael Jackson, bro, when you went from
You
black to
changed
white,
black
bro.
and white to day and
You
night.
did the moonwalk, bro. The white
Okay, you
Michael
know what?
Jackson and the
Some
black
kind of way.
Michael Jackson, brother.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's discuss Hajj in it. You ready for that?
Hajj?
Yeah.
I ain't ready for it, but you know what? Just bring it in, inshallah.
Let's do Hajj, bro.
Proceed.
Because why? It's so easy. It's insane.
I'll give you 15, 20 minutes right now, yeah.
Is that it?
Then it's set up, bro. It's midnight, bro. It's time to sleep then.
How you mean?
But go ahead.
Let's
You
see.
got enough time, bro. Trust me, man. You got enough time.
Okay,
Proceed.
go to chapter 22.
22.
Yeah. Verse 27.
27.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. I want a clean fight. You know what I'm saying? Protect yourselves at all times. You know what I'm saying? No low blows, no rabbit punches. Respect my commands. You know what I'm saying? All right.
You hear that? Vegeta?
Let's get it. Let's get
Yeah.
it. Ding, ding.
None of that dirty shit.
It's all part of it, bro.
See, that's why I fucks with Vegeta. You know,
Just so you know, Vegeta, this is boxing, not MMA. No kicking and shit. Strictly boxing.
hey man, the foul ain't the foul unless the ref call that joint. You know what I'm saying?
Headbutts, bro. Everything, bro. I'm there right now.
Alright, you ready, yeah?
And proclaim, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And proclaim to the people the Hajj. They will come to you on foot and on every lean camel. They will come from every distant pass.
Okay, the next one.
The next verse.
Yeah. Wait. Before you start this verse, what's gonna happen now is the Hajj.
No, what's gonna happen now is I'm gonna read the verse, bro. That's what's gonna happen now.
Okay. Abraham called people over to the Hajj, yeah?
Alright?
Continue reading.
No. It says over here. Yes, that's to Abraham, yes.
So Abraham called people over to the Hajj, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, continue reading.
And they will come on foot and every lean camel. And they will come from every distant pass. Is this physical?
Yeah, go on. No problem.
Is it physical though?
Yeah, it's physical. No problem.
Alright. That they may witness benefits for themselves and mention the name of Allah on known days over what He has provided for them of animals, so eat of them and feed the miserable and poor.
Can I ask you a question?
Faqir. Yes.
What are those benefits that they may witness?
The benefits.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back. Let me check out the tafsir in it. Nah, that's my stuff.
No problem. Go ahead. Do you think?
Let me check out the tafsir. If I open up my tafsir app, the voice goes away, sound goes away in it. So 1 minute. Let me go to the internet.
Hey Vegeta, what scholars do you rate, fam?
Scholars.
Yeah, like what? Who's top tier you going to?
Oh, Ibn Kathir,
Okay.
Tabri, Qurtubi. You're more, bro. You're a Moorish guy. Eh? You should be rating Qurtubi, bro. Qurtubi is
Yeah, I'm
is
familiar
your
with
guy.
Kartabi, fam. I'm familiar with him, fam.
Yeah, he's from your side.
I'm familiar with all the people you just mentioned.
We got Moses in the building.
To be honest, I like this guy called Sayyid
One
Qutb.
one sec. Let's pick up Moses.
Hello,
Chat to
how's
him.
it going?
Welcome.
Hi, I did speak with you, Maverick, before last time as well. I'm sorry I haven't caught up with what you guys have been talking. I thought I'll maybe come in, listen to you guys. If I get a chance, ask you a question, see what you guys think.
What's your position?
I'm not a Hadith follower or a Sunnah follower
Oh,
or
okay.
anything like that. My question was more, I guess, generic and see what your understanding is. You know how in the Quran we keep hearing about Inna Allaha kana aliman hakima. So kana is always understood to be in the past. All the translations today make it present. So I just thought, to ask what you guys' opinion was from because even in Arabic today, when you speak Fusha, kana, kuntu, kanu, all of that is in the past. So I did something. So yeah, just wondered if you guys had any thoughts on it.
No, to be honest with you, I was looking more into the bigger things.
Yeah.
The usual, the Hajj, the Salah, the Psalm, that sort of stuff. I haven't really dig that deep yet. But
Yeah, no,
I'm
because
glad you brought that to light, though.
yeah, because I've personally kind of gone past these points. So I admire you guys for continuing to go about it. But in my understanding, I'm really enjoying, understanding the sarf, the nahav, why something is mansoob. You know how you've got ellipses in the verses. So sometimes you feel as if something is being referred to but not talked about. So you're meant to use your mind. So I keep thinking how some verses in the Quran talk about the qiyamah in the past sense, not the future. So I guess what God is telling us is qiyamah for him has already happened. He's already seen it.
Yes.
So I just find that sort of stuff quite interesting. I'll shut up. I'll let you guys talk, and I'll just listen in.
I must say though, I'm glad to see that there are people who are that far into the studying of the scripture. So,
yeah, because I'm not an Arab either, and it's quite surprising to see how Arabs of today, even they, because I've heard the arguments against you, Maverick in particular, you don't speak Arabic. Well, guess what? They don't speak that Arabic either. So I, being an Ajami, whenever I speak with them in Fusha, they're always surprised, shocked, and they go, hey, you speak better Arabic than us. Well, that's right, because the Arabic I'm trying to learn is a Quranic Arabic that you guys learn as your second language. So I think that's a very disingenuous thing on their part, where they say, oh, we speak Arabic, so we know it better than you, when it's not true.
No, they use it on purpose. It's a club they use to basically silence people, just to make them subject to whatever they say.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of what made me really research into things, because it's a bullying tactic. Like, you have to basically, because they're not showing you how they get to their conclusions. As far, you just have to accept whatever they say, because at the end of the day, you don't speak the mystical, magical Arabic. And really and truly, they do a huge disservice to the Quran, because the way the Quran is made, the way the Quran is designed, it is so simple. It's amazing. I've never read a book easier than the Quran in my life. And the reason I say that is because of the some of the tactics he employs, namely antonyms, repetitions. Some of the stories are like very they resemble other stories, and the theme of the Quran is basically one. So the fact that you've got one theme resembling stories, repetitions, antonyms, it just narrows everything down.
And don't forget the rhyme, fam.
And then you've got the rhyming. It just narrows everything down. You know what I'm saying? So what I've managed to do personally to avoid, to circumvent these arguments, you know how they say, oh, the Arabic. What I do is I always bring them the entire context. So when you have a context, a particular word cannot be foreign to that context. It takes away the entire argument. You see what I'm saying?
I like what Moses is saying though, because Moses is pointing out the fact that in some sense they already know they're being disingenuous because they know they don't speak the Quranic Arabic, but they're just trying to feign like they have some kind of control over the situation because
they know what they're doing.
They do.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So to give you an idea, yesterday I was on Omegle, right? Because I'm trying to better my spoken Arabic. So I go to Omegle and you got these Arabs and you start speaking to them in Fusha and their faces go blank. I had a Maghrebi girl from Morocco yesterday, quite funny, 19 years old. She said to me, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi. So he just completely mucked it up. And I said, hold on a second. Do you even know what you just said? And she's like, what? And then I had to explain to her that she had been saying something as basic as a greeting wrong for all 19 years of her life. And no one corrected her because her dialect, Darija, that's how they say it.
Hey, bro, you said she was 19 and then you said that she's saying Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi for 19 years, bro. How's she speaking from the cradle, bro? Come on.
Because, what's your point, V?
Bro, anyway, continue, man.
Yeah, so I guess the point that I was just making is that I today, if an Arab comes up and says, you don't speak Arabic, my simple argument back to them is, well, neither do you. Your dialects, you Arabs yourselves can't understand each other. So if you're from Morocco, what you're speaking, the other Arabs laugh at you. If you're speaking Egyptian, the only reason people understand you is because all of their films and movies are very popular, and that's why they understand the dialect. It derives things from Arabic, but it's not Fusha. It's not the Quranic Arabic. There's no grammar, there's no rules, it's completely different. I'll just Maverick back to what you were saying. You know how you said Quran is simple, and context tells you stuff. I know what you're doing, but my opinion, I think it's a little bit more nuanced because words like kitab, for example, I do think these are polysemic words where depending on I think there's a level 1 meaning that everybody would agree on. Yeah. And I think that's why the Quran is revealed in a way that if all you want to read is the surface level stuff, so if you're a man with basic understanding, you don't want to research too much, you just want to get the gist of it and move on. I think you're absolutely right. It's completely simple. Everything holds. The context explains. But if you start going deeper, words like kitab, for example, is my favorite one because depending on the context, it could mean the book, it could mean the law, it could mean a record that has been given to you on your right hand. So, and sometimes.
But Moses, you just said the key point right there, depending on the context. And before even the context, I have another layer, which is the theme of the Quran. So as long as you understand the theme of the Quran and you pay attention to the context, I really don't see how any word it's gonna miss you. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I think level 1 we would all agree on. It's just that after that, the Quran allows you to use your own mind and start drawing up abstract concepts based on that are still consistent, but hard to explain to others because they're subjective.
I think you were talking about the meaning of the word kitab, right?
Well, that was an example. It's a kitab.
It's a really good example. Like that needs to be understood much more than just book or decree or
Yeah, like even the word sajda. I've heard you before, Maverick, and I agree. It doesn't just mean doing the physical prostration, but it can and still have the same meaning. And I think this is where the beauty of the text lies. So you could use the same word. And you can go level 1, like you can go level 2, and I don't think even the context allows you to break out of the gist of it. So again, yes, the Quran is simple, but the moment you start reading this, in my opinion, as a non-Arab, by learning how to understand Arabic and Arab and all that sort of stuff, you begin to realize how all the things it's not telling you. Like when you read innahu, or uses the damair without a reference point, it forces you to use hurun ain. I was reading yesterday, for example. So it's talking about hurun ain and the kawakib, and all the translations, they talk about a woman. And in the context, it doesn't make any sense because the context is talking about fruits and flowers and all that sort of stuff.
Exactly.
It's a fruit. I think someone said it's a grape or something, or a pomegranate. Hur?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Crazy, man.
Because these are mutashabihat at the end of the day. Sorry if I'm rambling, but again, that verse itself, the word mutashabiha, that word itself is mutashabiha as a referential thing. I don't know if you guys have wondered about it. But so if you read that word mutashabiha, it actually means two things. So mutashabiha means resembling, and mutashabiha can mean allegory, right? So if you read some of those verses,
Allegory is resembling.
yes,
It's analogous, basically.
yeah. So what can happen is you read all these stories of the prophets, and they're analogous to each other. They're analogous. They're giving the same theme. But when you read about verses like the Hurun Ain, etc., the last day, these are similes. These are isti'aras of what's about to happen. So, and even the verse, I can't remember top of my head, but if you read that verse, depending on where you stop, you can get two meanings. So it's like the mutashabihat meaning of that is only known to God, or it's only known to God and those rasikhuna in ilm.
Yeah.
So again, you can even read that verse two ways. So I'm like, this is quite crazy,
I think it's only one way. Like it's God and the people of knowledge, and then it's a new sentence after that. I don't.
No,
think
it depends where you stop. So Sam Jarens, for example, I know from memory, he stops in mutashabihat known only by God and those rasikhuna in ilm, and all the traditionals stop at mutashabihat is only known by God.
But that doesn't make sense if you go by the grammar of the the grammar of the sentence, because the next line says they say. So why would God say those in knowledge? They say,
Oh, God says it all the time. Hum, indahum. So we do have that repetition happening. So
why wouldn't he say like وَالرَّاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ قَالُوا or قِيلُوا, whatever the. Why wouldn't he say that? Why wouldn't he say وَالرَّاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ قَالُوا? It's from God.
It's in the present tense though, so it would become وَرَاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ يَقُولُونَ. So those.
Yeah. So why doesn't it say that instead of?
I can bring it up. Well, I thought from memory it was.
What I always say, yeah. What are they? Let's say, for argument's sake, that we are to take it as only Allah knows the mutashabihats. Okay, cool. What are those mutashabihats that only Allah knows? What are they in the Quran?
Oh, you got
for example,
you got yeah, you go. Sorry.
Like Judgment Day, right?
Mhm.
Allah just says the Judgment Day, but we don't know exactly what's going to happen on Judgment Day. Specifics. Do you know the temperature and all that? You don't know all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know the exact specifics of everything. That's for Allah, right? But generally, we do know what's going to happen on Yawm al-Qiyamah. Generally, we do. That's why I think I agree with Moses that you could read it both ways. So the general sense.
So wait. So you're talking about the general concept that Allah gives us in the Quran, we do, but we don't know the exact thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you that. I accept that. But
there's other stuff, Maverick. I don't think we can answer. Muqatti'at. I've read 100 different theories, and I'm not convinced by anyone. So there are things we don't know.
But I'm not sure we can call that mutashabihat. I'm not sure we can use that against those.
Well, they're not muhkamat, they're not clear. So where else would you put those verses? Alif Lam Ra, Ayatu Kitab. How would you translate it?
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure we need them translated.
You can't really mutashabiha them with something, yeah. Like for something to be mutashabiha, there needs to be something else to be. allegorical with.
Yeah, you would
What
have to
would
give
you-
me a verse. Like you'd have to give me a sentence. Like I'm Alif Lam Mim. I'm not sure that applies to that.
Well, okay, so there, I'm playing the devil's advocate here. Quran says, Quran is kitab mubin, right? Ayat mubin. It's completely clear, mubin, clear. So the argument then is, well, if it's clear, why are there entire verses like Alif Lam Mim that we don't know the meaning of? Now, I've got my own theory on it, and I think in my mind it holds true, but it is an argument that is, I don't think, easy to answer straight away.
Maybe they're not even verses.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Who's to say we're even supposed to know what? Yeah, maybe they don't have a meaning. Maybe it's a test to just see how, you know.
But then the question would arise, like, so if they don't have a meaning, wouldn't that become clarified within the Quran?
That's
Sorry?
right.
Sorry?
So
What?
if they specifically don't have or meant to not have a meaning, wouldn't that be clarified somewhere within the Quran?
Well, it's clarified, the fact that it's not clarified.
So Moses, what's your concept on what those verses mean?
So my concept is that I think these are ayats in the sign. You know how God says, we have revealed the Quran in Arabic, right? So I wondered quite a bit about why Arabic. So Arabic can be read 2 or 3 ways as well. One way is in the language Arabic. Second way can be, to Arabize something is to make it clear, to erudite, to clear. So even in Arab is to make something clear, to make it fusha. So the way I understood is these are checkpoints put in by God in His book to ensure that this will always remain in Arabic, number one. So whenever you try to translate, no matter how good you are, you're going to get stumped. You're going to be like, well, hold on, how do I translate this? So in a way, it guarantees that remains in the Quran. And the last, and this is all my opinion, the last is these are checkpoints, again, making sure any sort of tahrif happens, because the natural instinct of a scribe would be that if they read something they think is wrong, they would delete it. But the very fact that these verses have remained in there despite everything, actually proves those people who say, well, the Quran must have been edited. Well, if this was edited, why do we have these verses that we still don't understand?
Yeah, they would be omitted, right?
Oh,
Interesting.
Good point.
These are conjectures, right? But I'm guessing level 1, the challenge that I get is
you can at least back that up with some kind of iteration of the concept of, like, so for instance, if the Quran talks about that it will be preserved, that there will be some kind of self-preservation concept within the Quran. So that makes.
But there is one thing I disagree with, though, and that is the Quran tells us why it's in Arabic, and that's simply because that's the language they spoke. The audience that it was delivered to spoke that language.
It also says, like, in one place, when the people ask why is it sent down in Arabic, if God says if we had sent down in another language, then the people would have said, why are the verses not detailed?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's so it gives the idea that it's a very vast language.
And also it says that messengers were sent to basically all communities speaking in their language. So the Quran just happens to be the one that was sent to the Arabs.
Yeah, and this is where, yes, I know the verses you guys are talking about. Those verses are pretty clear. So you can only ever derive one meaning, which is Quran is in that language because that's the language of those people.
Yeah.
However, there are some other verses where you can't apply that same meaning. Well, you can, and you don't stray, but the meaning I understand to be better there. Again, there's a level 2, 3 subjective meaning, but that to me makes better sense if you read that as the language of this is mubin, is Arabi. Is Arabi because it's clear, as in we have explained it. So it's not the level 1 meaning, it's more of your personal subjective understanding of God trying to tell you, hey, our verses are mubin, they have been Arabized, they have been made clear. And again, those two don't contradict each other. So what you're saying, I think, still holds.
No, but I think the slight issue with that is if you say
There's Mubin after that again.
I mean, if you marry up clear and Arabic, then one could argue that God could have made it clear in another language. I mean, clarity doesn't mean that it has to be in Arabic.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, you can be mubin in any language. Absolutely.
Nice, man. We're like polishing our spears and swords here.
Sorry if I distracted you guys. I will shut up if you want.
We
And
have these conversations, man.
yeah,
No,
because I personally have got all these things I ponder about, and you go talk to people about them, and start bringing up these secondary, tertiary sources, and it just becomes very confusing to talk about the actual Quran.
Bro, the actual Quran is really it's sad how many people don't actually know the contents of it. It's quite shocking.
Now, I know of people, and I understand now, who say we've spent 20 years, 30
You
years,
know-
40 years.
You know, like I think it's because, like for me, I've experienced this myself. Yeah, it's because the Quran is too general. Like it doesn't go into specific detail. So
Very
after
good.
after 2 years, you know, I felt myself getting bored. Like I started moving towards fiqh books and like just trying to read these books to see what the science is all about. You know, I think that's something that needs to be.
That is true. The Quran is, you say, too general. I would like to say too universal. I think people
Yeah.
find it too simple. Like they think there must be more. There must be more to this. This cannot be it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And then I started going to history and alternative history from like non-Muslim kingdoms of the time. But yeah, it just goes somewhere else.
Well, the simple question, IMG, that I haven't had anybody answer me properly is,
Moses,
What?
before you go into it, this guy keeps asking this question. So this guy Mo
Uh-huh.
called himself Mo. I'm guessing it's someone that's trying to take the piss. He says,
Uh-huh.
"Can you talk about the spelling inconsistencies in the Quran?
Oh, I see.
E.g., Ibrahim in 2:124
Yeah.
versus 64. When you say spelling inconsistency, are you talking about the Arabic or translation?
The Arabic. I know what he's talking about.
Then address it. Go for it. Deal with it.
So my opinion again, and I've heard this before, even by Arab scholars. So they go, you got words like, alayhi. We speak it in Arabic all the time. So who becomes he because ala is harf jar. So it should be alayhi. However, in the Quran, in at least one place, the word comes as alayhu, not alayhi. Similarly, the word for perhaps in today's Arabic is rubbama. However, a whole verse starts with the word rubama. So again,
Rubbama,
so if you want to pick up and start saying, well, this is a problem, or why is this written like this? The word salat, the way we write this in the Quran, is not quite how you would write this if you were deriving this word today. So the simple argument for that is that these are rules of sarf and nahv that were developed in Banu Abbasiya, Baghdad, 200-300 years later by non-Arabs trying to understand Arabic. So they made grammar and rules that works for 95% of the case, but they don't always work in a case like Arabic in the Quran, which is supposed to be better and the source of Arabic itself. An example I give is, and I won't tell you too much, but if I author a book, which I have, and if I make up my own term, I can. So my term and my grammar can be wrong, grammatically speaking, but true and consistent in my world.
Right.
So I can change the spelling of words, and I can have many spellings for the same word to show different perspectives, and that is my choice as an author. So I don't quite agree with those spelling mistakes based on rules that were devised 300 years after the Quran to somehow go and judge back the source. Does that kind of answer?
I thought he was doing something similar to that. I hope that's enough. That was a brilliant response.
1 minute, bro. You saying you could author a book, change the words yourself?
Yeah.
But that's gonna change the meaning, though.
No, so what
you
I
can
do,
give your own meaning to them because you authored it
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
so
said.
the-
Innit? So it's gonna change
so
the
if I
meaning.
use the word jinn, to give you an example, what I meant was, if I write a book, a fantasy book, right, and these are quite popular if you guys read them, I can spell the jinn as D-J-I-N-N, but I can also choose within the same book to refer to jinn as J-I-N-N. Why? Because if I got two characters, I'm trying to show them in my book as speaking slightly different dialects, or coming from different angles, how do I do that? Because I'm writing a book, I'm not speaking it, right? So what I can choose as an author is to use a rhetorical device, and change the spelling to show these perspectives are coming in from two different personalities, or they're different angles. It's not the same. And it's a device that we use in poetry, in prose all the time.
So in the Quran, this is a balagha, right?
Yeah, that's how I understand it. And again, it's a level 2 meaning, and people will disagree, and they're allowed to.
All right. But the word DJ and or jinn and jinn both are understood to mean jinn anyway.
Yes, so Ibrahim, for example, the example he's giving is whether you go Ibrahim or Ibram, in my view, is the same person, but one view, and we'll look at the verses, but depending on who's talking about or who this story is being referred to, the spelling that's closer to their dialect is being used. It's the same person, they're not different people.
All right. Is Abraham mentioned in the Quran?
Yeah, quite a few times. And there's some other words as well where, if you don't have those harakas, those standing fatha, those words mean different. And so I know that argument, and I've heard that argument from Arab, even Muslim scholars who say, oh, there's scribal errors. And I always go, these aren't scribal errors, because if they were, again, the concept of editing, why weren't those edited out? They were kept all along because there was an understanding that the Arabic in the Quran, you can't judge by standards derived 300 years after. You can't judge Shakespeare's English by today's English.
That's just common sense.
Yeah, that's why the meanings within the Quran should take precedence even over lexicons and
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. Like this, which is why I started talking about kana, right? I would like to learn, and I keep asking these scholars, and they go, "Oh, kana just means God was and is and will be." Yeah, but that doesn't make sense in today's Arabic. Yeah, but then you have to understand that, yeah, those rules we are applying aren't quite applicable to the Quran.
Yeah, I like this stuff, man.
I don't know what IMG was saying. IMG, what had you asked that I was trying to talk about
I can't
before?
remember, man. Like I was, I
Long
think I
time
was,
ago.
yeah, something about on these lines of using like inbuilt definitions of the Quran.
Okay.
For example, something like Sam Gerrans does. He's done that pretty good, like in so many phrases.
Yeah. Well, the Quran, I disagree with quite a bit.
For example, الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا and الْكَافِرُونَ. Sorry?
Sam Gerrans needs to do with a few things, though.
Yeah, man. Anyone does, like anyone who
Of
would
course.
make a translation.
Well, that's the beauty. It just, yeah, I don't think it can ever be translated. That's the sad truth.
But here's my question, though. Yeah. Seriously, how did anyone reading the Quran come to the conclusion that Salah means prayer? Now, I'm asking that because there is not a single context where the word appears where you could be even mistaken that it can mean prayer. Not even one context. So how did that happen?
This is what I wanted to like ask you guys, any one of you. Like, what's your theory on how it became like a 5-time prayer? Like, there probably was a process of something happened. Like when the Prophet used to come around and everyone used to sit down and Quran used to be read out. And then over 100, 200 years, it became this up and down physical movement.
I think they started building. I think it all started with the concept of masjid. So when they started having, their little caliphates and whatnot, they started building masjids in different areas. And those masjids in the beginning used to operate as, masjid as per the Quran, which is basically, a place of submission or an office, if you like, where the rules of the Quran is basically enacted. Such as charity and the peacekeeping, etc. So it changed from that to a place where they do
rituals the moment the Umayyads or the Abbasids or whatever, whichever state was in power at that time decided to change it. So that's what I think. I think it's to do.
Is there
with
any
the-
history, bro? Is there any history where there's somebody that's against it, that spoke out against this so-called change? Is there anyone?
Well,
in history?
there is no Muslim history for like first 2 centuries almost, right?
Now I remember what I was gonna say, IMG. So the question that you ask the traditionalist that he can't answer kind of goes back to the concept of prayer. What was the name of Abu Bakr, the first caliph? Why do we still keep calling him father of Bakr? What was the guy's name? Second question.
Muhammad bin Usman or something.
There are at least 10 to 15 different answers based on what source you pick.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the name of Abu Huraira,
Same
who
with
is responsible for 6,000
same.
verses? Huh?
Yeah.
We just don't know. So we've got no written history of the Rashidun era. I've tried looking for it. It's something I'm interested in. There's no written history. Did Banu Umayyah destroy it? Did Banu Abbas? We just don't know. But we don't have anything of that record.
I'm not even gonna lie here. Who are these names that we take for granted? These Omars, these Uthmans. Who are these guys?
You know, I just noticed something interesting the other day. You know, like Omar, if you look at his character through the hadiths and the seerah, he's not like a wise man. He's not like a intelligent man. He's like a impulsive, overly passionate guy, you know, who just lashes out at people and
Yeah.
he doesn't think things
But
through.
every now and again he throws in a little quote.
Yeah. Well, he,
No, Umar, yeah, he's regarded as one of the greatest rulers of all time, bro.
I think
well, the
that's
question,
more-
the problem,
He's a
the
successful ruler.
problem, well, the problem historically is Umar is supposed to be the person under whose time Egypt got conquered or invaded or Islamicized or whatever term you want to come up with. And the question somebody posed that I've been trying to research since is Egyptians for the past 5,000-6,000 years have recorded every event of their history. There's no record at all present of anybody called Umar becoming the leader of Egypt. There's nothing.
Bro,
The only record of
Egyptian history is recorded by Manetho, right? But
Was it-
in the Ptolemaic.
Was it during Umar's time or like further after that?
No, I'm talking about. He said ancient Egyptian history has been recorded for 6,000 years. How do you know that, bro?
well, we've got hieroglyphs carved into stone
Yeah,
that you
the
can
Greeks
use
could have done
scientific. Sorry.
that. The Greeks could have done that.
Okay. The point being that we've got
What
a
scientific?
history recorded.
You talking about
The
carbon
point-
dating?
No. The point I was making is, regardless of who recorded what for whom, we've got some sort of history being stored somewhere about a certain people that we can reasonably make a guess of that kind of maybe perhaps it would have happened. Omar is somebody who we don't even find referenced. I'm not saying he
So
didn't
is
exist.
there-
You're
I'm
telling
just
me
pointing
there
there's
should
a
be
problem.
hieroglyphics of Umar? Then
There should
then he
be.
exists.
Well, you've got written evidence
They should be
from
Egyptian scholars,
non.
right?
Well, you've got written evidence in non-Islamic scholars of a prophet called Muhammad who raised a society in Arabia based upon certain principles. So we've got that being corroborated by that. We have got rock carvings outside of Medina that are also corroborating to that fact. So not only have you got tawatur of people just saying it, people just believing it, passing on, but also non-biased opinions about a certain personality having been existed.
Yeah.
We've got nothing like that about somebody like Umar, except for our version of the history that did not get recorded until 150 years after the passing of that man, whose copy itself, I'm talking Ibn Ishaq, even whose copy was not released up until 100 years later by Ibn Hisham, who edited, we don't know, all sorts of stuff out of it. Again,
If you go in
we
history,
don't really care whether Umar existed or not. I guess to answer my understanding of Salat, this is where I was trying to go back to. I think from the Quran, I do think that people would have gathered in places that they would have called masajid, places of not just worship, places of community, places of talking, places of communication, organizing societal issues, where undoubtedly, in my opinion, the Prophet would have led the people in something similar to the Salat session today, where he would have read the Quran out, but as a personal act of devotion towards God to make people understand, remember the Quran. I think this is a device he could have employed. I don't know, could have employed. But what happened is,
that can be corroborated from the Quran. He definitely
yeah, you're right.
had these salah sessions where he conveyed the Quran to the people.
Yeah. So the form of that.
Yeah, and we
Could
agree
have-
on the masjid and everything, but they changed reading the Quran to the people to basically so that perhaps they would be guided. They changed that to reading the Quran back to the Creator.
Yeah, that part I disagree. That argument I disagree with, but we can talk about that later. I think what's happened is in the era of Abdul Malik bin Marwan, when he becomes Abu Umayyah Khalifa, and he has kind of conquered Ibn Zubayr, and he is now the only Khalifa left. He is now trying to. And this is Frank Donner's history for those who are interested. He's looked at the coins, the mints that were being produced, the parchments. For the first time, you're hearing words like Khalifa being used for Muslim emperors. No longer are they using the term Amir al-Mu'mineen. For the first time, we're seeing Shahadatain being developed. Like up until now, it had been La ilaha illallah. For the first time ever, we're seeing La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. Similarly, we're seeing these things pop up in the Masjid, Dome of Rock. We've got what I would call a canonization of religion kind of getting started from that era, where then you've got Imam Malik and everybody else coming in, and now they're starting to write. And yeah, I think this is roundabout where something that Prophet did as a personal choice, the people followed as a salat session, became set up as a pillar of religion that wasn't a pillar. So a practice that Muhammad did afterwards in the era of Bani Umayyads became a religious practice that basically everybody started doing.
There's no problem with everybody starting to do it if they did it the way the Prophet did it, which means you read the message to the people, but they're reading it back to God. They messed up the whole thing.
Well, I think this could have been affected a lot by also the other religion influence coming in, as they converted and came along into the Islamic empire, they brought their own methods of worship, especially the Zoroastrians, the Persians.
Yes.
That part I've struggled understanding, because Muslims were in China, Muslims were everywhere. To say the Banu Abbasi, because of Baramakids or whoever, they somehow ended up corrupting and having that form introduced, I think it's a bit of a stretch. I think they might have helped crystallize it and made it part of the preferred form, but I don't think they brought the form in. So I do think the Prophet would have stood, he would have done the ruku like they do today, and the sajda, and maybe the sitting, but I don't think that was ever part of the religion. It was his expression. People started following him, in their own ways, which is why still some people, place their hands differently. They sit differently. They start and say things slightly differently.
I think we're going to have to vehemently disagree now. We cannot claim or entertain anything we have no evidence for in the Quran.
Yeah, so, we're all just speculating.
Yeah,
we're speculating, absolutely.
Yeah, but this is the sort of speculation that they go too far with. This is why these people have to be introduced to facts and facts alone.
No, but you, man, if you're gonna say these guys speculating, you speculating as well, bro.
Okay, how?
Because you saying that there was a time where it changed from one phase to another, but you got no evidence for that, so that's speculation.
No, I do have evidence for that. Let me show you the evidence. The evidence is what the Quran says versus what people are doing today. That's the evidence. Clearly, there's been a change.
There's a hadith. Sorry to interrupt you guys. There's a hadith. I remember. It's I think Hazrat Anas bin Malik or Hazrat Ali, who he's supposedly crying at the Sahaba. He's saying that everything is lost as it was practiced during the time of the Prophet, except this salah, and even the salah is changing now. And this is a hadith.
There is that, yes.
I swear I can't find it for the fucking life of me.
Yeah,
I can't find it.
I've read that as well.
I know the hadith you're talking about.
Yeah, I want to find it. I want to
find it.
And
let me check it out.
And even Quran centric. If you go to his channel, I think he put up on a community post. Even in a hadith, the word salah is being used about somebody coming after another person.
Yeah, I found that for him. That hadith.
Oh,
I
okay.
remember.
Yeah, I've got that hadith as well.
Stumbled
Do
across
you
it.
know about that hadith?
Nah.
There's a hadith where salah is translated as follow closely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Salah.
To be intellectually consistent, though, we can't use ahadith anywhere. If you're ditching them, we can't use them either to support another argument.
No. We
Oh,
use
yeah,
it.
but this
We're
is-
using it only on the grounds of language.
Yeah, exactly. Like
So we're
to
only
say
saying,
that-
look here, according to linguistic, you translated the word salah as something other than what
Yeah,
you're saying.
it's not far fetched to say that Salah is also to follow something.
Anyway, yo, I'll just Google about Umar, and I'll see that there is non-Muslim sources talking about him. There's an Armenian guy, some
Hmm.
Armenian dude, Syriac King's List.
Yeah.
There's a few
So they're
things
all-
there. Yeah?
So the only Umar that comes up, if you follow Arabic, look up the guy called Rashid Ailal. He's a scholar who does talk about it quite a bit. The only Umar we find, and because it wasn't something I was interested in, is another historical figure around about the same time, which was a minor actor, not the caliph, the most powerful man in the world at that time, a minor character called Umar bin al-Khattab, who only appears in a certain part. I don't even remember because I wasn't keen. Only appears in a certain part, and he's the only Umar we can find historically being spoken about. This other
Yeah, that
Umar
guy's wrong,
that they've
bro.
made up, that guy doesn't exist.
So yeah, that guy's wrong. Rashid, you said? Yeah, that guy was wrong. Bro.
Rashid Ailal.
Yeah, he was wrong.
Well, end of the day is history. We will never know what
Yeah, but
happened,
even
and who
if you check-
cares?
If you check how history works, bro, you see Alexander, the Greek guy that conquered. His history is written like 300 years after him. There was no mention of him.
Who's to say that history is true?
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. But people take it as a, because of oral traditions and all that. And his
Yeah,
name
but
was
no
mentioned.
one takes history as revelation other than you.
Nah, but the thing is here right now, we were talking about, is Umar mentioned in history? And I just gave some examples.
Well, of course, Umar is referred to. My argument there was the Umar that we know from a religious perspective is very different to the few historical references we find. And again, this is for me.
That one's been dealt with, yeah? IMG.
For me, this
Umar, you talk to IMG right now. You saying Umar ibn Khattab was a wise man, then how was he able to govern one of the best empires?
Well, this is all very subjective, and I don't even know where to start. But I guess from my perspective, even if Omar existed, even if he was a wise man, I don't see how that relates to religion. He was a guy who became a king, who did good things. Whether he was true or not, I don't think how it matters to me if I want to follow God. Does that make sense? So academically, we can keep talking about it, and we may always never agree, but I don't think that matters at all for us in terms of religion. Does that make sense?
But if someone says the history of your granddad doesn't exist, bro, yeah, would that matter to you?
Why?
No, just saying that. You know the word wa'al?
Yeah, but that's not like well, though, is it?
No,
That's
if I
not-
say you're a
well,
wa'al, and there's no history of your dad, there's no written history of your granddad, bro. That's taking a mick, innit?
So
you
I
are
don't-
taking a piss right now, blood.
I don't know when my grandfather was born, when he died. This was where I come from.
So
This was
I would say historically he never existed, bro. Out of disrespect, that's a disrespect.
It must have existed for me to be here.
Yeah,
Of course, but
I
why-
would say if I say this guy's a wa'al right now, that's disrespect, right?
Bastard, bro. Well, go ahead, prove it.
Exactly. Go
but
and prove
even if I
otherwise.
was,
Go and prove
we-
otherwise,
even,
bro.
even if I was, I don't see how that matters. What I believe in, what I choose to believe in, how does my grandfather has any part to play in it? I'm just not trying to. I'm just not
both
understanding
those
it.
2 points being dealt with, bro. Both those 2 points being dealt with.
Well, I
Anyway,
wasn't
so going
there
back
then.
to-
So if you
It's been
guys have
dealt with.
talked about it,
It's been dealt with, bro. All right. Now going back to what I'm saying was, we all agree the Prophet Sallallahu, right? He did a practice.
Mhm.
The masjid. You said he was a practice, right?
well, the word masjid appears in the Quran. Absolutely.
Yeah, because you're saying that he was doing salah.
Yeah.
He was
We
doing
don't know
salah. Yeah?
what that looked like. Yeah.
Okay, so was his people around him? Did they witness that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and then
1778.
okay, so those
That's
people that
correct.
witnessed that, we can say they're Sahaba.
There are
Sahaba in the Quran, just so you know, V, Sahaba in the Quran can mean good people and bad people. So again, historically, we think Sahaba were amazing and this and that. But from Quran as well, just from the Quran, just so you understand, Sahaba, Sahabi doesn't necessarily carries a
Yeah.
good connotation.
Here's
Just so,
Sahib.
just so I can tell you.
Sahib.
Sahib, we can look up the verses if you want, but I'm just telling you, we can.
Even the pagans are called ashab.
Correct. These are just people around the Prophet. Whether they're good or bad, that's incidental.
Even the
Okay,
pagans,
so
bro.
many. Were they all good or were they all bad? Is it possible?
There were people, some good, some bad. Muhammad,
Okay, but
peace
is
be
it
on him,
possible to
was
say
not.
that they were all bad?
Well, if you look at what we know historically, some of them are good, some of them are bad,
What do you
some
mean
of them are
historically, bro?
waverers.
You don't deal with history, man.
All right.
Well,
okay, sticking
Was
to
they
the
all good?
Quran. Listen. Let's make it simple, innit? Sticking to the Quran, the word ashab just means a company. So even the
Alright.
pagans are called ashab.
So I'm
So
saying
the
all of
hypocrites are called ashab, and
okay. So from all the people that witnessed,
some of the loyal followers are called ashab. So all of them are that.
alright. So from all the people that witnessed the Prophet ﷺ doing salah, were they all bad?
No.
Yeah,
No.
there were some of them.
No.
Some of
Were
them
they
were.
all kullu?
Oh
All
yeah,
pura kapura?
Nah, not
No.
all.
Not all.
Thoda,
Yeah.
thoda.
Alright, there was good amongst them. Yeah.
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 Okay. So but how can you even be saying that you are sure that there were some bad?
Because it
Because
says
the
in
Quran says that.
For them, the salah is nothing but clapping their hands and making noises and stuff.
Alright, no problem. But we do agree that you say that they were not all bad.
No,
Not all
There's
of them
no
are
all
bad.
in anything, man.
Yeah.
People are always different.
Yeah.
Okay, so those people that were good, did they pass on the information that they saw
So
to
V,
the next generation?
I'll just quickly summarize my opinion. I think that'll answer your question.
Go on.
Again, others can disagree. I don't deny that the Prophet did salah similar to the way people do today. I don't deny it. All I'm saying is that would have been his personal understanding, personal desire to lead people in a certain formation, certain up and down motion, to lead the prayer. The people saw and people passed on. So that is why there's tawatur. There's so many people throughout the world all doing it similarly. My problem is it became ritualized, fossilized as a pillar of faith, and that part is not something that was what was meant by God in the Quran. If you want to do that salat in the way Prophet did, I personally have no problem, and I know Maverick and I would disagree on that.
We'll disagree strongly because
You know what?
we're now in the avenue of pure speculation, and I don't think we should speculate about the Prophet. There is no reason, as a matter of fact, to suggest that the Prophet, the Messenger, would do anything other than what he's instructed to do in the Quran. There's literally you give me a reason why we should entertain that.
What's wrong, Maverick, with doing the Sunni?
There was this another theory about this. I heard this was something that they did before or after the Salah the reading of the Quran. You know, just as a remembrance of God and to start off their session auspiciously or something.
I think what we need to do is we need to remember the Sunnah of Allah, and we need to remember why certain communities have gone astray. The Quran has told us numerous times that what happens is people follow their forefathers, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, they follow their so-called, they set up their rabbis and scholars or whatever as lords besides Allah. So they start to follow whatever they say. Do you see what I'm saying? So the pattern that we have here is that people start following speculations. So since God has already warned us in the Quran that people start following speculations, I suggest
we don't do the same thing. We, whatever question we have about Islam will be found in the Quran. There is no reason to think otherwise.
So if I could just interrupt you for a second, Maverick. Salah, the way people do today, I don't think is Islamically sanctioned way to pray, but there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
This is where I'm coming from. It's a historical thing that I think through tawatur, because again, remember, no matter which history we follow, people followed the Prophet and they spread so far and so wide apart that it's almost impossible for Zoroastrians to poison everybody, or the Banu Umayyads or the Abbasi to control the Shia, the Khawarij. They all do it. So they all do point to a proto-salah being performed by the Prophet, which the only way I understand him is his own personal way of remembering God. The people, because they loved him, started following. And because anthropologically speaking, people, whether we like it or not, simple people like simple things, right? And routine is part of it. So if this is a way for somebody to stand up, remember God in the, by reading the Quran, not talking about the non-Quranic parts and some really dodgy stuff that they speak when they sit down, but if they're remembering the Quran, they're following a tradition that maybe is not Islamically sanctioned, but it is historically passed on. What's the problem?
Here's my issue with that. My issue with that is, I think we're mixing in too many different arguments here. I mean, yes, we're in agreement that it has nothing to do with, it's not Islamically sanctioned. Fine, we're in agreement when it comes to that. And I could also entertain if you say, look, if people find that it helps them to remember and etc., I could entertain that. However, there is one thing that there is one particular area where I crossed where I basically cross the line here, and that is the messenger himself. We have no warrant to suggest that the messenger himself engaged in anything other than that which he's authorized to do in the Quran. So it's one thing to say, you know what, it developed later on, maybe the Muslims found that it helped them and etc. I could entertain that, but the moment you involve the messenger, then it becomes problematic.
Yeah, but we're not ascribing anything religiously to him. Not in my perspective anyway. Again, so in my view, what the Prophet did was his personal view of teaching people the Quran.
I think what he's saying, like, you've already started off with the assumption that it's what he did. Maybe it would be better off if you said, like, this is what he might have been doing, for his personal connection with God. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Well, either which way, this whole discussion is academic.
I have an
it's
issue.
It's not religious.
Period. I don't think the messenger should be involved in that.
So if we start,
we speculate about the messenger. Let me put it this way. So you have two possibilities. A, the messenger had his personal methods, which people then assumed is religiously sanctioned. So that's one possibility. The second possibility is the people themselves have somehow developed this method. So if you have those two possibilities, I would feel more comfortable with the latter, because the former, why would you assume that the messenger engaged in that? That almost it legitimizes their actions. And then they could argue that it's to do with the deen, because if the messenger did it, then surely Allah okayed it.
Well, to take your argument one, Maverick, whether the Prophet ate chicken or not, it's an academic discussion. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Now we can speculate academically, historically, without causing anything to do with our understanding of religion. Same thing in my mind applies to the practices that he may or may not have done in terms of his connection to God. These are personal choice to eat, personal choice on how he's trying to remember his God, how he's sleeping. These are academic discussions. These are speculations. We may never get to the right answer. But what's the issue in trying to historically understand why we've got a practice that is so widespread throughout the Muslim world that that is very hard to say, hey, it was the Zoroastrians on this day. There is tawatur enough, in my mind, not to completely discount it.
The problem
Again, this is an academic discussion only.
Okay, but here's the thing. It's one thing to say whatever meal he had, and you know,
Yeah.
whether
With
people
this,
connect.
you're pushing people into worship with this.
Exactly. See, here's the thing. See, when it
It's
comes
like-
to what sort of meal he had, all right, you can argue that yes, that you know, people would potentially see that that has nothing to do with religion. That's just the meals he liked. People will potentially see that. But when you say his connection to God, the fact that he's a messenger of God will legitimize it as that is the way to go. Period. Like they will make a difference between the two. Do you see what
That's
I'm saying?
how it
to you?
happened in the past all the time. Like
And that's-
once you say that I don't believe in this, they don't hear that. They just hear, oh, he doesn't believe in the messenger of God, because they think that
Exactly.
messenger said this.
Furthermore, the argument will be: do you know a better way than the way the messenger did it? It's that simple.
You know what I
And
get
if
from
you
this,
could-
Moses said basically that you got people widespread from India to Somalia, I think, all the way to the Maghreb, right? And they're all praying. And there's about millions of people. And they're all praying the same way. Yeah? Or
With
in
minor
a similar
differences.
way. Similar. You could say similar way. So he's saying, you coming up with a conspiracy saying that this was all invented. Here's a conspiracy what you coming up with.
But
Yeah, I actually quite like these. Just Maverick. I think we put it quite well. We've got two ways of understanding how we got this salat today. One way is to believe in a conspiracy that happened in whichever era, or we can take a more reasonable academic approach, which is there must have been a procession started by the Prophet, not religiously sanctioned, a historical, cultural thing that he did that everybody out of love for him started following.
why is that a
No, I don't
There's
see
a
a problem.
third option as well, because you have Christians and you have Jews that do the standing, kneeling and prostrating concept as well, that predate the Prophet.
But hold on. Okay, see, two issues there. One, we seem to insist that it must have started with the Prophet, and I don't understand how we've justified that. And two, this argument of because it's widespread, there must be some legitimacy to it. Then if you're going to argue that, the Christians would argue, the concept of Jesus dying on the cross is widespread. How are you going to come 600 years later?
The resurrection is widespread.
The Jews will argue that their thing is widespread. Like popularity doesn't mean truth.
Widespread amongst their own peoples, right? So Christians, they all believe that Isa or that Jesus resurrected. They all believe that amongst each other. Muslims
Does that
don't
make
believe
it
that.
true?
Yeah, but that's amongst them. So Muslims,
Maverick's argument's got a slight hole, V. Sorry to cut you off. The belief in Jesus being reincarnated is 300 years after Jesus passed away. And we've got evidence of that because we've got Apocrypha and other testaments and other gospels where Jesus passed away, did not die, did all sorts of magical, wonderful things. They agreed on an agreed version, but what I'm saying is this is more like a hadith, where you've got a canon and people say, because we've got now a collection, we'll all start believing the same thing. But there's a consistency or tawatur that there was a person called Jesus who lived approximately in this area. For salat, it's tawatur like that. It is enough. You can't backport to a certain area like some conspiracy theorists would go and say, hey, it was a Bara Makid in Harun's period that did it. We just can't do that because we see this spreading out so vastly and so quickly and also similarly that to come up with anything else apart from this explanation is probably academically disingenuous.
Hold on.
It's
First and
safe to
foremost,
say, though.
this argument of prayer, hadiths did not come into fruition in at least 150 years after the Prophet's death?
780 was the
even
first
later.
compilation of hadith by Imam
first you need to find the first manuscript, like written down text, not when they started compiling.
Yeah, but
so it's much
Salah
later.
Salah is not coming from a hadith. We've got ahib is coming from sunnah again, we can pick different terms. It is a
What
cultural
evidence do you
practice.
have, though? What evidence do we have, like concrete evidence that we can verify, reference before the coming of those hadiths?
So all of our languages in the Indo-European world, they all have certain words in common, right? Like the word do or duo, they all go back to the same proto-root. So if today we have a look, we've got the same word being used in 20 different languages, similar but not the same, meaning the same thing. What do we derive from it? The most logical sense would be that if we keep going back, there's a proto source for all of them after which they spread. That's the only way you can come up with an explanation. So
Right.
the same concept of linguistic you can apply on a culture or a society. Or why have certain people always done a specific thing in a similar manner, right? Or in our example, as I think V was saying, something happened that you find from one corner to the other corner, everybody doing it similarly enough to justify that being derived from a proto source. Does that make sense?
Proto source, yeah. You could say
Like,
proto source.
but the point is this. I have no problem. I mean, it's evident that this idea of that they have of Salah right now must have come from somewhere. Obviously, that's evident. But the point is to suggest that it must have come from the Prophet. That in itself is quite the leap.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a reasonable leap for me, bro.
Why?
Because Allah controls everything, bro.
But see, the problem I have with that leap is when I read the Quran, that concept is just not possible. Furthermore, even if we leave aside the argument of what the word salah means specifically, even if we leave that aside for a moment, the whole method of reading the Quran, which is the guidance for mankind, back to God, makes zero sense. Like,
You know the problem I got with that, yeah? You know what it is? You Maverick right now, yeah? There must have been a couple of Mavericks in India. There might be a couple of Mavericks in Maghreb. There might be a couple of Mavericks in South Somalia, right? And none of them said what you're saying, bro. No, you got nobody
I'm not,
preceded you saying
no,
what you
I'm
said.
not, but
They all
V,
said, yeah, that the prayer, they all did the prayer, and they all reading the Quran. They are the
Jihad,
same
Yeah,
Quran.
I've heard that. I've heard that argument before, Maverick, and I've never understood it because you're not reading it back to the one who gave it to you. You're reading it out for your remembrance and for others behind you to ponder along with you. Now there are certain parts where they go quiet, and I don't understand that part. But whenever they are standing up and reading it out loud, it's not being read back to the being who gave it. It's being read back for your own ponderance and for those who might be there to listen to you. So I've never understood that argument, if I'm being honest.
okay, first and foremost, what you've done now is you've reduced what they do to just Friday prayers, basically, and in public, and when they're praying in public, if you like. That's what you've reduced prayer to, because you talked about one specific area of prayer, namely when they read the Quran out loud and there is other people there. The prayer is not, they don't limit salah just to that. They also do their salah, quote unquote, when they're by themselves during Fajr, Asr, Maghrib, etc., etc. And I've heard this argument before of they're reading the Quran back to themselves, and I'm sorry, but that's just highly disingenuous, because fact of the matter is the word prayer means you are invoking your maker. The very fact that you stand, face a particular direction, read particular chapters or verses, and you say that, you know what, during these particular times is the times that I uh, basically set aside for invoking my maker. Clearly it's a prayer. So the issue with that is when you're reading these chapters, every single chapter, there is not a single chapter that you can read back to, that you can read in that setting. So for instance, the one that they read a lot, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أعطيناك الكوثر. We have given you abundance. Who are you telling that to?
Yeah.
I you want me to answer, or shall I
Yeah.
wait?
Yeah, go for it.
So this again, this is my understanding, and I find this slightly cheating academically. When you read a normal book of fiction, there are different perspectives. So if I'm reading Lord of the Rings, if I'm let's pick Game of Thrones is what I'm reading, the last book, right? Winter has now been released. I'm reading it. If there's a chapter from Robert Targaryen, everything that I'm reading is in his voice. But have I become that person? And am I really saying it out to the person he's speaking it out to? I am relaying the words as they are, so those around and myself can ponder on them in a slightly different way than had I been just reading it out in my heart.
Again,
So just because I spoke it out does not change the fact that it's the same thing being written as well. How does that change?
Again, you're limiting Salah to Friday prayers. Okay, here's how easy your argument can be rid of. You do realize that they pray by themselves.
Yeah.
Who are they reading it to then?
They are pondering in their own way in that session in a different setting.
Do you need to be pondering particular times a day?
So this is what I'm saying. This was
If I can, I want to get some clarity for what Maverick's saying. Like, so in the Quran, it talks about the Zachariah was making salah, right? If I or in a private chamber, right? So
the mihrab,
right, yeah. So that was a private thing, right? So what was he doing in private?
So my argument comes down to this, right? I think there's no one specific way, right? I don't think we should be enforcing one way for all, and to make that a sanction, that is where I think we all agree on. What I'm saying is, academically speaking, I do find enough evidence to say there's a proto-source behind it, and if anybody finds a certain connection by following that specific course of action, then that's up to them, and if it helps them, all power to them. I personally don't, and so I don't.
Okay, but where do you find this?
Yeah, but going back on this tawatur thing you said, like there's enough proto evidence for like so many people, millions doing it. The whole tawaturness of it, but even that doesn't line up with the Quran. The 5 times thing doesn't line up with the Quran saying it's just 2 times, or some people that say 3 times. So where did the extra 2 or 3 timings came from in this whole tawatur?
I don't think the timing has got tawatur because 20% do it 3 times. They call it 5, but they do it 3 times. So you got 3 and 5, 2 numbers. If that helps.
That's just a minor Shia population, and even they do it 5 times. Like I've known Shia who pray 5 times, or sometimes they join it as 3. So, but
no, they say it's 5, but they do it in 3.
Yeah.
They not always do it in 3. They also,
I think that's the ones in our area, subcontinent. They do that.
They also do it 5 separate as well.
But that's mainly Apne log, man, subcontinent log. But the Iranians, I think they only do 3 blood.
Yeah, that's what I've seen, most of them.
So yeah, this doesn't match up with the Quran.
No, but this is my point. I still need to understand, like, if there is no justification of any kind from the Quran, on what grounds would it be entertained? I mean, especially on what grounds would it be attributed to the messenger out of all people?
The only way you can justify that, if you're being honest, is this is most possibly something that does go back deep enough to be in from that era. Whether you ascribe to that person or not is a different matter, but it does go deep enough to have spread it so commonly and so similarly throughout the world. End of the day, it is one practice out of many. Most people seem to, in my opinion, derive satisfaction out of it. And if they do, whilst understanding this is not sanctioned, I think this is a key point. If you take this as a practice handed down to you that seems to work for you, fine. If you wish to evolve it or change it or do something completely different, we all have different ways of pondering. So this is where you do have free license in terms of picking up what works for you. So here's a tool. Just because it's handed down doesn't mean it's useless. You can choose to use it or discard it.
Well, I don't really care what people do personally. My only concern is with that which they attribute to the messenger. If you're going to attribute something to the messenger, surely the burden of proof is on the individual that does the attributing.
Well, we'll never. I think we'll never get the final answer on that, and I
You
don't
know
think
what
we'll
we
ever.
should
Well,
be?
that is the
You know what
final
we should
answer.
have?
Your side's a conspiracy, man. There was political differences, major political differences within 30, 40 years. It's you know, the Ali Radhan and Muawiyah Radhan. All right, but they still all prayed, even though there was political differences. There was the Khawarij, the Shia, the Mu'tazila. These are early, you know, separations, and they all still prayed, bro. How come
What
none
do
of
you,
them? How
what
come
do
none
you
of them, they all
hold on.
disagreed on certain things, but they all still agreed upon one thing? This ijma, bro.
See, I don't understand this. See, you know when you say ijma, yeah, as someone who reads the Quran, that's not a good thing at all.
You know,
Like the
when I said ijma, it
Quran,
was like a buzzword, bro.
no, but listen, when the
It was a
Quran talks
buzzword
about
for you, bro.
listen, when the Quran talks about most, when it talks about most in any way, it's not good.
Yeah, just to get the terms right, ijma does not mean most. It means everybody,
Consensus.
unanimous. Yeah,
Oh, cool.
just to
It
be
means nothing.
right. So I
And the
think what these,
Israelites have rejected Ijma as well.
yeah, and I think what V is saying is they like unlike what they say in their traditions, there's ijma, which is not the case. On this particular practice, I do find historically, culturally ijma. We've got. I don't think anybody
I don't think
that
that
I've
means
ever read
anything.
of.
What this
We can
concept, people
we
having a
can choose.
consensus is something. What the hell does that mean?
We can choose to deny a practice that is present no matter what source of record we pick up. We could choose to deny it, or we can accept that indeed this is something we cannot ascribe to a certain person, but does seem to be consensus. There is consensus enough to say that this is not something that got poisoned and slipped in 100, 250 years after. After that, enough of that. We just don't know.
I don't think you're listening, bro. Like my thing is this, yeah. I don't deal with opinions. Like I only deal with facts, especially when it comes to Islam. The authority of Islam is the word of God. So if there is no evidence from the word of God itself, there is zero reason to entertain it. Consensus, historically, blah blah blah, don't mean nothing to me.
Nah,
Why
your side's
should
a
it?
conspiracy, bro. If
Who's
someone
got the
says the Prophet
conspiracy?
ﷺ, like the Prophet ﷺ understood, taught the Sahaba sajda is prostration.
How do you
All right,
know that?
I'm just saying, if that's the case, then this is the narrative on one side that the Prophet ﷺ taught this to the
Okay,
companions,
can I give you the
and it
narrative of the
spread.
Quran then?
And
Let
then
me give
your
you the
narrative
narrative of the
is,
Quran.
your narrative is that somehow from all east to west, bro, is a big land, bro. India to Maghreb, and in the south it was up to Somalia, up to north it was into Armenia, right? That's a big stretch of land, and all of them doing the same thing. Yeah, you telling me they all made it up somehow?
Okay, watch
They all
this.
made they all made it up, and they all came to the right. They all came to the same thing. That
Okay,
don't
can
make
I
no
Nah,
sense,
respond?
they
bro.
didn't. They
Wait,
didn't
wait,
make it up.
wait. What? Please, 1 second. Vegeta,
Yeah.
check this out, yeah. And this is what I mean by I deal with facts. You asked me. You said I claim that sajda means this and that and that. This is what I claim. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Read chapter 22, verse 18. Do you not realize that to God prostrates everyone in the heavens and the earth, and the sun, and the moon, and the stars, and the mountains, and the trees, and the animals, and many people? Many others among the people are committed to doom. Whomever God shames, none will honor him. Everything is in accordance with God's will. So the point is, everything prostrates to God. Everything in the heavens, in the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, and the trees, and the animals, and many people. So tell me, what kind of prostration does the tree and the moon and all of that? What kind of
But 1
prostration
minute,
do they do?
does the sun and the moon prostrate the same way?
I don't know. You tell me, do they prostrate? How do they prostrate?
Yes, they do prostrate. But
Okay,
I'm
tell
just
me
saying,
how.
1 minute, from this verse, are you going to say that they all prostrate the same way? Can you say that?
So are you applying different kind of prostration in the one verse?
No, I'm saying to you, how do you know it is not saying they all don't prostrate the same way.
What
Because
are
you're the one the
talking
Quran is and
about,
Quran
bro?
alone, right? So you tell me in it. How do you know that?
There is no reason to apply different meanings to different things here. Is that what you're trying to do?
Not different meanings. No,
You're
no, no,
saying
no.
different prostrations.
I'm saying, blood. All right. The sun does his own thing.
What
The
what
sun
thing
does
does it do?
the sun gives heat, right? The moon reflects the light. So they're doing
Okay.
they do two different styles. So how are you gonna say they're gonna do this
Is that
prostration?
is that prostration?
No, I'm just saying that when it comes to when they're doing their own roles, they're different, right?
Can you just answer the
Can
question, bro? Like,
no
what is
can
it?
I'm asking you a question. You're
You're
not
asking
answering my
me a
one.
question.
Yeah, I asked you a question. How
I
do
love
you
how you
know?
guys do
Yeah.
this.
How do you know that all of these things do not prostrate the same way or prostrate differently? How do you know that? From the Quran, bro.
No one's
How,
saying
how
that.
do I know that they don't prostrate differently?
Yeah.
No
Because
one's saying that.
the verse doesn't say so.
Yeah, but the verse doesn't say they all prostrate the same way anyway.
Yes, it does. It simply
Where?
says they prostrate. Period.
Yeah, they prostrate. That's it.
It
How they
says
prostrate?
they
Well,
it says they
you're the one
prostrate.
who's bringing in the concept of different ways.
Yeah.
You're
How they
That's
bringing
prostrate?
on you.
in the how.
Yeah,
It
you're
doesn't
bringing
Yeah.
say
that in.
how. You're bringing in the
How, okay.
how. There's
But is there going to be a how to prostrate?
What?
see yeah
Isn't no? But
no.
how? Okay, then how do you prostrate?
Well, hold on. Can you just answer the verse, bro? Like the verse
How do you
tells us.
prostrate, then, innit, bro? How do you
Listen,
prostrate?
Vegeta, bro. Like, take it easy.
Bro,
The verse
I'm
is
taking it
telling us.
easy, bro. I'm very easy
The
right now.
verse
The
is
Quran
telling us.
says that all and many of the mankind prostrate, right? So that means you also prostrate,
Yeah, I do.
according to the verse.
Yes.
All right. So how do you prostrate?
The same way the sun and the moon, the stars, and the trees, all of that.
How?
The same way they do.
Yeah, how innit?
You tell me. The question was for you. How are you gonna try to turn it back to me?
No, the question is, bro. The
Bro, I
question
brought up the
it goes
verse for
both
you.
ways,
You
bro.
do realize that, right?
Yeah, and if you brought the verse, you should have the understanding of this verse.
So deal with no. Listen,
So why you
you
not be able
claim.
to give an understanding
Oh
of the
my
verse if
God,
you came with the verse with the first place?
unbelievable! Listen, Vegeta, you claim that the word sajda means prostration. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to apply what you've claimed in this verse. So according to your claim, this verse should tell us that the sun and the moon and the trees and the stars and the animals, all of them somehow basically get on the ground and put their head on the ground. That's what you call prostration, isn't it?
No. Yeah, that's how I prostrate. Yeah.
So the trees and the animals would do the same thing then, wouldn't they? And the stars and the moon.
No, the tree doesn't put his foot on the ground, bro.
But then so
And you know it says here, and all those in the skies and all those on the earth and the sun and the moon prostrate.
and the
Yeah.
trees
Yeah,
and the animals.
and the animals. Yeah.
So tell me, how does the tree
So
prostrate?
so 1 minute. So that if does that include the kuffar?
No, it says some people.
But it says all those in the skies and all those on the earth.
And it says
Alam
it
tara
specifically when it comes to people, it says some people.
I think
Go ahead.
what he's saying is what he's saying is they do submit as well. If we take the bigger picture and say there are certain laws that he's made that nobody can deny, nobody can fight against. Gravity applies to you no matter who you are. So you are all submitting, whether you're the mountain or you're whatever type of a person. Whether you like it or not, you all submit. So this is how I would read it.
Yeah, submit.
Oh, so you're
Yeah,
saying
submit.
sajda means submission now?
Now, yeah, they all submit. But 1 minute.
Okay. So sajda means submission.
Let me give it to you 1 minute, bro.
I am playing the devil's advocate for V, just so you know.
Now,
Helping him on.
What do you say about that?
1 minute, bro.
Hold on, we got a new person on the panel. Ahmed, what's happening, bro?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, peace. Welcome to the panel.
Yes, thank you. I've basically been following the discussion, and I think that what V is trying to say, I mean, of course, I am a traditionalist, you could say. I think what V is trying to say is that the verse, like, for example, in Surah Jum'ah, the first verse is يُسَبِّحُ لِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ الْمَلِكِ الْقُدُّوسِ الْعَزِيزِ الْحَكِيمِ.
Glorify.
No, sabah, that does not mean
Verbal
sabah means
glorification. But
no.
we can
It
see
means
that when it is being talked about everything in the universe, the rocks, the trees, the stars, everything, they are doing tasbih. And we are also
No, that's
told in
not
the
the
Quran
verse.
that they do salah as well. And the
That's
thing
not
that
the
is
verse.
important is that it is said that we do not know what their tasbih is and we do not know what the salah is.
Yeah, but
Now,
that's not the verse. That's not the verse. Read chapter 22, verse 18, my brother.
give me 1 second.
I'll
As a
quickly
matter
add
of
one pointer. The word
One minute, one
sabaha
minute.
means to swim.
One minute. Before I forget, by the way, it says, Alam tara anna Allah yasjudu. So, Alam tara. So, do you not see? So, we're supposed to be able to see the fact that the sun, the moon, the trees, the animals, all of that do sajda. So, remember that, lads. We're supposed to see it. So, whatever you translate as sajda means for the trees, the sun, the moon, all of that has to be something that we can see, according to this verse.
Not really, because in Surah Nuh it says, Alam taro kayfa khalaqallahu sab'a samawatin tibaqa, that do you not see how Allah has created the 7 skies in harmony or in layers? And of
Do we
course,
not
we
see
cannot
that?
see 7 skies. The point being made would be that
Do we not
even in
see that?
English, have you seen even the second sky?
Is that not something that we can investigate?
Have you seen, and also taken
No, but do we have the capacity to do so? Like, are you trying to like negate the
I'll
verse?
answer. I'll answer. This verse, you can either take it as Nuh alayhi salam speaking to his people or the Prophet ﷺ speaking to the Quraysh. Now, neither of those people had the ability to do so. That is why I'm saying, even in English, sometimes we present an argument and we say, don't you see? Don't you see now? So the point would be that
Okay, do you know what 7 heaven means?
I believe it to be the traditional understanding of what 7 heavens is.
I didn't ask you what you believe. I asked you if you knew.
Yes, 7 skies, one above the other.
So you know now.
Well, of course,
we don't know, bro. We don't. We believe it.
Everything is based on beliefs. No one really truly knows everything.
That's not
100%.
the question I asked you. I would really appreciate if you just answered my question, bro. So do you know what it means?
I believe so, yes.
I believe so. You can't answer a straightforward question, huh?
Bro, do I know what's in
that's what he
Listen,
knows.
bro.
Like that's
7
what
heavens,
he's
bro.
saying he knows. So
that is why obviously I'm not going to be arrogant enough to say
bro,
that
even NASA don't know, bro.
100% correct.
Even NASA, you know
Okay,
NASA.
cool. So
Hey,
you
Blood,
can't
you know NASA, right?
you
They don't know.
can't negate the verse based on something you don't know. You don't know what the 7 heavens are. You don't know whether Noah and all the messengers' time could have confirmed that at that time or not. You don't know that, do you?
I think that's quite
I didn't ask you what you
semantically
think.
dishonest.
I didn't ask you what you think.
Hey, NASA don't know, Blood. What are you talking about? Do you know?
Anyways, going back to what we were saying, yeah.
Do you know what's
listen.
do you know the 7 heavens, bro?
V, come on, man. Let's make this civil.
We civil, bro.
Deal with 22 verse 18.
Inshallah.
We have everything in the heavens and the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, the trees, and animals, and many people, all of them doing sajda. So how would you translate sajda in this verse?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I've talked for a bit, so if someone else wants to talk, that's
no, you
fine.
do it, please. We're waiting for you. I think you're
no, welcome. Hey,
Yeah,
Maverick, check out 4102 as well, yeah? While I check out 2218, you check out 4102.
So what I'm trying to say is there's no reason required for us to look at this verse in isolation. We should rather look at the Quran as a whole, and we see many things in the Quran, like the Surah Nuh thing. And we can hold on. I had an example. Yes,
we can move on to other verses. That's not a problem. But let's deal with this verse.
Yeah, to deal with this verse, we can look around in the Quran and we can see how the Quran uses this sort of language. So
No,
we are told.
we don't need other verses to deal with this verse. We can look at other verses after we've dealt with this. Why are you somehow trying to evade this verse?
I'm not trying to evade it. I'm simply
Then deal with
trying
it.
to. Okay, my methodology is when I look at the Quran, I see similar verses, similar things that happen, and we can then go on, and it helps us to understand the verses that we are trying to interpret. We are told in the Quran that Dawood alayhi salam, with him the mountains and the birds sung. Now the question to you would be, I mean, clearly the Quran is using phrases for things which we as humans would not think do those things, right? We don't think that mountains can sing, do we?
That's not a problem. We can read the context. We understand that linguistics can be used in certain ways. That's not the issue here. The problem is we don't have that sort of examples here. This is a very straightforward verse. So
Exactly. So the same way the
taking quite a
mountains
bit
can
of time
sing,
to
the
deal
same
with
way
this
the
verse right
mountains
now.
can sing, the same way the sun can do sajda.
Sorry?
The same way that mountains can sing,
So
in
so
that
you
same
so
way.
in
Look,
so
we'll move on to
indirectly
other
you're
verses after, but do you mind dealing with this verse, Ahmed?
one.
Bro,
I
the
have a
verse says
thing.
everyone,
I've
man.
already told you. The same way that mountains are able to sing, you can think of the ways they can do that. In that same way, prostration, what does it symbolize? It symbolizes submission, it symbolizes respect, it symbolizes humility. So in that way, we can say that the thing that is being communicated is that everything in the universe is humble, submissive, and respectful to God. Now,
So isn't that proving my
what is
point
the
then?
reality of the sajda? We are told not to go after the mutashabihat.
Well, hold on. You just explained what sajda is right now.
Yeah,
Right?
indirectly you sort of explain the underlying actual meaning of prostration. Indirectly you admitted it has a wider meaning than just prostration.
Not
That's what you just
only has he not only has he acknowledged that prostration is merely symbolizing submission, which means he acknowledges that submission comes before the prostration, number one.
That's not what
And
I
number
said.
two,
I said that the prostration
one
itself,
minute, please, man. 1
prostration
minute.
itself
Let's keep
symbolizes.
the discourse civil. And number two, he says everything is submissive, respectful, etc., to the laws of God. Now, that's you literally acknowledging that the word, at least as it pertains to this verse, is submission. How would you dismiss that?
Like I said, that is the implication of the word sajda from what we know of it meaning a physical prostration. And to answer your question about dismissal, I am saying that we do not know the reality. The same way that in the other ayah, it says we do not know the tasbih of the universe, neither do we know as salah. The same way we may not know the sajda of the universe. And we are
Do
told
we
not to go after the mutashabihat.
do we know that everything in the universe submits to God?
Well, sure, that is the implication of using the word sajda, which means physical prostration. Like I said, in linguistics, words can be used metaphorically, they can be used in a simile in other ways to.
We know how words can be used, but in this particular verse, would submission not fit?
Sure, it would fit, but the word is prostration. It's like I say, let me draw an example. It's like I say, you Maverick, you're a lion of a man. Okay, now what am I saying? I'm saying you're brave, you're strong, you're fierce. Okay, now if I were to translate this in Arabic, I would say, Ya Maverick anta Asad, right? I wouldn't translate it as you're brave, you're courageous, you're fierce, because the word I used was lion.
Brother,
of course,
can we just stick to the Quran? We know how languages work.
All right.
The point is this. In this particular verse here, let's say you have two possibilities, one being submission and the other one being prostration. Now you have submission fit in this verse perfectly. However, you cannot fit in prostration in this verse, can you? A physical prostration.
I'm pretty sure I've just explained pretty well how the use of the word lion, you would not implicate, the implication of the word lion is fierce and power and, strength and bravery.
Will it fit in
How-
this verse? Will physical prostration fit in this verse, my bro?
Again, it's used in a metaphorical manner, we can say, but like I said, the reality of the sajda is unbeknownst to us. The same with the tasbih and the
We're
salah.
talking about this verse. Do trees prostrate physically?
They have a physical prostration, we do not know what it is.
Do mountains prostrate physically?
They have a physical prostration, we do not know what it is.
Does the sun prostrate physically?
Yes, and for the sun physically prostrating, actually,
So
I
does,
saw
does,
an
the, does the
interesting.
moon prostrate?
Let me answer. For the sun prostrating, actually, I saw a very interesting graphic. A Shia brother actually showed it to me. He showed how in the universe's gravitational plane, the sun goes up and down and up and down. This could be taken as prostration. Even we have a hadith saying that the Prophet
This could be
said,
taken as prostration.
yes, of course.
Why not? It's like natural orbit or movement, or
Yeah.
like we go up and down. I bend down to pick something up.
We
I'm
go
not
free
doing-
will.
Exactly. But like Allah says, Alam tara Alam yaraw ila at-tayri fawqahum safatin wa yaqbidun ma yumsikuhunna illa ar-Rahman. Even the birds in the sky, that God is holding them. So the same way the sun is being controlled by God. That is the point I'm trying to say.
So but basically you're just speculating that it could be the sun prostrating when it could just as well be its natural movement.
Sure, like
God
I said,
holding it.
this would be speculations. We do not know the reality of these matters.
Let me allow me guys to just come at from different angle. Yeah. So we know there are not good Muslims in the world. There are pretty bad Muslims. Classic example being the people in the Islamic State. So they pray 5 times a day. They do their whole prostration thing. But do they actually submit? Do they actually submit to God? Would you say they submit to God?
I don't want to comment on anyone. I believe if someone does something sincerely, then I don't know about that. But of course, they are not submitting to God in the sense. The prostration is, listen, the philosophy of rituals, I would say, is that when you run out of words, so you express it in actions. And God has given us the best way to express these words which have run out for us.
I don't know what that means, man. I just asked you a simple thing. Would you say that he is submitting to God's commands, even though he's prostrating 5 times a day, 17 times each rakat, whatever? Would you say he's being submissive, which is the actual underlying meaning of the word?
You say
Sajda.
everything submits willingly or unwillingly, right?
Well, he is submitting in one manner, and in another manner he is not. He is submitting by following the guidance of prayer, but he is not submitting in following the guidance of the sanctity of life. And
So the prayer didn't really
he made a
help
good
him,
point
did it?
before I joined the panel. He said that the Quran actually says that everything is prostrating, everything. Okay, then you would have to say ma fis samawat, whatever is in the skies and the earth, right? So you would have to say that the kafir, who is arrogantly denying God, he is also submitting. Now,
Bro,
how
it
is he
specifically
submitting?
says many people.
No.
No, it says
The verse in
everybody,
Surah-
bro.
The verse in
But
Surah Jumu'ah
No. The
That's
Quran
willingly
specifically
or
says and
unwillingly, bro.
many people. When it
Yeah.
refers to people, it specifically says many people.
what does the word ma
that
mean in
leaves
Arabic?
out others.
Sorry, what does the word ma mean in Arabic?
What's your point? Are people the only thing in existence?
Ma fis samawati wa ma fil ard. This includes everything.
No, but are people the only thing in existence?
No,
Because
but I'm
Ahmed,
giving an example.
When Allah is
Ahmed,
speaking about one moment,
you're
when
being-
Allah is speaking about 1 second, what I don't understand is this almost need to negate the Quran. What are you guys doing? Like the Quran specifically says many people. Are you trying to contradict the Quran?
I'm not contradicting. I'm giving the ayah of the Quran, which you're not letting me complete and communicate. That yusabbihu lillahi ma fi samawati wa ma fil ardi al-malik al-quddus al-aziz al-hakim. Okay, the ayah says whatever. Now you're negating the Quran by saying it's only a few people.
Can I answer him, Maverick, if that's okay for 1 minute?
Go for it.
And then
Go
I'll
for
shut
it.
up. So I think you're being a little disingenuous there, Ahmed, even though I think you come from a good place. So kul, it means everything or one of each thing, right? Now there are verses where God says kul, and it's not meant to be kul as in everything. It's meant to be specific even without defining for us clearly what the exceptions are. So in your example, even though
Hold on,
I could use the
Kul's
same
not even
thing, I'm getting to what he's saying. So ma fi samawati wal ard. Yes, you can take that literally, first level
It's
meaning.
man. It's man, by the way. It's not man.
Okay,
It is
man
ma.
as in
You can look at
whoever.
Surah Ma. It is ma.
That
It's
doesn't
no,
matter.
no.
Whether you,
22:18. It's man. Look it up.
okay, it
I'm
doesn't matter
talking
whether
about
it's
Surah
man.
Jumu'ah. Anyway, sorry, carry on. I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter whether it's man
Man
or
fi
man. The
samawati.
point.
It does matter. Hold on. What the Quran says matters.
That's
Like.
well, that's not my point there, Maverick, with respect. So what I was trying to say to Ahmed is whether whichever word we use, it is, you could take a literally if you really wanted to and say every single thing, or you can try and get the gist of it, which is what I find happening all the time, where even though you got words like kul or man or ma, fi, whatever, there's still exceptions, like shafara, right? For example, is a classic example. If you were to try and read just one or two verses in isolation, you can come out with different meanings of shafara unless you take the whole. So I think this is where I was coming to you, Ahmed. Second, sabbaha, sabaha, we understand that from a linguistic perspective to be swimming. If you go express pressure, the level 2 meaning sabbaha, what you're not talking about is a certain way of getting into sync with something. Now you could try and put a religious aspect on it and say, if I go and pick out prayer beads and start moving them one by one, then I'm doing tasbih. You could go take it that way, or you could understand the verse to be saying, whoever is on the earth and the skies, they are all doing sabbaha. They are all in sync. In sync with what? And this is again subjectively my understanding. They are all in sync with God's laws that He has created for all of us, mountains, living things, non-conscious things, and whether or not we like it, whether or not we as humans with free will acknowledge it, even we are subject to them.
That's not subjective. That can be verified from the Quran.
Listen, I really like your argument. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I actually I asked a scholar about this once, about how kul is actually, like you said, it is specific in pretty much every case it is used. For example, I gave this example a few days ago that one could come home one day and say, I have bought sweets for everyone. Now, obviously, this everyone does not mean everyone on the earth. So I understand your point. Thank you. Now, for the sabbaha point, I think our linguistic philosophies differ. You see, I do not believe that I believe, I forgot which professor it was that said this. The name is not coming to mind right now. But I think he's a Japanese fellow who knows around 37 languages. And he has talked about this etymological fallacy. You see, sabbaha means swim. I agree, it means swim. But even Ibn Faris, who is obviously he has an Arabic lexicon, he would argue that roots can mean, they usually have two different meanings, right? And those two different meanings merge depending on the thing, depending on the usage and context, etc., etc. So, and my point would be that the way sabbaha is used will tell us what it means. The root is a secondary thing. The primary way to find out what a word means is how people use it. I can give an example of a Farsi word, an Urdu word rather. Shorba means soup in Urdu, and it usually refers to a meaty soup, a soup that it's a meaty soup, right?
I know you've been following Ghamidi. Go ahead, keep going.
Exactly, yeah.
And I've got an answer for you, Ahmed. Yep, go ahead.
If you already know it, then tell me the answer.
Okay, so the problem with this Shoba example, I actually like Ghamidi, but I think is very wrong on that. Yes, if you take meanings of words out of isolation or from dictionary, and then you try and understand Shoba, you will come out with a very different meaning than what the author intended. I agree. But what Ghamidi made a mistake on, and I don't know why he did it, was to understand the meaning of Shoba, you have to look at the context as well. And this is where I agree with Maverick. So if you're reading the word Shoba, is coming out 10 different times in 10 different places, and every time you see the context is food related, right? You're talking about some cook making a recipe, and there's talk about making shoba deeper or thicker or spicier. Then the only way you can really derive a meaning of shoba, even if you use dictionaries, is by being honest to the context of it. And I respect Ghamidi Saab quite a bit, but on that particular point, I thought he was being, what's the word, a bit cagey, hedging the bet a bit.
But let's just move it on a little bit. Furthermore, why don't we make it simple? Why don't you give us the best verse that you say sajda must mean prostration in this verse?
يوم يكشف عن ساق ويدعون إلى السجود فلا يستطيعون وقد كانوا يدعون إلى السجود وهم سالمون. This is in Surah, I believe. Let me check quickly. Surah number 68, ayah number 42 to 43. And I would also like to actually Moses or Musa or whoever is on this thing, I'm gonna send a link on the StreamYard chat for a Discord server. I would love for us to, because obviously not every streams don't happen every single day, but I sent a link to my server. It's actually an unmodded server, and inshallah I would love to discuss with you there.
Are you the same guy who turned up on Abu Layth's channel?
66, chapter 68, what was it?
42 to 43.
Okay. All right. Let me read this, please. Let me read this, please. And I've also read 44 just to get a good clear understanding of it. Now, I've heard this argument before, and you said in this particular verse it must mean prostration. So we will check it out. So the day will come when they will be exposed and they will be required. Hold on. And they will be called to prostration, but not they will be able. And then the next verse, subdued, their eyes will cover them humiliation. And indeed, they were called to prostration while they were sound. And then the next verse that I read, so leave me and whoever denies this hadith, we will gradually lead them from where not they know, from where they don't perceive. So you say in this particular verse, it must mean prostration.
Yes.
Okay. Why does it not mean submission?
They will be called to submission on a day when khashi'atan absaruhum tarhaquhum dhillah. They are already in submission. They need not to be called to submission on a day which their eyes are humbled and ignominy is piled on top of them.
If they submission as in submitting to God's laws, if they were submitting to God's laws, then they would not be in humiliation, would they?
Sorry, I don't get your point. That doesn't answer the points that I made.
68:42. I'll read it for you. The day will come when they will be exposed and they will be required to quote unquote prostrate. But
Sorry,
they will
that's
be
not what the verse says. I know the verse off by heart. It's the day will come where the shank or the shin will be exposed.
Hold on. Oh, the day. Okay, the shin will be. All right. What? Let me read the word for word. The day will be exposed from the shin, and they will be called to quote unquote prostration, but not they will be able. So, are you insinuating that shin here is literal or something?
No, since I have a large. Well, I don't have it, but there exists a large. What's the word? Collection of Arabic poetry. Pre-Islamic Arabic poetry, which can help us to understand what this idiom means.
The mu'allaqat, you mean?
So what does this idiom mean then, according to you?
There are two different interpretations. The first interpretation is that when a very horrific event happens, even the most noble woman carry up their dresses and you can see their shins as they start to run. And the other one is when you run into battle, the soldiers are running obviously with much vigor and their shins are uncovered as their dresses. Obviously, when you run fast, the trousers or if it was a long thobe, it comes up.
Right. So why is it prostration then? Like what necessitates it to be prostration to you?
Because it makes no sense for it to mean submission. Like I said, imagine on a day where even just read the surah before that, read Surah Mulk. It talks about how the kafir, the disbelievers, they will be saying that "Law kunna nasma'u aw naqilu ma kunna fi ashab." Oh, if only we had listened or had used our intellect, we wouldn't have been from the people of a boiling punishment, right? So the believers, the disbelievers in that, they are already in submission. They are confessing their crimes. They are running around. They are saying to the for hypocrites, for example, like in Surah Hadid, it says "Naqtabis min nurikum," let us take a bit from you. They are already in submission. Why would it be that they are being called to submission when they are already in submission? That does not make sense.
Okay, I have to, first of all, let's just pause this idea of they are already in submission. I don't understand what you're talking about. Because in the next verse it says they were called to prostration while they were whole and sound, correct?
Yes.
So were they called to prostration or were they called to submission?
They were called to prostration.
Okay, wait. Before we address
as in prostration, as in isolated prostration, like just to prostrate and go back, or
wait, yeah. Before we wait, 1 minute. Before we address the fact that they were called to prostration, I mean, you couldn't negate that they were called to submission, could you?
The word is prostration.
No, answer my question. Were they called to submission?
Prostration leads to submission, yes, but the word is prostration. Like I said, lion signifies being
Will you
brave, but the word is
please
still lion.
just look? Give me the courtesy of answering my question, bro. Like that's not. I don't
did
understand
answer.
if you
I said
think
the
it's-
word is prostration, which leads to submission.
That's not the bro. The question I asked you has nothing to do with the word at the moment. Just answer directly my question. Were they called to submission or not?
They were probably called to submission, which is called Islam. Yes.
Okay, cool. So you can't negate that they were called to submission, but you insist that they were called to prostration.
If they were called to submission, then it would say وَقَدْ كَانُوا يُدْعَوْنَ إِلَى الْإِسْلَامِ وَهُمْ سَالِمُونَ.
But one moment. Wasn't the word submission used for sajda in 22:18?
Like I said, as I explained, that when it is used in a certain context, words can be used to signify the feelings or the emotions or the connotations rather than the exact physical meaning. But that does not negate the physical existence of that verb.
I'm not discussing the physical with you right now. The question is, can the word sajda be used to mean submission? Did we identify that from 22:18 or not?
Yes, in certain contexts it can.
Oh, so it can mean submission. Okay, cool. So it can mean submission in this context.
Listen, you have to tell me what means, okay? The word means prostration. Now its implications include submission. I have explained how the meaning, the definition is prostration. It can mean and imply submission, but the word is, you would not translate it as submission, you would translate it as prostration. And a reader who has a good consultation of literature.
I think you're being a bit too impressed with yourself, bro. Because even in the English language, the word prostration, we don't have to say submission. The word prostration, whether it's physical or whether it's metaphorical, if you like, depends on the context. It's always context dependent. So what argument are you making here?
Okay, my argument is that it does not make sense for this to be anything other than a physical bowing of the head.
Okay, on what grounds can you say that at 68:43 they were invited? Are you saying that they were not invited to submission, or are you saying that the word cannot mean submission in this context? You gotta understand, your argument has to be consistent.
Sorry, I don't understand what you're asking me. Could you phrase that?
It's very simple. Either you tell me A, they were not invited to submission, or B, the word sajda cannot mean submission in this context. It's one of the two.
Okay, they were invited to many things. They were invited to zakah. They were invited to salah.
That wasn't my query, though.
Sorry?
That wasn't my query, though, bro. Please, it's not impressive what you're doing.
No, because you're
Just
making
answer
a
the
false
question
dichotomy.
directly, bro.
You're making a false dichotomy. You're saying either they were called to prostration or they were called to submission. They can be
That's not what I
called to both
said.
things.
That's not what I said at all. So now you're misrepresenting me.
Sorry if I misrepresented you. It was because of my lack of understanding.
I'll ask you again.
Sorry, Maverick, what's the verse? I'll just look it up as well.
68:43.
Thank you.
It says here, and they were called to sajda. I'm not even going to translate it. They were called to sajda while they were whole, sound, etc. Now, my question is very simple. Either they were called to submission, or the word sajda does not mean submission, and it cannot mean submission in this context. So which is it that you're telling me? Because I don't see how you can eliminate that.
Sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that. I truly do not understand what you're trying to ask.
Again, we've agreed that the word sajda can mean submission. We've agreed that, yes? Depending on the context.
Well, I've said that it can imply, yes.
Depending on the context. Okay, cool. We obviously you can't disagree that that we were invited to submission.
Is your argument that
I'm asking you? You wouldn't disagree to that, right?
we were called to submission? Of course we were, but the
Okay,
word for that is
cool.
not sajda.
So cool. So if
Ahmed.
wait a minute. So if the word depending on the context can mean submission, and we were invited to submission, on what grounds do you dismiss that from this verse?
Because in the previous ayah, the word sujood has to be taken in literal meaning because of the kafirun already being in submission on that day.
No. The reason why that's not a must is because once we get to the hereafter, do we have the chance to submit then?
You are already in submission. You will
Please
be
answer
under
my question,
the full.
bro.
You will be under the full glory and grandeur of God's wrath on that
Do
day.
we have the chance to submit to Islam in the hereafter, or is that chance only now?
That chance is gone in the hereafter.
Okay, so tell me why that cannot apply to the two verses that you brought up.
Because the chance to you just made my argument for me. You said that the chance to submit to Islam is gone on the day of judgment.
Isn't that precisely what 68, 42, and 43 is saying? Look, I'll read it for you. The day will be exposed to shin, and they will be called to prostration, but not they will be able. Subdued their eyes, it will cover them humiliation, and indeed they were called to prostration while they were sound. And to prove to you that it's all about submission, listen to the next verse. So leave me and whoever denies this hadith. Denies. What's the opposite of denying? Submitting.
Saddaqa.
Whoever denies.
No.
So
That's
leave, hold
incorrect.
on. So
The
leave
opposite
me.
of kadhaba is
Please let me
saddaqa.
finish, bro. So leave me and whoever denies this hadith, and we will gradually lead them for where they do not perceive. So how is this not about submission?
You need to one sec. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Moses, you asked something on the chat. What were you trying to say? Sorry, I cut you off.
You can reply back on that later. I went to the Discord link. I don't know which channel you meant, but a quick question on that, Ahmed. I think it'll help you appreciate it from a different perspective. You said that some of the verses are mutashabihat, and unlike you, I think we can understand them. Like I think وَرَاسِخُونَ الْعِلْمِ يَقُولُونَ, I think that's where the full stop lies. But regardless, خَاشِعَةً أَبْصَارُهُمْ, do you think absaruhum is literal, as in literally their eyes, or is there an isti'ara being used here? Because that will help you understand whether sujood can be physical as well or not. So if you're saying they at that time have the same sight that we have right now, then maybe you can go forward and say, well, they're doing the physical sujood as well. But if you're going to take it to be meaning that we don't know what we're going to be seeing on that day because we just don't understand, then even though the word is absaruhum, it doesn't mean the same basar, same basara that we have now. Hence, it can't be the same sujood either. Does that make sense?
I understand your argument, but I do not agree that language is mathematical in this sense that because that was a metaphor, this also has to be a metaphor. I do not agree with that.
But would that not follow more naturally? So if I'm talking about a day that has not to come, where we have been constantly told it's going to be different than anything we've ever experienced, then surely even words that we understand today, like sujood, wouldn't that make more sense for us to say, well, they are meant to be metaphors as well? Wouldn't that be more sensible?
That is a very good argument, and I completely understand where you're coming from. That's a good point.
Because I can see from your perspective, to be honest. Yes, if you take one sujood, I've got a problem with people, with no offense to anybody, trying to say one word must mean the same every single way. Like sajda, I think in some contexts would read better as a physical thing, But on this particular one, and this is my subjective understanding, right? So this is where everybody would disagree if they want to. When I read this to me is a mutashabiha verse. So straight away, pretty much what's going on, we'll be just given pointers to what's going to be going on there. The overall gist, I think we all agree. The specifics, in my mind, if you read Quine, Thomas Quine, the American philosopher, he calls this the mental museum. When I say the word dog, your dog in your mind is different to my dog, right? So when God is telling us that the absar will be khashi'a, they will be the dhilla, and everybody would be in sujood, I am taking, because I'm a subjective guy, into a specific way, but which would be different to yours. But I would never, in my mind, just justify this to be a physical thing. But again, that's me.
I understand your point, and I respect it. That it does make, for me, I understand where you're coming from. However, again, I would unfortunately respectfully disagree that this ayah is not, in my opinion, a mutashabiha, and it's actually trying to convey a reality of the state of those disbelievers on that day. That how will their states be? Khashi'atan absaruhum. Their eyes will be humbled. From this, they will be looking down. They will be, you know, it paints a picture. You get me? They will be humbled. And
sorry, Ahmed. Sorry, just to stop you for a second. Are you, just so I understand your perspective, are you looking at this chapter in its isolation, or are you trying to understand these verses from the ahadith that I know you trust in? I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, because I'm not looking at it from that perspective. I'm being truthful just to the text. So are you sure that you're not back projecting anything in here?
I have never formally studied any hadith to do with this surah.
Okay.
Basically, if we're talking about intra-textual analysis, then we could, I mean, all of these surahs, Surah Mulk, Qalam, Haqqa, Ma'arij, not Nuh or Jinn, but these, 4 surahs, they're all related to the Day of Judgment, and they're related to, warning the disbelievers, basically. They're early Meccan surahs, of course. So I would say that they are painting a real picture of how the Day of Judgment will be. For example, in Surah Ma'arij, it says, in Surah Haqqa, فإذا نفخ في الصور نفخة واحدة وحملت الأرض والجبال فدكتا دكة واحدة. That when the trumpet is blown into a single blowing, and the earth and the mountains are carried, and they will be pounded a single pounding. Right? So I think it's in
the past tense though, Ahmed. We translate this in English as future, but it's actually past tense, right?
No. It's Yawma is a dharf, and this dharf, the dharf is able to move around.
I thought you started from فَإِذَا انشَقَّ, when happened something.
Sorry, I didn't mean to start from there. It's
what I'm trying to say is, for example, فَإِذَا انشَقَّتِ السَّمَاء, if you're being truthful to the text, and this is something I was discussing with the guys before, doesn't that literally mean in the past tense?
No, this is actually a thing that I've studied in Arabic recently, that the ayah actually starts off with فَإِذَا. إِذَا is a dharf, not yawma. I said that wrong. It's فَإِذَا. إِذَا is a dharf, and this dharf, إِذَا, moves the past tense to the future. For example, like in Surah Tahrim, it says وَإِذْ أَسْهَرَّ النَّبِيُّ. Now, إِذْ is a dharf which keeps it in its madi. It keeps it in the past tense. But إِذَا turns the madi into mudari.
So if I find a verse where we find the word إِذَا, and that's always being meant to be understood to be in the past, what would that make you understand this verse as?
I would have
to. That's beside the point. Anyway, that's beside the point. Please proceed.
Yeah, so
you were talking about sujood.
Yeah, I was saying that sujood, in my opinion, has to be a physical prostration, and I don't believe that I've been replied to adequately.
But even if that is the case, Ahmed, so let's just say they are being forced to physically prostrate. Where do you take the point from there? So even if I personally agree that, okay, maybe that's what it means, how do you take it from there to, I don't know where you want to take it to?
I don't want to take it anywhere. This is simply showing the atrocious, horrific state of the disbelievers on that day, that they will not be able to prostrate to their Lord, which is only the most noblest position a human being can be in.
Wait, hold on. Why would they be asked on Judgment Day to quote unquote physically prostrate? Why?
Because God is there. You prostrate to God.
But are these disbelievers or are these believers that are being asked to prostrate?
Everyone. Yoma yud'auna. It says yud'auna means they will be called. So you can say they refers to the disbelievers specifically, since it's since the entire surah seems to be around the disbelievers. However, the implication would be that everyone is being called to sajda because the disbelievers are not able to, implying that other people are able to.
Okay, why can they not prostrate?
They are not allowed to prostrate. They are not allowed to have the let me think of the word. They are not allowed to have the
honor.
Moses, do you speak Urdu?
Mm-hmm.
What's sharaf in English?
I
Sharaf.
understand.
Sure. Honor.
They are not allowed to have the honor of prostrating.
The privilege, you could say.
Okay,
Privilege, yes.
but with respect,
Shut up,
where
the
did
Somali
you-
word as well.
But one second. But where where did you get that from, though?
That's my understanding from reading the text.
No, but the text only says they will not be able to. How do
Yes.
you go from they will not be able to it's because of this and that?
Because the
I
next
think the
ayah,
second.
the next
So
ayah,
I think Ahmed, the second verse explains why they can't do it. This is how, again, this is my subjective understanding. Ahmed.
I agree with you that the second verse explains, but he's not
Yeah,
doing
so-
it that way.
So they can't. They
I'm trying to
don't have
understand
the.
You know when it says, yeah, when it says they won't be able to, isn't that still submitting to Allah's will?
Oh, hold on, let's not
Isn't it?
go off
It is, isn't
topic.
it? But they still
So-
won't be able to do the physical.
Yeah,
Go on,
but
bro.
Yeah, so verse 42 ends with فَلَا يَسْتَطِيعُونَ. They will not be able to. Why? Because يُدْعَوْنَ إِلَى السُّجُودِ. They were being called, they will be called وَهُمْ سَالِمُونَ. وَقَدْ كَانُوا يَدْعَوْنَ. When they were being called إِلَى السُّجُود, to submit themselves, وَهُمْ سَالِمُونَ, while they had the chance. So now they won't be allowed to do it, because when they were allowed to do it, they had the chance, they chose not to.
okay,
By
so
the way,
Moses,
isn't
I
that
agree
quite
with you,
clear?
but one
By
minute,
the way,
I
guys-
agree with you, but I want to see Ahmed's method here.
Yeah,
I want to see the
Moses, one
consistency of it.
second.
So
Let
if
me-
you
let me
say,
just-
go on,
Let me
IJ.
just add in one thing. Yeah, one thing, because this may be important for you guys. It says ila sujud. It's to the sujud.
Oh, two, yeah, two.
So,
That's
yeah. Now you guys, I just threw you the ball. Go on.
But I'm sure that's just gonna be ignored.
In
anyway.
both places.
So okay, so Ahmed, so they were invited to the sujood, so that's not the same as saying they were invited to sujood or to do a sujood, is it?
again, this is applying English syntax upon an Arabic text.
Not even in the Arabic, illa sujood.
Like I said, it's applying English syntax and sensibilities and common uses of words. Words. On,
So you're saying in the Arabic that's how it would be?
It sounds weird to say وَقَدْ كَانُوا يُدْعَوْنَ إِلَى سُجُودٍ وَهُمْ سَالِمُونَ. إِلَى سُجُودٍ. Because a sujood is being made big here. It's being made ma'rifah. This was a sajda they were being called to.
Okay, I'm gonna let that go. That's not gonna be a problem here. So all right. So they were invited to the prostration, and they were unable. And as my brother Moses said here, the reason they were unable is because they were invited while they were sound, and they basically rejected. So would you agree with Moses that that's the reason?
Sure, I can see where he's coming from. That the reason they are not able to prostrate is due to their eyes being aghast.
No, but that's not what Moses said, though. He's saying the reason they're not is because of what it says in the next verse, which is because they were invited while they were sound.
So now they denied the sharf, Ahmed, as you to use your word.
Perfect. And I would like to say, in response to this, that the next ayah, what I was trying to say is, خاشعة أبصارهم ترهقهم ذلة is the reason that they can't do sajda. فلا يستطيعون, because that's the sentence right after it.
Yeah, but
So-
khashi'atan, Ahmed, if you see it, is 10, right? So this, you're not starting the sentence here. So the sentence, the way I would read this is, the sentence is starting from وَقَدْ كَانُوا يُدْعَوْنَ إِلَى السُّجُودِ وَهُمْ سَالِمُونَ خَاشِعَةً أَبْصَارُهُم. So this is how I'm reading it. You know, and this is quite a rhetorical device we see all the time. What we expect to see in the end, we see it in the beginning, and so on, right? We see this all the time. So I can see where you're coming from.
I can understand how we read that way, but the verb is, this is a maf'ul hal, okay? This is it's explaining their state. They will not be able to, and then khashi'atan absaruhum is the adverb of them not being able to.
Okay, so are you saying one minute. Are you saying they're not able to prostrate, not because they were invited to do so when they were sound? That has nothing to do with it?
Well, obviously they're disbelievers because they did not do sajda when they were invited to it. Yes, of course.
So I'm saying, is that the reason why they can't do prostrate now?
That is the reason that their eyes are aghast and ignominy is covering them and they are not able to do sajda.
Okay, cool.
It is interconnected, yeah.
Okay, cool. But Moses said submission here, but you're insisting on prostration. So when can you give us the verses where they were invited to quote unquote prostration?
I don't know one off by heart where it says yani usjudu lillah. I would have to search
because that would follow in it. Like if it's prostration as you say it is, then there should be verses where they are invited to do prostration.
If I'm also being honest, I think what IMG said threw a curveball in what I was understanding as well, and maybe Ahmad will agree. Sujud, I don't know why we got the word sujud and not sajada, because I would have expected this to say yud'auna ila sajda, not the plural. So I don't know if you got understanding for that, Ahmad, but I'll have to think about it.
I actually have not thought about that yet.
Okay,
it was a very good point.
Do you have any other verses where you say it means prostration?
Nah, bro, stick to this verse, bro. Let me go in now, innit?
Yo, can I just say, Ahmad, I think you're not appreciating the true meaning of sajda, like the underlying meaning of sajda, which actually means to submit. Like without submission, prostration itself is meaningless.
Exactly.
I agree.
Yeah. Go to
What
1648. Go to 1648, innit?
Someone
Surah Nahl. أولم يروا إلى ما خلق الله من شيء يتفيأ. Let me read in English here. It says, have you not considered how the shadows of everything has created inclined to the right and left, totally submitting to Allah? But the word sajda is used, yeah? So everything everything is it says that everything does sajda. That includes the disbelievers, bro. Right?
So you're gonna ignore the fact that it says many people. You're gonna ignore that.
No, I went to 1648.
And it also
includes
puts a condition that says while they are humble in the end.
All right, so this means, what this means is they submit, right?
Which ayah are you saying? 1648?
Yeah, 1648.
It says the shadows prostrate
everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
The shadows, everything submits.
Okay, yeah, so the shadows are also doing prostration, and everything is doing prostration. An example of that prostration is given by what the shadows are doing.
So what are you saying? Are the shadows prostrating or are they submitting?
Submitting, innit?
Wait, sorry, how are the shadows submitting by going left and right?
Are they not submitting to the commands of God?
No, I'm just like didn't we come to agreement?
This is quite amazing.
No, hold on. I'm on the same page as you. Didn't we come on the agreement that submission and prostration, prostration can mean submission?
The word prostration can mean submission depending on the context. Yes.
Yeah, depending on the context. We came to the agreement there, yeah. But
no, we're in agreement. But
yeah, so do the kuffar prostrate?
Sorry?
Do the kuffar prostrate? The disbelievers. Huh?
Gurdwara.
Gurdwara. No, do the kuffar. No Gurdwara, bro.
I thought you said Gurdwara.
Not the do the kuffar.
Kuffar.
The kuffar prostrate, bro. Submit.
Do they? Yeah, they submit to the commands of. They submit to the laws of
Yeah.
God. They don't like in terms of the science that God has made.
Yeah, but if you
But
go
they
to
don't.
chapter 3,
They don't submit to His commands.
Wait, hold on.
Go to
You
chapter.
just said that that I'm not focusing on the true meaning of sajda, which means to submit and be humble to God. And now you're saying that the kuffar are doing that true sajda and submitting and being
No.
humble to God when they are kuffar.
When did I say that?
A second ago.
I said everything submits to the science of God, but submitting to the commands of God or what believers
Now you're
do.
changing the meaning of submission.
No, bro,
First
you can it's on video. You can rerun it, bro. Don't play them games with me. I know exactly what I'm saying.
Alright,
The
alright,
point-
so even 383 says, chapter 383 says everything, or every woman, check it out. It says,
Oh, you know you're trying to find contradiction in the
no,
Quran. Like, that's
no,
how
no,
mad you
I'm getting to the point, bro. I'm getting to the point.
Go
Yeah,
on.
yeah, it says willingly or unwillingly.
Oh, this is Aslam, by the way. That's
Yeah,
not
Aslam, exactly. Submission, right?
No, surrender.
Alright, surrender, submission.
No, there's a huge difference between surrender and submission.
Alright, surrender. But so this. Anyway, let me get back to the verse that the brother mentioned. 68.
No, bro, make it simple. Can you find me a verse where it must mean prostration? Like there should be one
68,
verse.
42. I'm there, bro. 68, 42. Where the brother mentioned.
We've just dealt with this verse.
No. That ain't been dealt with, bro. 1 minute. Hold on.
Bro.
Let me get in, bro. It says
Right.
when it says 68, 42, that they won't be able to prostrate, even though the verses say that everything prostrates, but this time it says they won't be able to.
Yeah, because it's judgment day.
But it says it says everything in the heavens and the earth, right, prostrates to Allah. But on Yawm al-Qiyamah, they won't be able to, meaning they won't be able to do the physical one.
Bro, us human beings will not have free will on Judgment Day. That's what that's about. Is it talking about human beings or not? Why are you bringing in celestial things and whatnot?
Wait, sorry. Why wouldn't they have
Yeah,
free
but-
will? Surah Mulk clearly says فَاعْتَرَفُوا بِذَنْبِهِمْ فَسُحْقًا لِأَصْحَابِ السَّعِيرِ. So they have confessed their sins. So away with the people of the boiling punishment. And anyway, on the YouTube,
What?
on
Why
the
have you
YouTube
said that?
you said
Hold
that
on,
humans
what
will not
did
have
you say
free
there?
will on Judgment Day. What is your evidence for this?
So there's choices on Judgment Day, is there? What choice do you have on Judgment Day?
I can either run this way or that way. That's free will.
Oh, so you have those choices on Judgment Day, do you?
On Judgment Day, will I not be able to run?
You
will I
can't do
not?
anything on Judgment Day. It's
I don't
Judgment Day. You're getting
understand the way-
judged.
Where are
I
you
don't understand
gonna
where
run
everything is
to?
from.
Where are you gonna run to? Where are you gonna
Exactly. Now, why do you not make the most
They
absurd
will be
argument?
running. I'm not saying the running will do anything.
Okay, is the running according to your own
You're
accord?
making
or hold on. Is the running according to your own accord or is it according to God?
Bro, as you're talking right now, according to
It's-
your own accord.
Are we really having this argument right now? That Judgment
took
Day
it
there
there,
is
bro.
no
You took
choice.
it there.
We're gonna
You
have
took it
that
there.
argument now.
You took it there, bro. But
I'm the one that took it there.
yeah, you took it there. But anyway, if you go to 68:42, it says that they won't be able to, yeah?
Yeah,
Hold on,
you
I
have
think
no choice.
I
In
think
22:18,
the
it says
person-
everyone.
in the YouTube
Prostrates
comments
to Allah.
has given a very good example of what do you call it, of sajda having to be what do you call it,
that,
physical. I believe it's
38:24?
38:24 and 19:50. I think is good as well.
1958.
It's
I brought up 4102. You checked that afterwards. But
4102 is
30
also very good as well. Yeah.
What'd you
أولئك
say?
الذين أنعم
13?
الله عليهم. Sorry.
What's the numbers, man? One, like,
Quran,
can we deal with
19
one verse at a time?
1958, bro. 1958. The date of birth of 1958.
Okay,
God.
1958. Let's look this up.
I'm going to come back in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute.
ठीक.
And we raised him to a position honorable. Those the ones who so favorable of God on them among the prophets of descendants of Adam among the Noah and of the descendants of Abraham.
Is he breaking up for everybody or just for me?
When was recited to them revelations, most gracious,
Yeah,
they
no,
fell down.
He's okay now.
Okay, they fell down, prostrate in and weeping. So you say prostration.
It is breaking up for me as
Vegeta.
well, actually.
Yeah, Maverick, your mic's got a
Maverick.
problem, buddy.
Yeah, your mic is a bit fuzzy, bro.
Is it still fuzzy? Nah, it's because you guys are on mute.
Okay,
Get off
now.
mute, man. Huh?
It's okay now.
Alright, what was I saying? Get off mute. Don't get on mute. My mic acts up when people are on mute. But yeah, what was I saying? So you're saying
Ah, yes.
1958 means prostration?
You just so you know, Maverick, you broke up even though two of us were not muted. But now you're okay again. So it comes and goes.
Alright, can you hear me now? Yo,
Bro, 1950 is a good one because it says they fell. Right?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Alright, so you're saying are you saying 1958 means physical prostration?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just checking the verse that Quran Centric put up. Okay, tell me why it's physical prostration. Why is it physical
Kharru, they
prostration?
fell.
So do you fall?
Yes.
You don't
It would
fall
make-
in prostration, yeah? You lower yourself in
Do
prostration.
you fall when you're prostrating? Is that what happens? You fall.
Well, yes, you fall. Yes.
You
You
fall.
lower yourself in prostration. You don't
Wait,
fall
wait,
in
wait.
This is a very, I feel, I don't want to use the word dishonest,
but
but
you're
nothing
the
else is
one
coming
who-
to mind.
who-
It is a falling. It's a very, what do you call it, common linguistic term to say he fell in submission or he fell in prostration.
Yeah, even I would agree with Ahmed, Maverick, on that. Why would you deny this to be a physical prostration? Like, what is there tutla alayhim ayatul rahman when upon them are recited the words of Rahman? Khurru, they fall, sujjadan wa bukiyan. The problem is, unlike Ahmed, I would take sujjadan wa bukiyan not as literal, even though these are the literal words. I would understand them to mean, in the second sense of these meanings, that this is the way they're falling. But yes, the words themselves are prostration.
Moses, let me tell you why it doesn't necessarily have to mean prostration. As a matter of fact, I don't think it means prostration at all. Is because if you guys just bear in mind the verse alone and don't think about the traditional understanding, etc. What we have here is Abraham, Israel, among those we guided and we selected, and when was recited to them the revelations of the most gracious, fell down prostrating, weeping. So the question is, what has them being recited the verses of God got to do with either A, do they physically prostrate because they've heard the verses of God, or B, do they submit because they've heard the verses of God? You tell me which one makes more sense. And in
Okay,
terms of falling,
I'll clarify.
One minute. And in terms of falling here, it's a matter of falling in terms of state, because those that reject the verses of God, they are arrogant. As for those who accept the verses or submit to the revelations of God, they lower themselves down and submit. They humble themselves and submit. So tell me why that cannot be the case.
I find myself in a position agreeing with both of you, and this is why. If I just take the words from kharru, sujjadan wa bukiya, right? If I just take that without any context, there's only one meaning you can take, which is fell down in a state of, they fell down on their knees, prostrating, and they started crying. This is the only meaning. But if you do take it from the context of the verse, even though kharru and sujjadan wa bukiyan are all physical acts, I would linguistically have to agree with Maverick that these three words taken together in the context of the word are not significant, are not really suggesting a physical act, unless Ahmed thinks otherwise. So
I would think that we are all believers of God, and we have all experienced a time where we, something happened or we wanted something or something, and we fell to God in prostration, crying. I mean, that is a very normal human thing, in my opinion.
So you are taking it quite literally, Ahmed.
But even if you take it literal,
communicating.
1 second. Even if you take it literal, even if you take this physical thing, you still cannot reject that the first thing would be to submit and to, you know, fall down, basically humble yourself and submit. That would be the first thing to do before you engage in the symbol of physical prostration. Like, you gotta understand, this physical prostration is simply a symbol of why I just addressed. That's all it is.
You know, to say everyone who went through this experience in this verse just fell down and prostrated would be fair. You know, like with maybe some people fell down and just stayed on their knees crying and then covered their faces, and then some fell down, they actually fell down on the floor and prostrated, and then yet another group, they fell down and they lied down on the floor. They were so overcome with the what the verse is describing that they actually laid down on the floor.
Yeah, would
And
that not
even-
make
even
more
if you
sense,
say-
Ahmed?
Even if you say physical prostration, this will not help physical prostration the way you guys understand it, because this is just people prostrating because they heard the verses of God.
Yeah,
That
this
has
isn't
nothing
part
to
of
do with the
a
way you guys understand it.
ritual thing.
Yeah, so
When
there are
did-
two
sorry,
there are
sorry,
two
when
arguments
did
here.
rituals come into this? I thought you were discussing whether the word sajda could mean a physical prostration.
Oh yeah,
When-
that's
No, but
that's a
where
side.
it comes in is because the whole reason you guys say the word sajda means physical prostration is because of your ritual. Because had it not been for your ritual, you couldn't argue that this word means prostration in any of these contexts.
Bro, the word says kharru, man.
I don't think
Yo.
that's the reason we say this. We say it because we believe we have a certain philosophy of how language works and how Arabic was transmitted. I don't think it's simply because I hope it's not anyone being disingenuous and just wanting to promote a certain ritual.
Yeah, but no offense though, if that's not the case, you've brought two examples right now, and neither examples like necessarily mean what you claim it to mean.
And it
Yeah,
doesn't
like, it could
necessarily and it
easily
doesn't
be-
necessarily mean what you claim it to be either.
And see,
With
yeah, so it could
respect,
easily
with
be
respect.
both.
No, hold on, one second. Ahmed, you need to understand this, yeah? What I'm claiming it to be is a must. It's not even a negotiation. Let me tell you why. Because your idea of prostration is merely a symbol of what I'm claiming. So you can never divorce yourself from my position. Your position needs me. Your prostration means nothing without submission.
Woman, why does our position need you?
Because your prostration means
I
nothing
don't think you're
without
understanding
submission.
my point. I'm saying that it does.
You need us,
my
bro.
in-
You're reading the
I
Quran, which
told.
Sunnis preserved, bro. What are you talking about, man?
Yeah,
You need
Ahmed,
us, bro.
question for you linguistically. If I start from إذا, right, like we were talking before, إذا تتلى عليهم آيات الرحمن, would you read that as a condition or not?
Oh, before you answer that one, Quran versus Hadith.
Because-
Wait, please. Quran versus Hadith posted a perfect verse for this question of falling. The verse is 25, verse 73. And those who, when reminded of the verses of their Lord, do not fall upon them deaf and blind. Is that physical falling? It's the same word.
Yeah, even before we go to another verse there, Ahmed, do you think إذا تتلى عليهم, is that a condition or not? Like, is
That's
it telling
a
of
condition.
if this happens, then that happens? Would you agree?
Idha being used as a condition is a more modern use of Arabic. It's not used in, as far as I know, it's not used in Lughatul Arab as a condition. It's used as a zarf, as a time and place.
So, okay, so you're saying if it was to be recited to them, if this was recited to them in the past,
No,
is
I'm
how
saying
you're reading
it's not. It's not used as a condition. It's used as when it is recited upon them, as in the time.
But then it is condition, right? So when it's
No,
as in whenever it
as
is,
the
or when
time,
it
as the-
was.
No, as in I would translate it as when the verses of the Almighty are recited upon them. So it's not a condition; it's a time when this happens.
Okay, so regardless of that, if we go by when the verses of the Rahman are recited to them, whether or not it's a condition, there's only one thing that's being given to us, which is they kharru sujjada wa bukiya. But we know from experience, surely, and I think we would agree honestly, that not everybody does that. They all submit in their own way. Isn't that
No,
right?
wait. Not only that, Moses, is that not an antonym to 25:73 when it says that when they're reminded of the revelations of the Lord, do not fall upon them deaf and blind. Is that not an antonym to that? It's the same word fallen here.
Yeah, we could probably go to another verse as well, but I'm just keen to hear what Ahmed thinks, because to me it's quite clear that if you go very literally, like level 1 meaning, Ahmed, what it's saying is when the verses were or is or whenever, but what we're saying is there's an if and a then. When the verses are recited or whenever they're recited, they fall in this particular way. But we know that that is not what happens. Everybody, if they do accept the truth, they submit in their own way. But the sense is that they understand that we have to do sajda, as in submit our pride to somebody whose verses are bigger than us, no?
And one
Yeah,
second,
this
Moses,
is talking about.
wait, 1 minute. Moses, Quran Centric made a beautiful point. He said, if we're going to go by 1958 and say that the word means prostration, then that basically means every time we hear the Quran,
Yeah.
must we prostrate?
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is where I'm kind of going from. So whenever we read the verses or somebody else reads the verses, we know that we don't do it, nor do those mimman, hadaina, whoever God's guided, we know that they're not doing it every single time. So surely the only meaning we can take away from this is a metaphorical meaning, which is those who have been guided, whenever the signs of God are revealed to them or talked about, they submit. No? Ahmed,
Okay,
how do you take it any other way?
I'll answer why I disagree heavily with this. Surah Maryam, the previous ayat are about Idris alayhi salam, Ishmael alayhi salam, Ibrahim alayhi salam. In the ayah itself, it's about Adam alayhi salam, Ibrahim alayhi salam, Israel alayhi salam. All of them are being talked about, yes? And it is being said when, not kullama, not whenever, either when the verses are recited upon them, they fell doing. It's talking about what those people did. It's not giving us a command. It's not saying you must do this. It's saying what those people did. This.
What verse is that, Ahmed?
This is the verse that we're reading right now. The
Same one. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry. Basically Nuh alayhi salam as well. That these are the people that when the verses of the Almighty were revealed upon them, recited upon them, they did this. This is basically it's honoring them and it's showing us how righteous of people they were.
Okay, by the way, if we just look at 96:19, I think that's
Sorry, Maverick, I think I know, Ahmed. So you're saying mimman is not a generic thing. Mimman is from ulaika alladhina, from the Nabiyyin and their dhurriya. Are you making that conditional, the mimman? Because I'm not doing that. I'm saying mimman hadina is a more generic thing, as in whoever we bestowed our prizes on from the messengers and the children of Adam, and whoever we hamilna ma'anu, and the children of Ibrahim and Israel, and whoever else we guided. So I'm reading this as a wa, as in a completely different group of people, not a subset of those people. Is that not how you're reading it?
I understand your point, but the word right after that is wajtabaina, and wajtabaina is usually used for prophets, like it says in Surah Jinn, illa man irtada min rasulin. Sorry, not in Surah Jinn, in the last ayah of Surah Qalam, when it talks about Yunus alayhi salam, it says فَجْتَبَاهُ رَبُّهُ فَجَعَلَهُ مِنَ الصَّالِحِينَ.
Listen, guys, let's make this simple. It doesn't have to be that technical. 96:19. I think this should deal with it, really and truly.
Can I just quickly? I think I can get off because I think Quran centering is way more knowledgeable. He can probably be a better.
He's not coming on.
Why is he not?
No.
Oh, don't have time to jump on. Okay, all right then.
He's not coming on.
What was the ayah number?
If he wants to come on, I'll jump on, man.
He's not coming on. He's not coming on.
He's not coming on right now.
Listen, 96:19. I think this deals with the whole issue.
Okay.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم كلا لا تطعه واسجد واقترب. Nay, do not you obey him, but prostrate and draw near. So are you saying that the word means prostrate here or submit?
Prostrate.
Wow. But it's specific. It literally says, do not obey him.
Ahmed, if I use your same example of Shoba from Ghamidisab, because you understand Urdu, I'm taking it. If I say I ate Shoba or I made a Shoba out of you, same word, but they mean two different things. So wouldn't that make more sense to take the meaning from a contextual perspective?
Listen, what I'm trying to argue is, I think perhaps maybe I didn't make it clear enough. The word sajda, it's not devoid of all of the meanings that you are putting forth for them. It is not devoid of submission. I never argued that. I am saying the word sajda is used to denote these things, but it does not negate the physical act itself. That is what I am trying to say. So your argument of shurba would, it holds up. Of course, it's a correct linguistic analysis, but I don't see how it would apply to the argument that I am making.
I'm
okay.
willing to entertain your argument, Ahmed. But what I'm asking you for is, where does it mean physical? Where, like, which verse does it have to mean physical?
We
Because
just
so
talked
far,
about
really and
kharru
truly,
sujjadan wa bukiya.
the verse that, what, 1958?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Then if you're going to be consistent, that means every time we hear the Quran, we must prostrate.
I just explained why that does not have to be the case.
Yeah, he takes the Mimman group to be a subset, basically. Not how I read it, but that's his choice. We just talked about that before.
And I would like to, even if you take it, I mean, I saw a message on YouTube, الاجتباء ليس فقط للنبيين, and I agree with him that ijtibā is not just for the prophets. I think I made a mistake there. I would say that the surah, the ayah rather, is not giving a rule that whenever they heard whenever all of these people heard it, they felt. It's rather painting a picture of how, like in any language, for example, I go to school 25 days a month, or sorry, however many days. I will say that I meet my friends every single day, but I don't meet them on weekends. In the same way, this ayah, again, I made the mistake. This ayah is giving a general picture of the attitude of these believers.
So we do agree on that then, Ahmed. This is an attitude we're talking about, right? So what was the debate about? I'm lost.
Wait. Who are these believers? Are these believers the prophets or other people?
All the people that were guided and chosen by God.
But if this is an act that the prophets used to do, then it would be revelation. It would be dictated by God. The prophets wouldn't do something that's not dictated by God, would they?
Prostration has been I would argue that inna dina 'inda Allah al-Islam, and prostration has always been a form of worship to the most merciful.
No.
AJ has made a good point. I actually hadn't realized that. Sujjadan, there's a wa in between. So they're doing two things. So are they doing sajda and crying at the same time every time?
Yeah, it like I said, it does not have to be every time. It is painting a picture of the general attitude that when they hear it, they do things like this. They fall into sajda crying.
So what's your central thesis, Ahmed? If you take a step back, I actually would agree with you.
If I actually would agree with you. The bigger picture, it's painting a picture of submission, not actually physical prostration.
I don't see how they get that.
If you zoom out.
Yeah, if I take a step even back further, Ahmed, I'm really trying to understand whether the word sajda sometimes is used as physical or metaphorical. Where do you take it from there? Like, what's the thesis you're trying to establish? Because generally, in principle, I agree with you, even though in application, we're obviously disagreeing some places. But in principle, I do agree with you. But what's your point there? What are you trying to prove?
My point, again, I think I've repeated this before. I'm just trying to prove that the word can mean physical prostration. I am saying that, why am I saying that? Basically, the word.
I don't have a problem that it can mean physical prostration, though. But the issue is, where in the Quran does it mean so?
The Quran uses the human language that people speak.
No. Where Maverick, in the Quran, where is it used as physical prostration in the Quran? That doesn't mean that it can't be used as such.
We gave a few examples, man, already.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
none of the examples actually necessitated.
You
or
just
even
you just say
indicated
you
the
just say
only
it's
way to-
metaphorical. We say it could be metaphorical and it could be
No. I don't
physical,
think you
bro.
understand. But listen. V.
And in the
The
beginning, I even
verse,
said, yeah, go to
Vegeta,
4102. I even said that to you.
Vegeta,
Go to
one second.
4102. No one will go
Vegeta,
to that.
let's clarify one thing here. The verses that you guys have brought forward, like submission is not in question because you gotta understand submission is a must. Like to have prostration, you have to have submission. Even
Yeah,
if you physically prostrate, you're symbolizing submission. So submission is not in question here. The only thing in question is what you guys are insisting, which is the physical act of prostration. That you have not managed to actually show why that must be the case. You've insisted it, but insisting doesn't mean anything, does it?
bro. The Quran, you agreed, yeah, that everything prostrates.
Everything
Right?
submits.
It says prostrates 22:18
Oh, bro,
in the heavens and
that's-
the earth, right? Everything prostrates, but then it says and the brother bring Surah Qalam that they won't be able to, the kuffar won't be able to. And if you go to chapter 383, it says willingly and unwillingly, right?
Yeah, AJ has made a good point on there as well. I don't know if you read this, Ahmed, but Sujjadan, he's taking Sujjadan wa Bukiyan as hal for kharru, and I think that feels right to me as well.
Yeah, it is a hal.
Yeah. So if you could maybe hopefully speak for 2 minutes, because I still don't understand what you're trying to say. I cut you off, maybe other people, but what are you trying to prove from there? Like, yes, the word can mean maybe physical sometimes, and maybe that they necessarily all go to the same root. But where are you going to take that argument from there?
I'm not proving anything. I'm just saying that the word means physical prostration. Listen, the word sajda always means physical prostration. The meaning is a physical prostration. Now, whether it's used metaphor, lion always means lion, but its usage can denote other things. Do you understand where I'm coming from? I think there's a nuance that's being lost, or perhaps I wasn't able to communicate it. That is why I'm trying to say that when sajda is being said, it means a physical prostration. Now, whether it signifies something else, it still means that. For example,
okay, so if I paraphrase you, Ahmed, what you're saying is whenever we read the word sajda, for example, if the command, let's say there's a verse that says do sajda, right? We are to do a physical prostration unless the context says it's meant to be taken metaphorically. And where Maverick is coming from is whenever you read the word, take it as metaphorical unless there's a physical aspect that's more prominent in there. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I understand. Okay, well, that's an interesting debate to have.
Yeah.
But I really don't think this is fair. Like, so far, all I've heard is it means prostration here because it means so. Like,
Yeah,
there's
that's
no
how language
justification
works. A word
whatsoever.
means something because it means that. I mean,
But you gotta see when people make claims, like you gotta substantiate it. You can't just say it is so. What the hell?
You can open any lexicon and see what sajda means. Sajada.
Bro, the fact of the matter is, when I open the Quran, there is no context that allows it to be the case.
You cannot read the Quran without Arabic lexicons.
Bro, like, fact of the matter is, when you read the Quran, there is not a single context that allows it to be the case. If I'm mistaken, one minute, man, please. If I'm mistaken, you've brought 2 examples now. The 2 examples you brought is one on Judgment Day, that they must be able to physically prostrate somehow, and 2, what's it called again? This particular example that we're dealing with. Which one was it? Before I forget.
1958.
Yeah. This particular example about prophets and believers, etc., hearing the Quran and then quote unquote they physically prostrate. So you're claiming on Judgment Day people can't prostrate, and 2, when people hear the Quran they need to physically prostrate. Like how do those two scenarios?
You're on Judgment Day with the Muslim prostrate on Judgment Day.
One second, please. How do those 2 scenarios necessitate a physical prostration? You hear the Quran, you physically prostrate. On Judgment Day, you better be physically able to prostrate. That doesn't make any sense.
All right, so on Yawm al-Qiyamah, right, Judgment Day, would the Muslims prostrate?
Would the Muslims prostrate on Yawm al-Qiyamah?
Yeah.
Would the Muslims prostrate?
Sajud.
on Judgment Day, no, the Muslims will not be asked to sujood on Judgment Day.
They won't be asked to.
No, because they already have.
So Allah says the shin, right?
Uh-huh. That
The
verse,
shin-
Allah is speaking about the disbelievers, is he not? Who are the people that will not be able to submit?
The disbelievers won't be able to submit.
Ex-
But
exactly.
what I'm saying is the Muslims
That's
would
what Allah
submit.
is talking about.
The Muslims would submit.
No, but you see, but that's you adding to the Quran. You always do
No,
that.
you adding, bro.
Is
You
the
adding
verse
as well.
talking about Muslims?
This is the thing, bro. You adding as well, bro.
V, I'm
You-
asking you, is the verse talking about Muslims?
No,
So what have I added?
you saying that it can't be Muslims based upon that verse.
I'm saying that
You derive
verse-
that, bro.
I'm saying that verse is not talking about Muslims. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Bro, this verse. Okay, 1 minute. The shin will be uncovered, right?
Uh-huh. And who will be asked?
1 minute, and they are invited to prostration,
They.
but they,
Okay.
the disbelievers, would
See?
not be able to.
There you go. They are invited to prostration, but they will not be able to. So who's the they?
The disbelievers.
There you go. So what have I added? Muslims have already submitted.
But you saying that the Muslims will not also be invited.
I'm not, bro. I'm not adding to the verse. You're able to add.
You deriving that, bro.
No, I'm not adding anything.
You are adding it, bro.
What am I
Because
adding?
you saying
Tell me what I'm adding.
the Muslims would not. You saying the Muslims would not. The shin would not be uncovered to the Muslims.
I'm saying that's the verse is not addressing the Muslims. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It
Is the
says
verse addressing the Muslims?
no.
So what do you want from me? You want me to add to the words of God?
No, but you adding that the Muslims would not. The shin won't be uncovered to the Muslims.
I'm just confirming what it says. It does not say that it's addressing Muslims.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you could spin it that way. But regardless of that, bro, regardless of that, it still says here that everything in the heavens and the earth prostrates. So that's
No.
such that.
Okay, listen.
All right.
Let's
And if-
remember
hold
the
on,
argument so far.
1 minute.
Okay, go on.
1 minute. That's not even part of it. This is my argument, bro. It says everything prostrates, right?
Mhm.
And then it says over here that the disbelievers won't be able to. So according to you, yeah, that would be a contradiction. But from our understanding, it's not.
I really don't know what argument you made there. Like, are you trying to find contradiction in the Quran now?
No. For
Good.
your understanding is a contradiction.
My
Because-
understanding is a contradiction now.
It's a contradiction because when it says in other places that everything prostrates,
Okay, where does it say that?
22:18,
Okay, what does it say prostrates in 22:18?
everything in the heavens and the earth.
Okay, when it comes to people, what does it say?
Right? And that's what I'm saying. That part,
Answer the question. When it comes to people, what does it say?
and they are. Let me go to it. Among them all.
Huh?
Let me go to it, bro. 1 minute. 22:18. Let me open it up again.
Why are you trying to find contradiction in the
No.
Quran? I don't get it.
I'm opening up. I'm trying to get the right word in it. According to you, there's a contradiction. To us, there's no contradiction, bro. There is no contradiction in the Quran. It says it all that is in the skies and the earth, and the sun, the stars, the mountains, the trees, the animals, and many from mankind.
Exactly. So many from mankind means what? There are some from mankind who don't, right?
Some from mankind that don't submit
Yeah.
willingly, bro.
This verse is not talking about willingly here. It's not talking about science right now.
Yeah, but go to 383, bro. 383 says everything surrenders willingly or unwillingly.
Okay, cool. So this
Yeah.
verse talks about willingly. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but if you go to chapter 3, no. Go to chapter 383. It says they submit willingly or unwillingly. Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you saying that surrender and submission is different. Because you have to do this, bro. This was the dance moves I was talking about earlier on.
No. By the way, wait, hold on. Now you're being disingenuous. The verse that we were dealing with, 22:18, is talking about submission. This verse is talking about surrender.
Sajda and aslama, right?
The verse before was talking about sajda. This verse is talking about aslam, surrender.
Okay, so what's the
Two
difference between surrender and submission?
Huge difference.
Go ahead.
One is willingly, actually. Submission is willingly. Surrender is willingly or unwillingly. Both ways can happen.
You got that yourself, bro. See, that's what
No,
I'm
it's a
saying, man.
fact.
You got
No,
that
it's a
yourself,
fact.
man.
No,
I
listen.
understand
Use
that.
your brain, bro. Use your brain. Is there a difference between submission and surrender? Submission is something you do actively. It's like you fill up an application form. You understand what I'm saying to you? That's submission. Surrender is that can happen to you willingly or unwillingly. The Quran is perfect, bro. You can never find a contradiction here.
No, your understanding end up as a contradiction.
What is it with this guy?
Go further, bro. There's plenty to corroborate this, bro. 1744.
What?
Go to 1744, yeah.
What's the issue, V? What's the issue with 383? What do you find problematic there?
I got no issue. I'm saying everything submits to Allah.
No,
willingly
surrender.
Or unwillingly.
Surrender. Everything surrendered willingly or unwillingly.
Yeah.
But submission requires active acknowledgement, agreement.
Now go further. If you go to 1744, it says the seven heavens and the earth and all that is with therein glorify Him.
Yeah.
And there's not a thing but glorifies His praise.
Okay.
All
That's
right.
true.
Now do the kuffar willingly glorify Allah?
Huh?
Or
No. This is not about willing here now.
No,
Everything,
bro.
Huh?
What's the verse number? V?
1744.
I don't get it. Like, what are Muslims doing? Like fighting the Quran? Like, I don't get it.
You're not fighting the Quran, bro. I'm saying
what are you doing right now, then?
You coming up with your own twists and turns.
I didn't say anything to you. Well, okay, tell me what I said to you.
You're saying this submission, surrender, prostration. You coming
okay,
up
so
with...
if I might come in here, V, and I think even Ahmed will agree with me on that. There's a school of thought in the grammatical Arab grammar where they argue that no two words in the Quran mean the same, even if they may seem to us to be similar or even the same. Like there are no synonyms as such. So sajda, sabaha, or sabaha, and aslama, they may mean similar things, but they don't. Even the words like Ja'a wa ata, right? We've heard those words. Atu zakat wa ja'a. And Shahrur's work that maybe Ahmed has had a chance to read. He argues that even though they mean the same thing, but they're not exactly the same thing. So I guess what I'm seeing where Maverick is coming from, V, is that yes, in English you could try and use the same word, but if we're being linguistically honest, we got to realize that these are three different words and they may seem similar, but there are nuances to them.
No, that's why I said
agree. I'm not going to argue about sajda from that point, but just as a lead on from what Moses said, of course, there is a difference. He went and he departed are two different words. They signify the same thing, but you could find a nuance in the difference of meaning. Same thing with ja'a means he came with a struggle. Ata means he just passed by. So I agree. There are nuances in the difference of the word, but sometimes they're very, very minute, such as what do you call it? Ja and ata.
Yeah, so Ja'a, I guess at the risk of derailing this, I'll quickly say Ja'a is somebody coming with knowledge and something that's been given. Ata is just coming. So man Ja'a, when Ja'a al-haq.
That's Ja'a bi. Ja'a in itself just means to come with a sort of effort. You get like in Surah Mulk. I won't go into the long detail, but from what I've learned, Ja'a means to come with effort and determination, whereas ata means to just simply come.
Okay, well, we can talk about that separately.
Yeah.
So what was your point, V, again?
So this whole conversation started when we were talking about when I said the Prophet taught sajda, or did sajda, he taught this to his companions, right? Now when I said sajda, that was a buzzword, innit?
So let me ask you like this.
I said this right in the beginning. And then we were talking about the conspiracy, like you got people in the East, in India doing sajda, you got people in the West, in Maghrib doing sajda. Millions of people, right? And then we said it was a proto source. That's where the whole conversation came from. But when they came to sajda,
Okay, I see. Yeah.
yeah, this was maybe an hour ago, 2 hours ago, probably.
But I think the point was to basically identify the claims from the Quran. And the issue is we tend to somehow get to this idea that, you know, that this is a matter of Arabic. But what I've noticed from the Quran is, as long as you're consistent with the theme of the Quran and you're consistent with the context that these particular words are found in, it's really not a matter of Arabic at all. At least as it pertains to the popular arguments. For instance, this word sajda right now, like you insist that it means prostration, but with respect, where have you proved it?
Even the brother
Where?
mentioned the
Seriously.
lexicons, right? The brother mentioned the lexicons of that.
No.
No,
See,
I'm
you're
saying-
changing the argument here.
No, it's not about changing
I
the
have no
argument.
problem. I accept that it can
Based
mean
upon
prostration.
the definitions that you want to use, all right, you can make it to fit wherever you want to make it to fit.
No, but
But if you go
Vegeta,
by
the
certain
point is this.
lexicons, no, but 1 minute, if you do go by certain lexicons, you got no choice but to accept that is a physical
Not
prostration.
certain, every single one.
The point is this. The point
Every
is
single
this.
one, exactly, bro.
Okay, Vegeta, you're not listening, bro. Because the point I'm trying to make is this, yeah, bro. Like, this is really not a dictionary issue, because if you claim a certain value to a word, yeah, then fine. That value should be evident from the context that it's in.
Listen, I think
Why
we've,
is it
I
never
think
evident?
I think we've explained in Surah Qalam and in Surah Maryam how both of those are clearly a physical prostration.
Not at all. You've just repeated it over and over again. It's clearly a physical frustration. It's clearly a physical frustration.
Yo,
But there's
Maverick, you
nothing
making up
clear
your own
about
lexicon, bro. Maverick, you making up your own lexicon. That's all it is,
it. Bro,
You
I'm
come
not
in with a
even
new
telling-
lexicon.
I'm not even.
All right,
I'm not
I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, bro, you got crackheads, bro. Crackhead come up with his own lexicon and start making up his own thing, bro.
But
That's it. That's what it is.
V,
You bring your own lexicon, brother.
V,
Bro,
even
you're
you
sitting
must
there
telling
me on Judgment Day people can't prostrate, and B, when people heard the Quran,
Hey,
they
what lexicon?
prostrated.
What
That's
lexicon
your
you going
argument.
by?
That's the level of
1 minute,
argument.
Maverick. What lexicon are you going by? You going
Huh?
by your own lexicon, right?
I'm not
V,
even
the
giving
simple
Yeah, you is going by your own lexicon. That's acceptable.
V. If I just try and paraphrase what you're trying to say, and I think this is where it's very weak, your argument. So you're saying
1 minute before you do
just
that, yo,
because
Sam
the word
Azil. I said 4102 right in the beginning, bro. We're gonna get to the inshallah.
Cool. We can.
All right.
Let's go to
But
4102.
1 minute.
Please, let's go to
No, I
4102.
interrupted Moses. Let Moses finish, bro. He said.
Okay, thank you. So what I was saying is, even if we were to agree to what you and Ahmed are saying, and I think this is an interesting academic position, whether you start off taking sajda as literal, or whether you start off by taking it as metaphorical and then go the other way, I think regardless of that, from there to say that the current salah as it's performed is the only way that God expects people to do is a huge jump to make, which you can't justify. So only justification I can come up with, as I said in the very beginning, was that there is tawatur enough to point to a proto source that maybe was prophesied, was practiced by the prophet, but was not something that was made mandatory to be part of the religion. This is where I think even you would struggle to justify having that derivation come from the Quran. So this is,
I mean,
guess, what I was trying to
you
say.
said that you are aware of
Moses, 1 minute, yeah,
his,
Moses. But at the same time, bro, it's the other way around. When you reverse the role, reverse it, they have a conspiracy to they end up in a conspiracy. You understand what I'm saying, Moses? To say that such that happening in east of India, bro, all the way to the west, Maghrib. All right.
You're
They
using
say-
people as like a criteria for truth.
No, it's
Since
still a
when was that
conspiracy,
It's not a
bro.
criteria for truth.
It's a
This is a very
conspiracy.
big
You
thing
coming
that
out
I've
with a
seen
conspiracy.
Quranists say a lot.
And
The
Maverick,
V-
you come in with your own lexicon, bro. You still hiding from that one. But yo, Ahmed, I interrupted you. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, people say, oh, you're taking people as a source of the truth. No, we have a principle, Moses probably knows since he knows Al-Ghamdisab, of a historical analysis through ijma and tawatur. And we believe that is how words are transmitted. That is how the Quran was transmitted to us to this day. And that is how the meaning of salah and how to do it was transmitted to us.
Yeah, but that is a problem, Ahmed, and I can give you a few words right now, Ahmed, that I don't know if Hamid Saab has explained. Like in today's understanding, words like sabr, sabr, and what was I thinking of? Shaheed. They mean very different things, even in the ahadith and the fiqh books, than how those words are used in the Quran. So that, to me, if I'm being honest, is a straightaway evidence that words have changed their meaning within 200 to 300 years of how they were recorded and presented in the Quran versus how they ended up getting captured in books of fiqh, ahadith, and tafasir, etc. Would you agree with that point or not?
I would have to see about the exact usage
Even
of a
the word
certain word
sunnah
such
has
as shaheed.
changed.
And
Hmm.
basically, you would have to look at every single example. And if this were the case, that some sort of semantic shift has occurred, then neither of us would have any ground to stand on. You wouldn't be able to say shaheed means one thing, and I couldn't say it means one thing. It would be pure
No,
conjecture.
that's where would be wrong, Ahmed, because what I would be doing then is I would be the Shoba example. I would be looking at the word shahida, shahid, mushahid across the board and seeing which meaning is the meaning that would hold true in all scenarios. So what we can't do is kind of, just because we want to, take one meaning of shaheed here and apply one meaning of shaheed there. So one time we say, oh, shaheed means a martyr, and whenever God talks about himself being a shaheed, we say, oh, God can't be a martyr, so God is witnessing. We can't do that, and that is mental gymnastics.
Why
That,
can't
with
we
all
do that?
respect,
It's different. The same word means different things. This is a common thing in all languages. The same
so
word.
shaheed,
Yeah, but you
and
don't decide
shuhada.
it willy-nilly. It has to be determined by the context.
It has
You
to be
seem to be
determined by how
deciding it
the Ahlul
willy-nilly.
Lugha speak
No,
it.
it has to be, listen, bro, the Prophet Sallallahu how he understood it, right? Yeah, it goes
It
back
has
to that, bro.
language is determined by those who speak the language, and in the Arabic language, as far as I know, you have said you have raised a historical question. I would have to research that, but as far as my knowledge is right now, shuhada has always been used as martyr, and shaheed has always also been.
Ahmed, I will stop you right there. This is quite easy to prove. If you just look up gotanzil.net, type the word shahada, or even go word jihad, jahada. And I think this is even an even more common one. Jihad does not mean a physical fighting. Qital is physical fighting. Jahada is an overarching word which can include jihad, but it's not jihad. So
Yeah,
we've got this
I
thing
agree, and
happening all the time
this
in
in
the
our
Quran.
tradition. We have this in our tradition that jihad means an internal struggle. But for you to say
Sorry,
that,
not internal
what I was
struggle,
going to say,
Ahmed. Jihad is a bigger
what does
thing.
shahada mean? Does it mean to witness or to be a martyr, according to you?
It is witness. We look at the longest verse of the Quran, 2:184 from memory. What are we talking about? We're talking about witnesses, shahada. We go in Allah. Again, I'm not good at remembering verses, but God is referring to himself as the shaheed. So are we going to say God became a martyr? God is a martyr? But then this is the meaning that we get from our hadith books.
This is the issue of inna Allahu wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi.
We're not even going to salat. We're taking to shahada because I'm not doing second or third form. Yeah.
When the Quran talks about Uhud, it says وَلْيَتَّخِذَ مِنْكُمُ الشُّهَدَاءَ. So he could take from you witnesses.
That's right.
Why not?
What does that mean?
Yeah,
What does it mean to take witnesses?
Witnesses to his cause.
No, the thing that just happened is people have been killed in battle. What do you mean witnesses to his cause?
Yeah, but you're saying that it doesn't. The Quran doesn't say anywhere that people have been killed in a certain battle.
No, it does. It's talking about Uhud. It's talking about war.
You're saying it's talking about Uhud. Where does the Quran say it's talking about Uhud?
You can.
What is that verse, Ahmed? Do you remember the verse?
Let me find it for you in a second. Hold on.
I really don't understand all this unnecessary ambiguity because I've never come across a word that is divorced from the context that it's in.
It's
any
Ali
language.
Imran 140.
Al Imran is number 3. Yeah.
140.
Yeah.
3:140.
I don't have that. 140, did you say? 3:140?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I would still read that as witnesses.
ING was right.
I don't know why you would want to force a separate meaning here. Well, okay, so if I'm saying shuhada, we're talking about them being the martyrs, then are we going to be using the same word for God? God was shaheed. God was a martyr?
No, Moses, read the verse properly, bro. It doesn't have to be martyrs here at all. It doesn't. As a
No,
matter of fact, in this
that's
context, it doesn't make
that's
sense.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Look,
The only way I
was
would read
he was
this.
talking about people dying. Doesn't even talk about that here.
This entire length of surahs is talking about a war that the Muslims have
No,
failed.
but
You
this
can read
verse
the
is not
previous
talking
ayahs.
about
From
people
where?
dying.
From which verse does it start? From where does the war?
3:140. Look, it says, if it touched you a wound, so certainly touch the people a wound like it. And these days we alternate them among the people, that he may distinguish God those who believe, and that he may take from you, quote unquote, martyrs, and God does not love the wrongdoers. How would
So if
martyrs
it's-
fit in that verse?
Yeah. So if we start with the Arabic, Ahmed, it says, وَلِيَعْلَمَ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا, so that God could make known, understand, know the people who believe, وَيَتَّخِذَ مِنْكُمْ, and from them take شُهَدَاء, witnesses, وَاللَّهُ لَا يُحِبُّ الظَّالِمِينَ, and God does not love who do wrong.
Yeah,
So
I'll
isn't that
concede
quite
this point.
clear?
I will concede this point that it does mean witnesses. I've just checked a tafsir and I've checked 2 other translations as well.
Yeah.
Yes, it means it could
Fair
mean
enough.
witnesses.
So the point I was making, Ahmed, is it's one thing to be blindly saying, or whatever is passed on to us has to be the right meaning, but we've got clear examples of word like jahada, qital,
Yeah, well, I did just check
sabara.
the tafsir of
Yeah.
a modern scholar who said it is witnessing. So of course
Yeah.
the semantic shift is not so great. That of course.
So does that then weaken the foundation for you that whatever's come down the chain has to be right? When these are pretty clear terms, and even
Of course,
then we've got disagreement.
The authenticity of it would of the meaning of a certain word's transmission would have to be checked, of course.
But does that then weaken and put some doubt into a very firm foundation that you might want to hold on to otherwise, or not? Academically speaking.
I would have.
Or are you still certain?
Again, I'm not sure. I haven't checked the meaning of I haven't checked a lexicon of the roots shahada
Yeah,
to see
but
how they explain it.
Even so, this is where again I think Ghamidi Sahib, with all due respect, kind of goes very strongly in understanding a text 300 years before any of these lexicons or rules of self and Nahu were written. If we're being honest, these are later abstractions, concepts, tools devised to understand a previous text. And I think you missed the discussion before, Ahmed, where I was actually asking the guys questions like, do you have an understanding of why God says, Inna Allaha kana aliman hakima? Why is God using the word kana when even during the Quran, even within the text, kana means past? And we had a look at the verses where kana yada'una, and they were being called, right? Or there are other things like where people might say these are mistakes, such as rubama instead of rubbama, or alayhu, not alayhi. So my point there was, we can't really honestly use tools 300 years after the fact, that is of this book, to try and understand everything about it. The best way is by looking and starting off, I would say, within the book and see if there's a term that's being used consistently, it's giving us the right understanding, not deviating. We don't have to make mental gymnastics. Then we shouldn't have to go and take a secondary source that changes that meaning. Does that make sense?
I would agree with you in principle if I didn't have the fact before me that unless you had these rules of sarf, nahu, balagha, or whatever, unless you had the lexicons, you would not be able to understand a single word in the Quran. So the arguments you would be making would only apply to a handful of words. Because I have met some Quranists who say that I will only see what a word means from the Quran, and then the issue with that is you have no idea what if the Quran is a dictionary to you, then you have no idea what Alhamdulillah.
No. Absolutely. I think the more better way to put it would be Quran acts as the Furqan, right? So if we've got 2 or 3 meanings that are being proposed by people, one meaning being provided to you by Maverick, one by Ghamidi Sahib, one by Barelvi Mullah, you can take all 3 meanings, apply this on the criterion, and see which one holds true and makes the text remain inconsistent throughout. That would be the fairest approach.
Sure.
And as I keep saying, I like Mr. Ghamidi, and I read his Mizan, and I was quite disappointed how, he talks about his foundations, and I know where you're coming from because I've looked at your board. He, in his Mizan, great book, but he devotes just 2 or 3 pages to why he discards a hadith but does not discard sunnah. And I was quite disappointed by how easily he just brushed off of that topic. It's not that easy a discussion to just brush your hands off of. We've got very simple terms like the ones we just talked about, whose meanings we are all clear, we understand, have changed. So how can we be so certain that everything else has remained the same? And this is where people like Maverick come in and argue, well, word salat does not necessarily have to mean the same thing. And as evidence, he can offer you those words that we looked at.
And
But
I
there are
don't
lexicons
believe
which
that
say
that
that.
evidence is strong enough to suggest that salah is not a ritual prayer.
Sorry?
Come
Repeat
again,
that.
Ahmed.
And I do not believe the evidence to suggest that salah is not a ritual worship is strong enough to uphold.
All right, let's
your
get on to
argument.
that then, shall we? Let's get on to
I'm
that.
gonna have to go. It's almost Fajr time here, but I
It'll
can stay for maybe 10 more
be
minutes.
2 minutes. You ain't
Bro,
got to
we got
worry.
16 minutes, bro. 16 minutes till Fajr.
It'll be 2 minutes. It'll be 2 minutes. All right, watch this, yeah. Watch this.
Ahmad must be the imam.
I'm not gonna translate the word salah for you. All I ask is that you are consistent with the following verses. Read 1184 to 87. Is anyone actually even reading it?
I'm reading it
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
it's الصلاة تأمرك أن يعني نترك ما يعبد آباؤنا. This example has been given to me by other Quranists as well before, and I don't see the issue. I gave an example like this. For example, I go to the masjid and I pray with, let's say, a child next to me.
Do you know what the argument is first?
Yeah, that how can Salah order anything? I understand.
No, that ain't even it. That ain't even it. Was Shu'aib praying?
Yes.
Was he?
Yep.
Where was he praying? Would you show that to us, please?
What do you mean? Where was he praying? The Quran says he's praying.
No. When they said to him, "Oh Shu'aib, does your quote unquote prayer command you?" In order for them to say that to him, he must have at minimum been praying, correct?
Yep.
Or not?
Mm-hmm.
Could you kindly show it to us where he was praying in this in this conversation they're having?
Well, clearly he was praying if they were saying, "Why is your prayer doing this?"
No. There's nothing clearly about that. You are saying that the word means prayer. You're claiming that. So if the word means
Listen,
prayer,
you can make the
then
word.
you
You can claim for the word to mean anything, okay? But
what?
unless what do you claim the word to mean in this
All right,
context?
listen.
See, bro,
One second.
Ahmed,
Yeah.
you're claiming the word to be prayer. If the word means prayer, and they are saying, "Oh Shu'aib, does your prayer command you?" Then he must be praying. All you have to do is show that. It's not difficult.
Yeah, it's a similar argument, Ahmed, for the verse for salat stops you from fahasha. All those things that are fahish.
We'll get there.
And I would always say, well, how can we know this is not true? If you're being honest, how many people we see who do salat, but are continuing to do everything else that is bad and fahish? So either the verse is wrong,
they are not upholding
properly.
Salah in the manner is meant to be upheld.
Okay, well that's
So
a ta'wil.
they're not following closely. Okay, they're not committed. All right, but the point is,
do you remember like last week when I came on Mufti Abu Laid's live stream and I asked him this verse from Surah Hajj, verse 40. I asked him like, how can the word salawat everywhere else in one place mean prayer, in one place it means blessings from God, but in this place it means synagogues, a physical building? Like, how can that happen? Do you
Because
remember?
that's how language works. It's not logic. It's not
Okay, I know what you mean, but how can the meanings be so vast that it just divorces itself from the actual meaning of a prayer or a reaching out to a deity or a connecting to a deity to an actual physical building? How does that work in language? Like, no, I haven't heard of any language. I haven't heard of any language that does that. And he couldn't answer it. Do you remember he went into Tafsir al-Tabari and he started talking about communities and what they do with
Yes,
mosques?
I've seen every lexicon, and in the lexicon it says Kanisatul Yahud, okay? it should not be astonishing that language is sometimes illogical.
Yeah, but again, Ahmed, my point was we're taking a 250, 300 years later record to judge a word which, if we read it as such, is no longer consistent within the text.
Yes,
so we
but
must have a very good
is
reason to
language-
override
How is
it.
language transmitted? It is only transmitted in the society. All the lexicons do is record it. For example, everyone
At that
in this
time.
everyone
At
in this
that
panel
time.
knows that when Shakespeare writes gay, he does not mean homosexual. He means happy. Okay. In the same way, the people of those time could also discern such a thing.
Yeah, that's a good example, Ahmed. So if today we try to understand, let's say 50 years from now, the only meaning that people understand of the word gay is homosexual, right? And this will probably happen. What will happen is 50 years later, if someone, just quickly, remember, if someone reads the dictionary that is written to be easier to access for a young person, they pick up the word gay, only meaning given to them, because that's the only meaning being used in their time is to refer to a man of a certain sexual tendency, and they read Shakespeare, they're going to come across with a very different meaning.
Moment.
And then they will read another dictionary and find the other meaning.
One moment. If we go back to Shu'aib, yeah, because this really does not need to be ambiguous. The Quran itself would deal with it. We don't need to worry about the specific words translation. The Quran will make it evident. Please watch this. So 1184, and to Midian we sent their brother Shu'aib. He said, "O my people, worship God, not for you is any other God, and do not diminish the measure and weight. Indeed, I see you in prosperity, but indeed I fear you punishment of a day all-encompassing." So he's warning them. Watch this. "And O my people, give full measure and weight and justice, and do not cheat the people of their things, and do not act wickedly in the earth, causing corruption." He's warning them. What eternally remains from God is best for you if you were believers, and not I am over you a guardian. He's simply warning them. After he warns them, they said, "O Shu'aib, does your prayer?" How does that follow? He warns them, and then they said, "O Shu'aib, does your prayer?"
It doesn't make sense in the overall context.
It gets worse.
Yeah.
Does your prayer command you that we abandon what we worship of our forefathers, or that we do concerning our wealth what we will? Indeed, you are clement, wise. So after he warns them, they say, "Does your quote-unquote prayer command you that we leave what our forefathers practiced and that we do what we will with our wealth?" How does prayer fit in that context? That's
Okay,
number
let
one.
me explain. Okay, first of all, answer me this. What were their forefathers doing?
That's irrelevant.
No, it's very relevant. You realize how. What were they doing?
They were worshipping other than God.
Okay, exactly. So here, the meaning of salah is used. I'll give my example now. If I'm in a masjid and I'm praying with a child next to me, and I go out of the masjid and he swears at me, I will say to him, "Does your salah command you to do?" I obviously won't say command. I will use a normal English word for it. In Urdu, I could say, "Kya tumhari namaz tumhe ye sikhati hai?" And I could say something like that, and it would make perfect sense. So their forefathers were doing. So their forefathers were doing shirk.
But Shu'aib wasn't praying.
And they are saying, "Does your prayer?"
Actually, their forefathers were probably not giving full measure and weight, and
exactly.
they were spreading
How do you know
corruption.
they were praying even?
It's not about worship. It's where does worship come?
Okay.
It says, our fathers used to worship.
Yeah, we know ibadah. The ibadah mafhum of ibadah in the Quran is not worship, man. It means
in the Quran,
serve
the word
God.
means serve. But the point
Serve
is,
God.
even if you take the word as worship, you're trying to
bro,
ignore
one minute. That's your lexicon, bro. You have to say that. Your lexicon says that.
V, 1 second, please. Even if you take the word as worship, yeah, don't ignore the fact that it's talking about also what they do with their wealth and etc. And you don't know what worship means, and even that's besides the point, because Shu'aib was not praying, he was not worshiping. So why are they telling him that?
They
and
have.
furthermore, he was
they
not
have
giving
brought in the
instruction on prayer either. So the question doesn't even make sense. If
he wasn't even giving instructions on
right,
prayer.
Exactly. So for them to say like, so does your prayer command? That doesn't even make any sense logically. Because he's
Because
not.
they themselves have brought it up. They have said, "As-salatuka ta'muruka." Sorry, "As-salatuka ta'muruka an natruka ma ya'budu aba'una." Not ma, because obviously they're not saying they know that what they're doing is wrong. Of course, they are talking about they have an issue with tawheed in this verse.
Tawheed is not a word in the Quran anyway. But Ahmad, what you're trying to say, if I understand what you're doing there, is you are really saying the salat that's meant for those people to be following is a metaphorical salat. That's the meaningful one, not the physical one. Do you agree? Because you just admitted salat is not just physical, because what's the point? So you gave us the ta'wil that the salat, when you tell the child, what you're really saying to that child is not that you prayed, but did you follow the spirit of it, which must follow you throughout the day in everything you do, correct?
Exactly, and that does not negate the physical aspect of it.
No, it does not negate it, but it does not necessarily mean they're different things. So we can't say the salat that you are referring to as a ritual prayer is what's being meant there. It may include the physical aspect, but surely the argument is that the real thing that's being argued for is a lifestyle change. When you tell that child,
Yo, Moses, you heard him in Urdu, right? Please. क्या तेरी आपकी नमाज आपको ये सिखाती है? Remember you said that in Urdu it makes sense, bro.
Wait. What makes more sense though, Vegeta? Like, so does it make more sense for it to say, does your prayer command you, or does it make more sense to say, what you follow command you?
No, what you follow would be a different word. You're from what I've heard of Quran, is they say salah means close adherence.
Oh, okay. How about this? Does what you follow closely command you? How about that one? Does that
No,
work?
it would be does your close adherence command you? And to me, that sounds very awkward, if I'm honest.
Well, salat is the whole idea of following God's rules. Now, whether you so taba'a and sallu, and this is where I think Quran Centric has done a video as well. Again, the words are not synonyms in the Quran. So what tabi'uni versus sallu mean similar, but one has got more intensity, and the intensity is where the salat word is coming from. So when you necessarily taba'a somebody, you may still be doing mistakes, but when you are sallu to somebody or somewhere, you are following in a manner that you're not allowing anything like cheating or killing or raping to come in and distract you. So it's not something you do just 5 times a day. It's something that starts in the morning, and by the time you go to sleep, you are still meant to be doing it.
I think that the timings of salah are very clear in the Quran. There's inna salata kanat ala
Ahmed, we're gonna talk about that. I promise we're gonna talk about that. Before I go to that verse, I want to address this verse, and you can tell me whether this verse is different to what Shu'aib did. So 29:45. Recite what has revealed to you, what God has revealed to you of the scripture, and observe the salah. Indeed, the salah forbids from immoralities and the evil and vice, and surely the remembrance of God is greatest, and God knows what you all do. So 2 questions here. First and foremost, is it single or plural? Who's this verse addressing?
Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay. Is this different to what Shu'aib did?
Oh, different in what way? What do you mean? Is it different?
What we just read was Shu'aib reciting what was revealed to him of scripture and observing the salah, and indeed the salah would forbid the immoralities and vice, i.e. what they used to do with cheating and etc.
Sure.
So would this apply to Shu'aib as well? Is this the same thing that Shu'aib did?
Salah can have many purposes. It doesn't just have to be, this.
Is this what Shu'aib did?
He did salah, yes.
Did he do this salah? This, like what this verse is saying, recite what was revealed to him and observe salah. Did he do that?
These are 2 different things. Utlu and aqim are 2 different verbs.
Okay, did he recite what was revealed to him?
Probably.
Okay.
Since he's a prophet of God, I would think that he has recited what was revealed to him, yes.
Okay, so salah here, as you were saying, it's addressing the messenger, the last messenger. So salah involved the messenger reciting what was revealed to him. Do you accept that?
Sure.
Okay, now let's go to the timing that you were talking about, 1778.
Sorry, guys, I gotta go. So if somebody else needs to jump on, maybe
Moses,
you might
it's
want to
been a
invite
pleasure
them in.
having you here, bro. Inshallah.
Moses,
Thank you.
Yeah,
I want to
Should-
apologize, bro. In the
See ya,
beginning,
bro.
I made a little joke towards you. I
No,
apologize,
no,
yeah?
no worries. No worries. I personally I am a student and I take things from everybody. So Maverick, V, Ahmed, I'm here to learn. And I think that's my purpose. I might see you guys hopefully again in the future. Catch you later. Bye.
yeah,
Yeah.
Moses.
Thank you.
Please send an email, brother, man.
Peace out, my brother.
I have Orthodox Smoke.
Oh,
All right.
thank you.
All right. Bye.
So yeah, Ahmed, 1778, please.
I'm talking about 4103.
We'll go there. If we just read 1778.
By the
Listen,
way,
if I'm
by the
if
way,
I'm very honest, I think I should go now because it's actually around 3 a.m. and Fajr is already
Li-
starting.
literally 2 minutes. Let's just address 2 verses before you go.
You said 2 minutes about 5 minutes ago, so I think I'm gonna have to actually go now. I'm sorry. It was great talking to all of you. You
Can I ask you one question before you go?
You
Because I
think
haven't
your
had to ask you
timing
a
pretty
question.
well, Ahmed.
Sorry.
I mean, can I ask you one question before you go? Just one small one.
Mm-hmm.
So, from what I understand, there's no the people who follow hadith, etc. They'll say like if you don't say al-Fatiha, if you don't make this many rak'ah, etc., your prayer will be rejected. Do you follow that concept?
God will reject and accept what He wants to reject and accept. I've sent the Discord. We can talk on there later. We can have voice chats whenever you want. For now, it was great talking to all of you, and assalamu alaikum.
Let's
um,
go.
Alaikum salam.
by the way, Vegeta, you know this chapter 4, verse 102. You can't just understand it on its own.
Very well.
It's a whole context starting from verse 71. Do you know
Verse
that?
71, yeah?
Yeah, it's not just 4102. You can just pluck out and understand on its oon.
Bro,
Which
it
verse are you
says
talking about?
He's
4102.
talking about the one where
Actually,
there's some.
for 4102, brother, wallahi, you know, I've heard quite a few hadiths use 4102 because it also uses the word prostration. That's the reason they use it. As a matter of fact, let's address it right now.
You can't, man. You can't because it's a too big context. It starts like 30 verses before.
Nah, do you know what we'll
USs.
do? No, ING, do you know what we'll do? We'll start it from this verse alone and it will still be problematic for them.
Yeah, it can.
Let me show you how it will be problematic for them, yeah? Because it starts with, and when you are among them and you quote unquote lead them, the salah, then stand guard a group of them with you and let them take their weapons, and then when they prostrated, then let them be from behind you. So here's the question here. If they're gonna go behind the Prophet after they've prostrated, where are they before they're prostrated? Are they in front of him?
And also, who's them? Who's the them they talk about? And you'll get the answer if you go to the previous verse.
Just deal with this one alone. Before they're prostrated, where are they?
What is then once they perform sajda, they should move away from you and the other party.
Exactly. So if they're gonna move away from the Prophet once they've performed sajda, where are they before that? Or did you say move away? I like the way you said move away because it literally says here behind, bro.
No, I'm reading Mufti Taqi Usmani.
I'm reading word for word. Wara'ikum.
Waraikum means behind. Wara'a means behind in Arabic.
But when it says that once they perform sajda, they should move away from you and the other party.
It doesn't say move away here. It says behind.
Okay. 1 minute. I'm reading the Mufti Taqi Usmani, so bear with me in it. What does it say?
Taqi Usmani is Deobandi, Yani. Don't go Deobandi translation.
This, you know what it is, bro? You know Quran.com, right? Back in the day, you was setting. I would have a certain setting. Now it's just random. So I have Mufti Taqi Usmani one day, Dr. Khattab one day. It just depends, bro, what the mood is. But I'll go to another translation. 1 minute. I'll go to say international, yeah? Let's check this one out. Okay, let them be behind you and have the other group come forward.
Yeah. So if they're
Yeah.
gonna go behind the Prophet after they're prostrated, where are they before they're prostrated?
Well, that makes sense, bro. You got two peoples, two groups, right? One group is keeping guard, and one group is praying. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
once they're
when they're praying,
prostrated,
are they
well,
behind the Prophet or are they in front of the Prophet?
behind it, behind both of them, behind both.
Nah, if they're
both
behind
groups.
the Prophet, they can't go behind him after they're prostrated, then can they?
No, but it says, look at it. It says they go behind. Let them go behind you and have the other group come forward.
Bro, let them go behind you is after they've prostrated.
Yeah, you. So
Yeah. So
they go
where
behind
are
the other
they,
group.
where are they before they're prostrated?
Behind.
They can't be behind on both occasions, Vegeta.
1 minute. Let's go for the. Let me go for the word for word, bro. I'm pretty sure this makes sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna see you guys later. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you guys later.
ठीक है भाई.
Have fun, brothers.
Salam, salam.
Salam.
Walaikum salam.
Peace out, my brother. Vegeta, you can't play them games, man. Like, why do you not play them games?
Bro, the games of you playing these games, bro. Like I said before,
What games have I played now?
you know what it is, bro? Let me go for it. I'm opening up here. You talk about games all of a sudden. Just wait, bro. Turn a group of them with you and let them take their arms. Then when they have prostrated, then let them be from behind you.
Yeah.
And let come forward a group other. So there's two groups here. I understand this like this, bro. Right? There's two groups of people. One is keeping guard, one is praying, and then there's a prophet somewhere in front of them. All right.
The Prophet can't be in front of them if they're going behind him only after they've prostrated.
They go behind the whole group, so they go right at the back.
Oh my God, this guy is trying so hard.
It's not try, bro. Okay, so how do you explain it? You explain it, bro.
Why are you trying so hard, Vegeta?
Bro, how do you explain it?
There's no explanation necessary. They go behind the Prophet after they've prostrated. After, not before. After.
But when 1 minute, the whole thing sounds physical already, bro. They're holding arms, bro.
No problem. I don't
They
have
got
a problem
weapons.
with that.
They're standing. There's two groups of people separate.
No problem. I'll give you all of that. They're standing, there's two groups of people, there's weapons involved, no problem. But what you cannot ignore is that they go behind the Prophet only after they've prostrated.
Nah,
you can't ignore that.
It doesn't mean that. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that, bro. You can't necessarily have to mean that.
It doesn't have to mean what it says.
Nah, what you say, bro. What you say.
I just read it.
No, what you saying is this. Because listen, bro, listen. Even the Jama'ah, right? There's a Jama'ah. You know what Jama'ah is, yeah?
Yeah, okay, cool. There's a Jama'ah.
Congregation. There's a congregation.
Okay.
Of prayer. This prayer is congregation prayer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they go behind the congregation.
No, it says go behind
yeah, bro.
you.
They go behind the congregation.
No, brother.
And the party that was behind before, they come forward to the
I'm
congregation.
gonna read it word for word. Then when they prostrated, then let them be from behind you. Word for word.
Yeah. Carry on.
From behind you. And let come forward another group. Then
exactly.
Come
and do they go forward where?
They go forward to where the previous group were. So you tell me.
Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Tell me.
Come on,
you tell me where was the previous group before they've prostrated?
Okay, so when it says let them after they prostrate, let them go behind you. Yeah. So the person that's forward, the other group, it goes forward. Does that mean they go in front of the Prophet? According to your one, that means they go in front of the Prophet.
In front of the Prophet.
If the word behind, right? If the word behind means behind the Prophet, right?
Yeah.
Which one? And it only means behind the Prophet. Then the word forward would mean. Then the word forward mean in front of the Prophet.
Yeah, they are in front of the Prophet before they go behind him when they prostrate. Yeah, that's what it means. But you have a problem with that, right?
So they go in front of the Prophet.
No, they are in front of the Prophet, and then when they prostrate, then they go behind the Prophet.
Physically, yeah.
Yeah.
So the
But
prostration is physically.
no. The prostration is not physical. But you would say it is, which is why it's problematic for you.
Nah, bro. You said it as well, blood.
No,
They
no,
go
no.
in front of the
But
prophet,
don't
behind the
run with
prophet,
that.
physically.
No, I'm saying from in my understanding, obviously the word never means prostration. It never works in the Quran. Look, this is what happens when you say it's prostration. You're basically saying they are in front of the prophet, they prostrate, and then they go behind the prophet. So where the hell? Like I swear the prophet is supposed to lead the prayer. If salah means prayer, how can anyone be in front of the prophet or
You
even
just said
beside
it.
him?
You just said it, brother.
You
Hey,
can't. But I
you just
know.
said they were in front of the prophet.
I know I did, but I don't accept that the word means prayer. So you can't use me. You and I have completely different understanding.
Okay, so 1 minute. Is when they're in front of the prophet and they're behind the prophet. Is that physically?
Yes, they're standing up physically in front of the prophet. Yes,
All right.
but the word
Is it?
prostration does not mean physical.
Everything else is physical there except the word prostration. Yeah.
Yes.
Holding arms is physical. Standing is physical. But the
Yes.
only thing that's not physical is prostration. All right.
It doesn't work. Go ahead. You fix it into a physical prostration.
Nah, I'm just saying, bro. You keep saying about context and theme and consistency. So everything physical, non-physical, physical. Bro, come on, man.
But listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
to you.
you can't be bringing that around here, bro.
No, Vegeta, listen to what I'm saying to you. Forget me. I'm willing to accept your narrative. Make it work for me. Go ahead, make it work. Give me the picture. Listen. Paint me this picture. You paint me this picture where the prophet is quote unquote leading them in quote unquote prayer, and then they go behind the prophet only when they have prostrated. Paint me that picture. How does that picture look like?
Yeah. After they prostrated, what comes next is the next rakah. So even and another thing is, bro. All right, this is to do with jihad, right?
Huh?
And people be doing jihad since the Prophet like he did jihad against the pagan Arabs. So this is going, and people be doing jihad since then, bro.
Wait, hold on. Did you say jihad?
Qital. Is this is to do with war, right?
How the hell did we get to jihad and war? Oh, you talking about this context?
Yeah, holding arms.
Oh, see. Yeah, this is the holy. Ain't nothing holy about it. They're dealing with the war.
No,
yeah.
holding arms.
Yeah, they're in a state of state of war.
Right. So these mans have been doing this, bro. All right. In Chechnya, in Somalia, in
No,
Kashmir.
we're not dealing with that right now.
Brother, this has been the way of the Mujahideen, bro. All right. And you come
What
in
have they been doing? Okay,
you
have
come
they
in
been
here.
going?
Okay. You come in here with some next things, brother. Man.
All right, okay. Let's just say the way of the Mujahideens right now. Are you saying the Imam of the Mujahideens, people go behind him only when they're prostrated? Do they do that?
I need to do research on how they do it. But
These are some fake Mujahideen.
but what is while they're doing their prayer, right? One party keeps guard while the other pray, right? Because they could get ambushed.
No, but the point is, bro,
this is war strategy, bro. I'm talking to you as a man, as a person that.
No, you're right. You're right. No.
Bro,
you're right.
You bro. You
Okay,
mans are known for fighting, bro. You
okay,
bro.
listen to this here. You're right. It is all about strategy, and that's what this verse is all about. I'll give you that. It's about strategies and whatnot.
Hey, one minute, hold on. I'm just checking the
But it's not about prayer.
This jabroni right here, AJ, keeps saying we clown. What the flip you talking about we clown, bro? I clowned you, blood. I know this guy.
Let it go.
He was here last time. I clowned him. I slapped him around. Now he's over there crying in the bloody box, man. Get in the flipping panel, man.
Let it go, man. But listen.
All right. I'm just joking. Stay in the box, man. I don't even want to talk to this guy.
The point is this, yeah. The point is you couldn't explain how on earth people only go behind the prophet after they're prostrated, could you? You can't really explain that, can you?
They go behind, bro. I understand it, yeah. They go behind the prophet or something. They go right at the back.
All right. Okay. Let me put it this way then. Let's read 1778. Yeah.
1778, bro.
Yeah. You know how people say, there is quote unquote prayer times in the Quran.
Yeah.
Who's this verse addressing?
Establish the prayer at the decline of the sun until the darkness of the night, and also the Quran of dawn. Indeed, the recitation of dawn is ever witnessed.
Who's this verse addressing?
Muslims, isn't it?
Huh?
Muslims.
Is this verse addressing Muslims?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I don't know.
What chapter is it in?
1778.
What's the title what's the title of that chapter, Jay?
Surah Al-Isra.
The children of Israel, Bani Israel.
So this is only established.
So check this out, like, yeah.
All right.
Okay, 1778. To make it simple for you, is single. It's not even plural. It's only addressing one individual. So do you see?
Keep up the prayer at the sinking of the sun.
Yeah. The word is aqimi. Aqimi salata. It's addressing one individual. It's addressing the Prophet. It's addressing the Prophet himself. No one else. And notice another thing, yeah?
Yeah, this is good. You know why?
Yeah.
Surah Isra is a Makkah, is a Makkah surah.
Well, you can call it a Riyadh surah if you want.
No. But you understand, okay, well, you don't have this, but it's a Makkah surah.
It's a
the
Salah,
Salah, I don't think the Salah, actually the Salah was, I need to do research on this one, bro. I'll tell you straight up. I need to research all the time, man,
But the point is, this verse is addressing the messenger alone, no one else. And to make matters even worse, you know when it says, Illa ghasaqil layl. Illa is until. So from the decline of the sun until the darkness of the night. So it's one whole period. It's not, so that's far from your, 4 units of going up and down. This is a whole long period. And it's addressing the messenger. Now notice that Salah again involves the recitation of the Quran. And it's talking about 2 different times basically. One of them being the decline of the sun until the night, and the other one being at dawn. So 2 times. And it's addressing the messenger. And those 2 times he recites the Quran. 1778. How you like them apples?
Bro, I don't know what apples you're talking about, bro. I don't know what apples. What's apples got to do with this stuff?
What you say? You're not feeling the apples, nah?
I don't know what you talking. Apple ciders. I don't know what you on about that.
I'm saying, bro, like the Quran is clear. I don't know where you lot are playing at.
Bro,
it's straightforward.
You and me talking earlier on about the lexicons and all that, right?
All of that is not necessary, man. That's just people that are trying to use mystical, magical Arabic. But I swear to you,
you keep saying mystical Arabic, yeah.
Because they're trying to be all, extra with it. It's not necessary. It's clear. Now, I showed you 1778 is addressing the messenger. I showed you that Salah is to do with the Quran. I showed you that in 2945, again, addressing the messenger, again, telling him to recite the Quran to establish Salah. So the Quran and Salah always hand in hand, always addressing the messenger. If you go to 692, again, shows you the clear link between the Quran and Salah. 692.
You know when it says 4, 1 or 2, yeah? When it talks about all the weapons and all that. Well armed. What's your understanding of this, bro? In a war, do you even believe in war, man?
It's simple, bro.
Before that, do you believe in even fighting, bro?
Of course, come on, bro. I believe in everything that's in the Quran. Listen to this, yeah. To make it simple for you.
No, but fighting hasn't taken over the planet, bro.
Taking over the planet? Wow.
Yeah,
who you beefing, bro? Like, that's too much energy. I ain't got time to take over the planet. Listen to this, yeah.
You got low ambition, man.
Nah, bruv.
You got low ambition, bro.
You go and do that for us, and
we did everything for you. We did everything. The whole Quran. We did everything for you. The Quran that you're reading right now, Ahl Sunnah, people of Sunnah, the Prophet, the Sahaba, all
That's
that they.
nonsense. That's nonsense. Bro.
We did
That's,
everything for you, blood. The whole
that's
lexicon
nonsense.
that you got right now is
That's
based upon what
that's
people of
nonsense.
Sunnah have established. The
That's
translation
nonsense.
you're reading, brother. The translation you're reading.
That's nonsense. That's actually absolute nonsense.
And now
What?
you told me to go and take over the planet for
Every
you as well.
single thing you said is nonsense, and I can prove that it's all nonsense.
Go ahead, bud.
Every single thing that you said is nonsense, bro. But allow it. Anyway, listen to this, yeah?
God, Guru saying God did it, yeah?
Yeah, of course God did it.
Of course, man.
God is the one that preserved the Quran. And he's the one that, what's it called again? Inna alayna jam'ahu Qur'ana. Very true.
Yeah,
75:16, I think. Yeah.
No, if someone says, no, astaghfirullah, I don't even want to say this stuff. I don't even like saying what I'm about to say, yeah? But can we have the Quran without the messenger? You know?
Of course we can.
Huh?
Of course we can. The messenger can be replaced. You do know that, right?
Messenger
He's even told that in the
be
Quran,
replaced by what?
by another messenger. God can select anyone, bro.
Can you have the Quran without a messenger?
Without a messenger?
Yeah.
Well, no, God hasn't chosen it that way. He's chosen to always send through a messenger.
And God chose, and likewise God chose for these lexicons, for this Quran to be compiled in this way, from Fatiha to Nas. God chose for it to be through.
Bro, actually, speaking of lexicons, you brought it up again. I was gonna let it go, but you brought it up again.
Go ahead.
The only thing the Sunnis have tried to do is distort the meanings of the Quran. That's the only thing they've tried to do. They've tried to distort the word, the meaning of Salah. They've tried to distort the meaning of Psalm, the meaning of Hajj, Kaaba, Bait, you name it. That's all you've done. And the rest was preserved by the people who cared about their language. It's got nothing to do with
name me someone that preserved it your way, bro. You said it was preserved, right? Who preserved it?
The language? The language was preserved by the Arabs. I'm sure they cared about their own language.
Was there Parvezi like you, bro?
What are you talking about? It's a language.
Was they upon what you're upon? Did they?
The Quran, however, was preserved by Allah, and it was in the memory of those that cared about it.
Yeah, so name names in there. Who cared about it? Name names, because I could name names.
It's not necessary.
It is necessary, bro.
No, it's not. Because
in this case, bro,
did the messenger convey it en masse or not?
Let me say this. Yeah, but at the same time, you as an Somali understands what Abtirsi is, bro.
But this is
lineage. Listen to me, bro. You know what lineage is, bro. If you say that you don't know who preceded you, you're like, excuse my language, you'll be a bastard in your ideology. You got no one that preceded you.
False analogy.
You're well.
Can you be your false analogy, bro? But listen,
bro, ideological bastard, bro. In your ideology, you end up as an ideological bastard.
Vegeta, you're playing games, man.
I'm not playing games, brother. You understand Abtirsi? I'm talking to you as an Somali, bro.
Yeah, but what's Abtirsi got to do with this conversation, bro? We're talking about the message of God here.
You said it was preserved by people that cared, right? Name names, bro. Who? Because it's been 1400 years, bro.
That necessary?
It's been you don't even know if it's been 14 centuries or 15 centuries. It could be 2000 centuries for you, bro. You don't even know that.
It could be 5,000 centuries. What do I care?
Exactly. You don't know about that.
No, but
at the same time, you're talking about the preservation of the Quran. From the time of the Prophet to you.
Should I tell you why I'm talking about the preservation of the Quran? Should I tell you why? Because it's demonstrable. I can literally see the method that the Quran employs to preserve it, namely repetition, rhyme, antonym, one specific theme, you name it. It's demonstrable.
Preservation.
I can bring you 10-year-olds that have memorized the entire Quran. So you
go
can
back to
see
what you're saying about preserved by people that care.
Yeah, they memorized it.
Who?
People. Human beings have memorized.
Brother, the way you understand the Quran right now, the understanding that you are talking about, it differs from not only from me, but it also differs from my brother Orthodox Mohir. It also differs from. I'm saying it differs from even from your own camp of people, bro. It differs amongst each other.
Vegeta.
Right? I'm saying who preceded you, going back to the Prophet ﷺ, right? Going back to Allah. Who preceded you, bro?
Okay, I don't think you understand. You know when you say who preceded you, you're acting like I've been given a lecture. I've never asked you to listen to me. Never. Don't listen to a word that comes out of my mouth. We're only dealing with that which is verifiable from the Quran.
Don't
So
listen to a
I'm
word that
not
comes out of your
preaching
mouth.
anymore.
You used
Huh?
to say to me not to listen to a word that comes out of your mouth.
Not a word that comes out of my mouth, but deal with that which is verifiable from the Quran. That you have to do with. You don't have to listen to me, but that which is verifiable from the Quran, you have to.
Bro, then why are you talking all the time if you say you don't listen to a word that comes out of your mouth here? What are you still talking for?
Every time I talk, what do I do but quote verses?
Nah, you do a flipping.
When have you seen me? When have you seen me
1
waffle
minute.
but quote verses?
I'll go to one of your videos. You did a tafsir. I'll actually listen to it. You did a tafsir from Surah chapter 2, verse 184 to 187, 189, roundabout.
I didn't do no tafsir. You did.
1 minute. Hold on.
You did.
Okay, 1 minute. If I recite those verses, 5 verses, right? I can recite those verses in 10 minutes maximum. 2 minutes, bro. I could recite them in 2 to 3 minutes, bro. Yeah. It took you a 50-minute video, right?
The reason.
So 1 minute. So if I'm not going to listen to any word that comes out of your mouth, I have to delete 48 minutes of it and only listen to 3 minutes, bro. And then give you a thumbs down as well, Black, because you made me listen to 48 minutes when you told me not to listen to it. Come on,
Okay,
Black, man. Make sense of it.
Okay, Vegeta, now you playing about. But listen to this story, yeah? This is what I'm gonna tell you this, yeah. You see, you're talking about 187 in it, the key verse that you get your idea of quote unquote fasting. But let's be fair here. I'm not the one who's changed anything. You are, because we're talking about the word that says black thread and white thread. You change it to day and night, not me. It literally says black thread and white thread. Anyone can look it up. Chapter 2, 187. That's
Yeah.
number one. Number two, the second one, which you think I'm the one changing, you're the one who's changing. As a matter of fact, my one encompasses yours, which is kulu and washrabu means consume and absorb. You insist that it means eat and drink without substantiating it. You don't substantiate it at all in any way, shape, or form, because the verse is not talking about anything to do with eating or drinking. The context is not talking about anything to do with eating or drinking. You're just forcing it in. However, the word kulu and washrabu can also mean consume and absorb. And what consume and absorb does is it allows you to also have eat and drink in that consume and absorb. Whatever you eat, you're consuming. You understand? Whatever you drink, you're absorbing. It's the same shit. But what consume and absorb allows is it connects it to the rest of the context. Whereas what you want to do is you want to isolate the verse, and then so that you can push in your idea of fasting. Your game is like so straightforward. It's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, but you know what it is? Yeah? I never asked that. I never asked anything about that question. My point here was we could talk about 187, no problem. But my point here was you said don't listen to any word that comes out of your mouth, only listen to the Quran. Then you got a 50-minute video talking about 5 verses, bro, which takes 2 minutes to read. So I'm like, why you got a 50-minute video?
But I'm still talking about the verse.
48. You still talking about the verses, yeah?
Yeah.
So
there's nothing I'm saying that's outside of those verses. Go listen to it.
50 minutes to recite 5 verses.
I'm telling, well, bro, what can I say? It takes time to, really explain it to people.
All right, so now hear this now, yeah. The problem he doesn't have. Yo, can you hear me?
What the hell?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
The prophet, you saying the prophet, he doesn't have this privilege to explain, to talk about these verses in a lengthy way, but you do.
No, I haven't explained that. Look at this guy.
Not explain. Sorry, let me change my word. To talk about these verses in a lengthy way, just like you do in the 50-minute video to do 5 verses. You saying that Prophet is not allowed to do that, bro?
Well, interesting you say that. I'm not saying the Prophet ﷺ, as you say, is not allowed to do that. What I'm saying is he wouldn't need to do that.
Well, you do.
No. Well, I'm saying the times that we're in today, there's been a lot of confusion, and at that time, that confusion just wouldn't be there
Why not?
because it wouldn't be there.
Circular reason, bro. Why wouldn't it be there? Because it wouldn't be
but
there.
you're assuming something. You want me to entertain an assumption? Why would I do that?
But these are Arabs, bro. We know these Arabs, right?
Yeah, they spoke the language.
These Arabs, bro, they're from the villages, bro. Like, you know, woman.
So now you're being racist,
bro. You know this yourself, blood. Yeah? All right. You know the Tulo Mutakana.
They're from
The
Badi,
Tulo.
yeah.
Badia, huh? We call it a pin where I'm from. Yeah. All right. You telling me these people, you could give like all, you could just give them the verse and that's it.
Hey, listen, stop playing games, Vegeta, man.
Nah, you play the games there, bro.
Stop playing games, Vegeta, bro.
Listen, brother. This is
you playing games. No matter what is brought to you, you playing games, bro.
Bro, you got bamboozled there, bro.
Okay, let me ask
you. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Okay,
you
Vegeta,
say,
let
me just repeat one more time, bro. Yeah, you make a 50-minute video to talk about 5 verses, right? Which only takes 2 minutes to read, right? Even if you get Qari Abdul Basit to read it, bro, he read in 2, slow reciters, 2 minutes read. You did a 50-minute video, and you said everything, and you said there everything in that 50-minute video was about the verses, but you saying the Prophet is not allowed to do that.
Okay, Vegeta, what surahs do you read when you're praying?
But I don't know much surahs, bro. I'll be honest with you.
Okay, so which ones do you read when you're praying?
Surah Fatiha.
Surah Fatiha.
Yeah.
So are you asking God for guidance?
Yeah.
Do you not have guidance?
Well, you still need guidance, bro.
So if you have the guidance, you still need guidance.
You need to be guided to the guidance.
You need to be guided to the guidance.
Yeah.
So do you not have the guidance?
Yeah.
So do you not have the guidance?
Bro, you know this yourself, bro. You got a whole channel about the Quran. Well, hear me now. You got a whole channel about Muslims who got the Quran, bro, but they're not guided. You got a whole channel about that.
But is that no? Is that their fault or is that like?
Do they need guidance, bro?
No, but
do they need guidance, bro?
Do they need guidance?
Yes.
Who does?
Me. Do I need guidance, bro?
Do you need guidance?
Yeah.
The question is, do you want guidance?
Yes.
Well, if you want guidance, don't you think God has given it to you?
God guides you to the guidance, bro.
Well, so if you want guidance, are you saying that God has not guided you to the guidance?
So 1 minute, am I guided? If I read the Quran, am I guided?
If you really want to be guided.
If I really want to be, no, it's up to Allah, bro.
Has Allah not said that if you want to be guided, He would guide you?
And another thing is, yeah, exactly. That's one point. And then on top of that is, Allah even talks about the deaf, dumb, and blind. Even if you recite to them, bro, they still won't listen. Even if you give them the Quran as guidance,
they wouldn't pray for guidance, then would they?
Yeah, but I'm saying even if you give them the guidance, would they be guided?
Bro, you're confusing the hell out of me, Vegeta. Wallah, you're sick with it, wallah. Listen, bruv. Like, do you have the guidance?
No.
Is the Quran the guidance?
Hey, bro, give me. I need to pray, bro.
1 second. Is the Quran the guidance?
Yes.
So, what is this guidance you're looking for?
So, listen, let's go. Ibrahim alayhi salam. Yeah. When Ibrahim alayhi salam, did he have the Quran?
But he got scripture though. Suhuf Ibrahim.
Yeah, but in the Quran talks about he looked to the moon, he looked to the star, he looked to the sun.
And
right?
then
after that he was given Suhuf Ibrahim. Yeah, but I'm just saying,
So he seeked
but-
guidance and he was given it, right?
But 1 minute, he derived by looking at the celestial objects. He derived Allah is the only worthy of being worshipped. That's guidance, right?
No, that's seeking guidance.
No, but when he derived that Allah is the only one worthy of worship by looking at other celestial objects, was that guidance? Was he being guided? Was he being guided?
Was he being guided to seek guidance? Okay, yes.
All right, that's what I'm saying. So when you say ihdina sirat al-mustaqim,
But he didn't have the scripture then, though. You
exactly,
do.
that's my point. He
No,
never
but
had
you
the
do.
scripture.
No,
One
but
minute.
you have the scripture.
But you saying to me that when I say ihdina sirat al-mustaqim, right? When I say guide
Vegeta,
us
that's
to the
not
straight path.
analogous because he didn't have the scripture. You do.
Yeah, but at the same time,
If he had the scripture, he
He-
wouldn't do that.
woman, but he was seeking guidance. He was seeking the truth.
No,
He
but
was
you
seeking to be
have the
guided.
guidance. Do you not
And,
understand that,
and
Vegeta?
I think even there's even a verse about this, bro. I need to find that. Inshallah, I'll read it. But yeah, man, that was a good little reversal you did, bro. 50-minute video to talking about Surah Fatiha. Yeah? That was a good little reversal you did there, bro.
No, but it's true though. Like I still don't understand how you're playing games out here.
Bro, you played a whole 50-minute video game, bro. That's what you call it. That's to talk to if you said as well, bro. I'm going by what you said. You said don't listen to any word that comes out your mouth. Only listen to the Quran. Cool. Why you got a 50-minute video talking about 5 verses then?
Bro, I still don't understand how you're like trying to duck and dive the question here, bro. Like, what guidance are you looking for if you have the guidance?
Hey, I'm gonna let you talk to Orthodox more for a bit.
I'm gonna bounce in a minute anyway, man. I gotta get up early in the morning. As a matter of fact, I need to bounce, guys, man.
No worries, fam. Vegeta, you're my favorite Sunni brother, man.
Vegeta is just too much, bro.
Bro, you saw what I did there, bro.
Moonwalker. Breakdancing.
Yo, your
Vegeta.
inside game is cold. I'm not gonna lie, but your clinch, you got a cold clinch, Vegeta. You know what I'm saying? Like you be digging your chin into people's chest and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? In the eyes and whatnot. Like you got a cold clinch game, for real.
Bro, this is I need to just study, bro. When I study, inshallah, then
You gotta work on the Hakai skill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just 114 chapters, you know. I don't understand why you lot are struggling with this book, you know. Like people
Yeah.
coming up with all of this mystical, magical, Arabic, and all sorts. 114 chapters, yo. Wow.
You know another thing is you see us mans, we got lineage, bro. Right? And you from Somalia, bro. You know lineage is important.
Bro,
Because-
you see this lineage thing that you're talking about. You know what the Quran says? The
Go on.
people that reject this message, it's mainly because they want to follow their forefathers. And you keep talking about forefathers like it's a good thing. I don't give a damn about my forefathers,
Yeah.
man.
But the Quran talks
I'm
about
my own man.
at the same time, the Quran talks about
Oh man.
in Surah Ahzab, yeah, that Allah he made the Quran inherited amongst his slaves. Inherited, bro. Warith.
Huh?
Inherited, bro. Yeah. The scripture is inherited amongst his slaves.
Where
Yeah.
did you get that from?
Chapter 33, bro.
Why are you using the word slaves, man? Servants. Go on. We're gone.
I have no
Chapter
problem being a
33.
slave of Allah, bro. That's the most honorable thing you could be. Slave of Allah.
No, servant implies willingly. Slave implies unwillingly.
Both apply, bro. But yeah,
No.
servant. Whether willingly or unwillingly, bro. But I agree with you, right? Servant. Servant, yeah. All right,
Go on,
but
which chapter did you say?
chapter 33, bro. I don't know the verse number.
You gotta keep your hands up, Vegeta, when you get in distance. You know what I'm saying? When you separate from the clinch, bro, you gotta keep your hands up, fam. Hey, Vegeta, when you come back next time, we gotta go like 3 rounds on prayer for real.
Protect yourself at all times.
Yes, sir.
We could talk about prayer, bro, but you know what it is, but the crux of the problem is, yeah, you man, you know, make up your own lexicon, bro. That's the crux of the matter.
Where? You know what
Yeah.
the funny thing is, yeah?
That's
How
what
you
it
gonna
is.
put a whole lifestyle on? We ain't even boxed the 3 rounds yet, bro.
Nah, but I'm just saying, bro. We decide to box in a ring where we agree upon the flipping the ropes, or you want to have a boxing match in a lexicon, bro, that you made up yourself. You got your own judges, you got your own referee, and you got your own
Bro,
broadcaster.
I'll let you pick
Bro.
the judges, the referee, and the ring, son. And
Yeah,
I'm cool with the no rules part too. You know what
Bro,
I'm saying? Just say it.
Vegeta,
We just got to do it for 3 rounds. Is all I'm saying.
Vegeta,
Yeah,
your
no problem.
your boxing style is windmills, bro. You throwing windmills out here, fam.
Bro, this is Mayweather, bro,
Left, right, center.
and I can switch you up as well. And the thing is, yeah,
Killing
Orthodox
him.
more, I will box you anyway, just because it's sparring. I will box you. You know
No,
what I
but
mean?
on the level though.
No, I
man.
like the MMA though. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
The MMA is
Nah, bro,
mixed
I
martial.
know.
You start bringing the previous scriptures. You start bringing other
No, we can
books.
only when it applies, bro. You know what I'm saying? But beyond that, I can keep to the crown you need me to, fam.
1 minute. Let me just find that verse here.
You lot just playing with the Quran, bro. All these rituals you done made up and things. Y'all are funny, bro. You know what the funny thing is, yeah? All of these games with, Arabic, blah, blah, you translate it, the word. I've abandoned even bothering translating words. I just give them verses and context, and even that they're trying to duck and dive. Like Salah, I don't even bother translating it to them anymore. I just give them a couple of verses, and they still deny it.
Yo,
I'm still
sorry. It was chapter 33. It was chapter 35. Yeah. Then we cause to inherit the book those we have chosen of our servants, and among them is he who wrongs himself, and among them is he who is moderate, and among them is he who is foremost in good deeds, by permission of Allah. That inheritance is what is the great bounty.
Sorry, go on. What's the chapter again?
The 35, 32.
35, 32.
And what's the topic on the floor?
What I'm saying, bro, like, you know, the understanding that we have of our religion here,
Mm-hmm.
it needs to be unbroken. It needs to go back to Allah. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
so-
hold on.
So we're saying the same thing. Like you talking about the son of Allah, the son of Allah. I got you.
Yeah, it needs
I'm
to
with
go
it.
back to Allah. So
100%.
it goes from Allah, and then you could say the Prophet ﷺ, and then the companions, and then all the way up to us, right? We need to inherit it like that.
No. Well, hold on.
How did that criteria get in there? That's what I'm trying to
Because
figure
the word inherit, bro. Where you gonna inherit it from?
We pass the scripture from generation to generation, and we allowed whomever we choose from among our servants to receive it. Subsequently, some of them wronged their souls, others upheld it only part of the time, while others were eager to work righteousness in accordance with God's will. This is the great triumph. What are you trying to do with that?
All right, bro. Even right now, you read a Rashad Khalifa quote, but it still backed me, right? I know that's a Rashad Khalifa quote, yeah? Because the verse, bro, generation to generation. Where does it say generation, bro? Where does it say that?
Among them was okay.
Yeah, it don't say but even then, it helps me. It helps me.
Hold on, what verse? What verse you talking about?
Fine.
35 to 32. 35 to
35, 32. Got you.
All right. That Rashad Khalifa quote you just said, yeah.
I should have just gone to the word for word. All right, cool. Then we cause to inherit the scripture those who we chose of our servants, and among them who wrongs his soul, and among them are moderate, and among them foremost eager in righteousness by permission of God. That is the bounty great. Okay, go on. What's the difference here?
Nah, but you know what? Let's go by the Rashad Khalifa quote. Generation to generation.
No, forget that. I went to the word for word.
I like that. I like that. Generation
No,
to
word
generation.
for word is always better, man. We're getting to the truth here, bro.
Bro, 1 minute, bro. If we start off with the first generation, then we move on from there. Generation from generation, bro. My generation now, all the way back to the first generation, to whom the Quran was revealed to.
Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up, man.
Is inherited, bro.
Make
Alright?
your
That's the
make your
lineage.
final argument.
I'm saying, bro, we got lineage, bro, a noble lineage. Our understanding of Quran is a noble. Your lineage goes back to
What is this guy's
British India,
lineage business?
brother.
What is this
Bro.
thing?
And the thing is, bro.
Oh, did you just do that? Did you just say British India, fam? Are you gonna discount like the whole the people of the word versus the people of Hadith beef that was happening? As in the early parts is you really gonna do that, fam?
Who? Al Jahiz? You talking about Jahiz? Al Jahiz?
No, his teachers and the people before them.
Yeah, but even that, yeah, I don't want to say this. I don't feel like saying this live here. But some people, I'll be reading about that guy might have been a flipping low key sign, you know, one of those guys from Atlanta.
Vegeta, you are my number one favorite Sunni in the game, bro. Don't let no one tell you different, fam. I'm trying to tell you, don't let no one tell you different, fam. So hold on, you were telling me that Mithna didn't happen.
Another thing is, bro.
Hold on. Did the Mithna happen? Did that happen? Yes or no?
I don't know what that is.
The Mithna? You don't? Okay. Wow. Okay.
Maybe we need to spar on that. Maybe we need to spar on that.
Yeah, boy. Bring your mouthpiece in your cup, son. Don't even worry about the headgear. It won't matter, bro. Don't even worry about the headgear. You go ahead and leave that at home, fam.
Definitely, man.
You're playing games, man.
Hey, Vegeta. Okay, so after all these years, you finally can answer the question: what school of jurisprudence do you rock with?
What school of jurisprudence?
Yeah.
I'm Pakistani in it, so I know.
I'm Pakistani in it.
And that, bro, and that's why you're my favorite Sunni, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. Vegeta keeps it a buck, bro. He doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you can't knock it. Like, you know what? Even if we don't agree, bro, I respect you 1,000 fair.
But you know what's
funny about that?
He puts me in an awkward position, man. Like I like his style, but then I'm like, dude, this is the word of God. Like, are you crazy, bro? Are you insane? Like, seriously.
No, we both agree. Like everyone got reverence for the
Bro,
kitab.
I will dash my dad, my mom, you name it. If it comes to God, nobody else matters, bro. My son, everybody. I'm trading them all. What are you talking about, bro? I ain't trying to go to hell.
But I'm saying, bro, in our cultures, bro, my Abtirsi is better than your Abtirsi.
Oh my days.
Yeah, in our cultures we do that. In terms of my ideology,
we do that too, bro. We're Somalis, fam.
I know, that's what I'm
we
saying.
We shoot each other over that shit.
Exactly, qabil, yeah. I'm saying in our cultures, your culture, my culture, we got that. Right? When it comes to my ideology, bro, my Abtirsi is better than your Abtirsi, bro. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, bro.
No, but my ideology is never based on men, though. Like, you see, you know what the funny thing is, yeah? You see your whole, like, view, yeah? Your whole state of the way you look at things is anti the way the Quran talks about Islam. Because the Quran is all about people reasoning for themselves. Think about Abraham. Think about Abraham. Like, you could never be an Abraham.
No.
You could never be an Abraham. Because
no.
And let me tell you why. Because Abraham went against his entire community and he's like, what? I don't know what you lot are on about. I ain't doing what you lot are doing. Do you see what I'm saying? And he went and left his community and thought for himself and came to a conclusion by himself on his Jack Jones. You couldn't do that. And the funny thing,
yeah, I don't know. The funny thing is what?
Ibrahim. It's like, what the hell, bro? How do you and this deen go together?
Yeah.
No, think about it, Vegeta. Could you do what Abraham did? Go against the community?
Inshallah, but obviously we can't be in that level, bro. Never.
What do you mean we can't be in that level? If you couldn't do that, then I don't even know how you could be on Millah of Abraham. The whole reason we admire Abraham is because we see ourselves in what he did.
Bro, Ibrahim and Islam got thrown into a fire, bro.
Okay, we're going up a level there. Before we go to the fire part,
You know what I mean, bro?
before we go to the fire part,
And when he went to the fire never burnt him. If I go in the fire, I'm probably gonna get burnt, bro. But
I
you're
know,
right actually, because you know the
I-
John time.
but listen. Before we go to the fire part, I'm talking about the simple first initial stage of recognizing that his community was in the wrong.
Yeah,
You wouldn't even do that.
No. I agree with you. I agree with you there.
You wouldn't even do that, would you, Vegeta?
No,
You'd
I
be
would
like,
do
"Nah,
that, bro.
that's my people's. That's my Aptisi."
No, I said ideological obtuse, bro. I'm against my but my own peoples are on some next thing, bro. You know that, man. He's
But
on some next thing, bro.
no, but get the point I'm making in it. The point I'm making is this deen is about, it's about integrity.
Yeah.
Integrity has got nothing to do with
It's about
community and
integrity. Can you use the word shut off?
yeah, integrity covers them all.
Yeah, shut off, right?
Integrity covers everything, bro.
Shut off covers everything, bro.
Nah. Shut up's got nothing to do with intellect and all of that. Integrity covers everything. But listen, the point is this, brother, yeah. The point is, like, we can't be hypocrites in it. That's the bottom line.
Definitely, man. 100%. That we can't be murderers, bro, unless we're murdering for a good reason. You know, that's like saying that, bro. We can't be hypocrites. That's definitely a fact, brother. We can't be hypocrites. Yeah, I can't disagree with that, bro.
Well, if we're not gonna be hypocrites, then we can't say we believe in the Quran and then go against the dictates of the Quran in it. I'm telling you, you're going against the dictates of the Quran. I'm telling you right now. You know what the funny thing is? Yeah, okay. I'll tell you. I'll give you a little opening in it. Yeah, and this is something that I told my own dad. At least just don't say that these rituals were dictated by God. You can still do them if you think they will help you. I think Moses was saying that earlier on as well, and I agree with him. You can still do them if you think they will help you, but don't attribute them to God, because the moment you attribute them to God, you risk lying on the name of God. Would you want to do that?
Why would you make a gamble? You know what I'm saying? Why would you gamble that?
Why would you want to gamble that? That's just so pointless. You could still have your traditions, but don't try and give them a divine seal. Like, it's just your tradition.
Yeah.
Why are you gonna give it a divine approval?
I mean, if the Prophet ﷺ taught this.
There you go. See, that's that divine approval stuff.
Yeah, because where did the Prophet ﷺ go? Allah gave it to the Prophet ﷺ.
See,
so
that's my point.
What's the difference between talking about that concept and like inheriting, etc., and the people in the Quran talking about, well, we got this from our forefathers, we got this from our forefathers, we got this from our forefathers.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but
beautiful.
Isn't Abraham a forefather to Prophet Muhammad?
How do you know? Actually, there's no evidence of that. As a matter of fact, no, he's not.
He's not?
No, he's not. Let me tell you why he's not. Because the Quran clearly says that the Prophet Muhammad was sent to a people who no warner has been sent to previously.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's many nations that came from Abraham.
No, but Muhammad, the last prophet, Muhammad, could not have come from the Prophet Abraham. There's no evidence from that in the Quran anyway.
But what I'm saying is, bro, I'll go back to what I'll talk to you in Somali terms, bro. You got Hawiya, right? From Hawiya, you've got 2 clans, 3 clans actually. All right.
One of that.
Yeah, but no, you got 3: Abgal, Habagidr, and Hawalad, Monosadiq. All right, you got these clans, right?
There you go.
They're separate to each other, right?
Mm.
Exactly. So many people, multiple people can come from one person.
Okay, that's really neither here or there argument anyway. It doesn't really matter where the Prophet came from. But the point is this. The point is, like, if you're gonna attribute anything to the Prophet, bro, you know you can die tomorrow. Like, especially you're fucking old, bro. You're not a child anymore. You can drop tomorrow, my G. So if you drop
Bro, I should
tomorrow,
have been dead years ago, bro.
listen,
I'll be honest
listen
with
to
you.
this. Listen to this,
I'm
Vegeta.
a survivor, blood.
Listen to this, Vegeta. Yeah. If you
Up till
drop
now.
tomorrow, listen to this. If you drop tomorrow, and God says to you, I never told you this, and then you say the messenger did, and then the messenger says, I never told you this. What are you gonna do, bro? Listen to what chapter 394 says. And whoever invents about Allah untruth after that, then those are truly the wrongdoers. Would you really want to be amongst them?
No.
Who is more wicked than he who invents lies about God? Listen to this. Who is more wicked than he who invents lies about God or denies his revelation? The criminals will never succeed. You really want to risk that? You got balls, bro. You might got balls.
Big brass ones, fam.
But the same thing, bro. Why don't you know this, bro? First thing you gotta do is apply the verse upon yourself, that yeah.
I have.
All right.
Believe me, I have.
You make it, bro. Listen, you making 50-minute videos to explain what 5 verses, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm gonna put that.
He's
I'm
going
gonna
back
put
for a
that
clinch
video
game.
down.
He wants to clinch. He's
Nah,
trying to
I'm
get
gonna
against
put
the
that
finish
video
line.
down.
That's not even the clinch, bro. That's not even the clinch, bro. That this guy's not even seeing the punch, bro. I'm being serious, bro. Yeah, in that video, you're saying that there's no fasting, right?
No, not according to the Quran.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me ask you a question, Vegeta. Do you deny that the Quran says that it's the best tafsir?
Tafsir.
Yeah.
He didn't even know that.
Nah, I agree with you, bro. Quran is the best. Quran bil Quran. There's actually a.
Do you know that there's a verse that actually says it's the best tafsir, though?
No, I didn't even know that, bro. But I agree with you anyway. That's agreed. That's agreed upon.
Hey guys, we can't keep going forever, man. I got to go. But listen, let's just leave this on a good note, and Vegeta. Yeah, this is a perfect agreement. I'm telling you, bro. Think about it. You can keep your traditions. You can keep your hadiths. Just don't attribute them to God, bro. Because the moment you do, you risk too much, man. There's not much. See, do you know what the crazy thing about that is? Yeah, you don't gain much from that claim, and you got a hell of a lot to lose. Now, when would you gamble that? Like, who makes that kind of gamble? Who makes a gamble where they don't have much to gain and a whole lot to lose? What kind of gamble is that?
Bro, you might as well bigger, worse gambling, bro.
What?
I'll tell you what. Listen, you saying this to me, yeah? You said there's gonna be agreement. Agree upon this, bro. You can smoke your crack, smoke your weed, drink your liquor, not fast, drink coffee, but don't use the Quran to justify it.
Huh?
Don't use the Quran to justify your addictions, bro.
My addictions? Where? Well, hold on. Where did this take a left turn? Like, where did this? What happened here?
You can smoke your crack cocaine if you want to smoke it, blood. Yeah.
Where we bringing crack cocaine from? What the hell?
Wherever you smoke that, wherever you want to smoke it.
What smoking got to do with this conversation?
Listen, bro. Listen, I got my own addictions myself, blood. Yeah. But I'm not going to use the Quran to justify it.
Okay, but what's addiction got to do with just? Well, please tell me how we got here.
Desires, addictions, bro.
Okay, how did we get here?
Because you saying to me gambling, I'm saying you gambling with that.
How? With what?
How? Hold on, real quick. What's the gambling saying that you're only going to go by the word of God versus words attributed to His prophet?
Bro, you know it's easier, but the Orthodox. You got different Quranists saying that there's no fasting. Because and then you got
okay, but you got different people following Hadith saying different things, though. Fam.
Yeah. But in terms of core matters, there's agreement. Yeah. When it comes to
what are you talking, bro? Okay, so in core matters, the Quranists agree on stuff. Like they agree on rejected Hadith. They agree on the Quran being the best Hadith. They agree on the Quran being the best tafsir, etc.
But do you agree with me that you got people using the Quran to justify their own stuff? That You say that
Literally every school of thought is doing that, Vegeta.
exactly, yeah. So also I'm saying, just
Are
because
you trying to
don't
call the
want,
Quran weak, basically? You're trying to
just
say you can justify stuff with the Quran alone. That's what you're doing.
no, people are using it.
Okay, tell me
misusing
what
it.
you can. Okay, tell me what you can justify with the Quran. Give me an example.
Should I give you an example?
Yeah. Go for it. I know the one you're
How
gonna
do
use.
you? I don't understand. But,
Go for it. Don't be shy.
robbing the colonialists, bro.
Astaghfirullah. So we trying to say, well, hold on.
Huh?
I got people sleeping, bro. Like, come on, son. What are you doing?
Nah, I'm
Can't
saying,
be
bro,
waking up the whole house,
brother.
bro.
You know this, bro. You're from the same city as me, bro. There's some brothers out there. I don't know if you know this.
So what are you saying? The Quran allows you to rob colonialists. Is that what you're saying?
These people have said this to me, that they will use certain verses to justify their
Could you give me those verses?
activities.
I could do with that because I got some beef with these colonialists. So tell me, please, which verses are they? I need some justification.
Yeah. What are the run the pockets verses, right quick?
Yeah, the pockets one. Come on, I need that one.
Which one?
The robbery.
And brother, you know this is live, innit? So that's why I don't really want to say too much, because I might end up saying something. You got people listening to your show thinking, you know what, I feel like robbing these colonies myself, and they will start using these verses. Because last time it happened to me, bro. That's why I don't want to mention it.
So you're telling me now the guidance is allowing people to rob colonialists, specifically colonialists. I like how it's very specific to colonialists.
No, because
but I can't rob no one else now.
Like, you know, it's like they retaliate towards them as they were attacked today.
Oh, so you mean self-defense?
No, but these men say it's not. They say we're gonna eye for an eye, for example. Yeah, they got the eye for an eye mentality.
So you're saying the Quran allows eye for an eye?
I'm not saying that, brother. I'm not saying that. I'm against that.
You're against eye for an eye?
No. I'm against the people using verses to rob the colonialists, bro. Yeah. And not only colonialists, bro. I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm saying that. Sahib.
I think I know what you're talking about, actually.
Oh, you kidding me?
Yeah. Nah, but they're serious, brother. Because you know now it's calmed down.
I'll be real about it. There are some Quranist extremists out there that actually do exist, right? And so
Quranist extremists,
bro. It blew my mind when I found out they existed, but like they've blown up mosques and all kind of stuff. Bro.
You talking about the ones in Nigeria or some shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about them.
Yeah, but like so like in terms of what he's talking about, I actually like they do take them they do take specific verses and try to play with them out of a
like what? I'm genuinely curious. Like
I'll just say out of Surah 9, right?
What is it the Christian thing?
What was that?
Is it the Christian thing about the jizya from the Christians or something?
Probably that one. Probably that one. In
that one I've seen a lot of people use, but 33:26.
It's not applicable in the way that they're trying to use it, right? It's like what Vegeta's saying. People just trying to use stuff for their own purposes, right?
Bro, ISIS do it, bro. ISIS do it. Everyone does it, bro.
No, but can you not? What are you saying? Can you not do that to the hadiths though? Can you not?
Exactly.
Definitely, I agree with you.
So how does hadith help?
So that's what I'm saying. That's why a preserved lineage needs to be there, bro.
A lineage? Oh, you want some Shia thing?
Sorry?
You want some Shia thing? Lineage?
What Shia thing, bro?
What do you mean by lineage?
Ideological lineage, bro. It's not sanad. Going back to the Prophet, a chain, bro.
My G is the Ahlul Bayt Hadith, you know what I'm saying?
No, the Ahlul Bayt. No, I agree with the Ahlul Bayt, but none of the Shia stuff, bro. You know what I mean? Your mans are from Africa, bro. You don't really have a Shia problem, bro. Where I'm from, we deal with Shias like that.
You man are gonna have to let go of these lexicons, you know. These dynasties, bro.
It's not a dynasty thing, bro.
Man,
Son,
forget them dynasties, bro.
it's not
So
dynasty.
yeah, Vegeta, when we talk next time, we're gonna have a history discussion for a little bit and a Quran discussion, right? Like, because literally we're having like the oldest political beef in the game right now. Like the people of the word versus the people of Hadith. This is how it went down. Like literally like a century after the Prophet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Bro,
it was a big deal, bro. Like when like there was literally like a miniature like a civil war fought over this thing within Islam, bro.
who was leaders of each other's? Who was the camps, bro? What's civil war?
Okay, so again, like the camps were the Ahl al-Kalam, the people of the word, versus the Ahl al-Hadith, right? The people that were trying to elevate the Hadith. So you had like this was the time period where you had Ahmad ibn Hanbal, where he was imprisoned by the state, and you had a Shafi'i like really going in, doing public discourse and whatnot, writing literature, going in. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this is when the Mutazilites was running the game. You know what I'm saying? So like they again, we'll talk about this, but this is like with the Mihna, right? Like where they were imprisoning people and doing certain things.
Yeah.
Like, it was like they were doing jihad. They were Surinating the Muslims or whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
But even there, we are going to talk about this, inshallah. But I'll tell you what I'll say in it beforehand, because it's not about winning or losing. It's to get the truth. Those people, they never rejected the Sunnah, right? Is preserved through the Hadith and also through the actions. So the actions of the people, they never rejected that. They just rejected the written texts.
We will definitely get into that because certain people did reject Hadith and whatnot. Like they're even like first they had strict Hadith. They had the strictest Hadith standards. First of all, the ones that did take Hadith, they only took the Mutawatir. And even then, when they took the Mutawatir, they only took the ones that didn't go against the Quran. But then you had other ones that went out and flatly they were known for Hadith rejection, and they were jurists in the caliphate, man.
Yeah, but those people did still never reject.
And wrote poetry about drinking wine. You know what I'm saying? Memorized the Torah and the Injil and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is
rejected Ijma, wrote books on it.
Yeah, but when it comes to rejecting the action, the customs of the people, the customs which the Prophet taught the people, they never rejected the actual action.
Okay, when you're saying customs, though, right? There's a difference between a custom and then a religious rite. Would you agree?
I don't know the difference.
Like, okay, like so it might be a custom for me to pour out a little bit of a like, okay, like so.
Okay, I get what you said. Like dressing, we dress differently. You folks.
Right? Yeah.
But at the same time, our dressing has to be within the confinements of what the religion allows, right?
Agreed, 100%. So the question becomes, what is the standard, right? And this is what the oldest fight was. Is the standard just the Quran, or is the standard the Quran and the Hadith? This is the big fight that happened.
It's not the oldest fight though, but we can talk about that as well.
No, it's not. No, not the oldest fight, but it's I think the most important fight.
One of the oldest, yeah. And
it's the second oldest fight besides who's gonna drive the car. You know what I'm saying?
No, even after that there was a fight.
Okay, great. What fight was that?
Then you had the Khawarij.
I mean, all right, that's still about driving the car.
Then you had the Shia.
That's still about driving the car. That's all. Yeah. That's all about fighting over the keys, right there.
Then there was who started the Mu'tazila?
I forgot his name right off the top of my head.
But is he part of the beef that you're talking about?
No, or no. He predates that. But like the Mutazilites are part of the beef, 100%.
Yeah, so that guy, he started his own beef.
Yeah, he did. He left it and he started his own school of theology and whatnot, and it's considered the oldest school of theology and whatnot.
Yeah, but he cut off.
What's it? So what did they say?
Hey yo, I'm gonna go and pray inshallah, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's all the lady has for tonight. Some shit.
Yeah. Like hey, real quick, Vegeta, are you Hanafi or no?
Hanafi, yeah. I'm Hanafi, but you know what is it?
So okay, real quick, when the Moors went into Spain, your man's balls hadn't even dropped yet. You know that, right?
What you talk about?
He was 12 years old when the Moors went into Spain. Like there was no madhab established when the Moors went into Spain.
Oh, really?
Yeah, go do the math on it. Imam Jafar al-Sadiq was 13 and Imam was 12. There was no established, like, again, in the right, the oldest theology was the Mutazilite one. So the question, like,
What
we're
jurisprudence?
gonna slap box when you come back next time. You know what I'm saying?
What was the Maliki school then?
Again, like, so even with that, okay, so check this out. The Moors were in Spain for 70 years before the first compilation of hadith came out from Imam Malik. His
Really?
Yeah. 70 years prior to.
I thought, but they say Malik was like 100 years after the Quran or something.
Go do the history on it, bro.
So they were talking shit, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, like, it
Yo,
all.
that's crazy. The hadiths came even after the Moors. That's crazy.
Said they were in Spain for 70 years before my man's book came out.
Let's talk about the Moors, yeah? You know Ibn Khaldun, innit?
Yeah.
Was he a Moor?
He was Yemenite, from what I understand.
All right. So anyway, he's got a book, right, called Al-Muqaddimah.
Mm-hmm.
If you read the whole title of the book, he talks about the Arabs. He mentions 4 people, right? He doesn't mention the
Berbers.
Moors.
He goes in on the Berbers.
Yeah, he mentions the Berbers, the Moors.
Mm-hmm.
He don't mention the Moors.
All right, lads, guys.
You don't mention the Moors.
Let's end it, man. Peace, everyone. Yeah.
He actually does, but we'll talk about that later. Peace, man.
All right,
Bro,
peace, everyone.
We still here, bro.
Peace.
Peace, people. Peace.